Did you miss me? Hopefully. Took a day off. Back again. Things have been kind of quiet. At least with Halo Infinite. They've been very loud outside, I guess. There's a lot going on in the Halo community, or in gaming, I guess, right now. A lot of focus on Halo CE. There's new info. While I'm not super invested in this game, CE campaign, I'll play it when I get the opportunity to do so. It's more about what's being talked about around it that I think that's interesting. Apart from that, we're breaking down viewer gameplay today, I think. Maybe helping you guys out if you're down for VOD review. Either way, I'm here. I'm here if y'all need me. We can talk, hang out, enjoy the rest of the evening. We got a tournament on Sunday. As well. Clifton, how we doing? First in the Twitch chat. Synth, you're first on the YouTube. Dom Dub, what's up, brother? Welcome. Say Spider, Comics, RS, Flex. Give me some fire in the chat. Give me something, man. I need some motivation right now. Anything. I'm sorry for the inconsistency. I know people do look forward to the live streams on a regular basis. And, we haven't been the most consistent recently. My consistency is directly related to what's happening in Halo Infinite and scrims and what's going on. Obviously, I need to have my own sort of schedule that I stick to, even if it is like a quieter week. But, just trying to not overthink it. Be here when I want to be here. Hopefully you guys show up and hang out. Still trying to get in the habit of STK. Hopefully that's helping you. A little bit physionic. I actually just had another coaching session with somebody else, and we talked about the same stuff. My God. I mean, what a way to get the vibes up to start the day, Flex. Man, gifted 5 already. Flex. TDZ Flex, the absolute GOAT, king of the chat. Thank you, man. Operator, welcome. Caniacs, kinda sus. KB the GOAT. Bopsville, welcome. How you guys doing today? Flex, how you doing, you GOAT? I appreciate you, man. Should have waited for Onyx 2000 till after July 7th. Why? I already got Onyx 2000. We got it in one 5-hour grind. Oh, whatever. It doesn't matter. My God, Eddie, welcome back. 1-1. But what's that mean? 14 months. Appreciate you, Eddie. We could just do it all over again. That's not a problem. I got to do it solo queue now. Right? Like, it was low-key. It was too easy. I feel like Onyx 2000 should be, more of a feat. We did it in one session. We got 161 CSR in one grind. Big ups to Eli and Sirion. They made it a lot easier than I think it would have been otherwise, right? So maybe we try to solo queue. Solo queue is going to be a freaking nightmare. It's going to take a long time. The only way it's going to work with solo queue is if I, put dedicated time into the game the moment that the season changes over in July. Probably. Yeah. Hell yeah. Let's go, Empathy. How we doing? What's good, BJ? Welcome. Eddie. Chat, I think we'll start today talking about CE and just some of the conversations happening in the Halo community about the game and about Halo in general. There's some positives, some sort of negatives, I guess, as well. But it sounds like we got more Halo coming up. High-quality Halo games, experiences, hopefully in the near future, sooner rather than later. Obviously, a lot of people got their hands on CE and are sharing their thoughts on it. There's a few more controversial topics about the game that are being visited, obviously, because the Halo franchise has a lot of passion surrounding Halo. People have a lot of expectations on how the game should look, should play, should feel, should sound. We can't get enough of our opinions. What are we doing apart from CE? I was thinking I would review viewers' gameplay. I get you guys up to Onyx. We do VOD review today. Mike, thank you, brother. Hope you've been well, man. War Turtle, how we doing? War Turtle, by the way, if you're available later this evening, he got back to me. He said, unfortunately, he was locked into his work. Well, if you want to do a little meeting later after the stream, I'm gonna reach back out to him. Welcome, War Turtle. Do I like soccer? I enjoy soccer. I'm not super invested in the World Cup, though I probably should be. I know that the entire freaking world is probably invested in the World Cup, but yeah, no, I haven't been. I'll give you an update on when I start watching. I assume I'm rooting for Italy, man. If I'm rooting for anybody, I'm half Italian. Not me. Yeah, honestly, it's kind of bad. I feel like a lot of society and what's happening around Halo just goes over my freaking head. I'm what is it? Oblivious. I don't know. Ignorance is bliss. That's a good way of looking at it, maybe. But soccer could be entertaining. So I'm always down to watch some footy football. Anyway, this is an interesting comment here, right? So this person makes this tweet. If we want to lock into Halo-related discussion and whatever happens in between, they didn't make it to the World Cup. Wait, Italy didn't make it? So I shot myself in the foot 5 seconds in. It shows you how little I know. Italy didn't make it. We're on a level 2 hype train, by the way, chat. Let's freaking go. 77%. 1244 to 1250. Ooh, what about Britain? England? What am I? I don't know what I wish I should cheer for here. Italy hasn't made it for the last 3 World Cups. They're that terrible? I thought, bro, Italy's such a prideful country, you know? Like, when they win, it's like everybody's going to hear it. They're in. Okay. Maybe I go that direction. How do y'all find out what date the ranks reset? I don't know how I figured it out, but I've just noticed July for a while. Somebody in the chat might know. We live in this weird age of Halo where you can customize your gameplay in any way you want, but people still complain. You don't want sprint? Turn it off. Want 60-round AR? Do it. Want third person? Go ahead. You don't like the HUD? Change it. You want a remake? Go play MCC. I also noticed with Gears of War, that was the thing as well. With Gears of War, they got active reloading. You time your reload. You can get like a powerful reload or you miss it. Your gun jams, right? They moved the position of the active reload to the center of the screen. A lot of people were very opinionated about like how they didn't like the new location of it. They want it back up in the corner in the top right. So, of course, Gears of War, they thought steps ahead. They have an option. You could put it back up in the top right. And then this guy who made this comment, he's like, genuinely baffling to me that devs are just making games like they're fucking Subway sandwiches and not like they're creatives with talent or artistic passion. And then this tweet's got 237,000 views with 10K likes. Like, this is the shit that we're liking. And, you know, it's like there's a reason for this. And it's because people like this guy have opinions that they throw on the internet, and those opinions go viral. So companies, like, they change the perspective in the industry towards a specific product, right? Somebody's perception towards Halo changes because anybody with any opinion can say anything they want, and that can go viral and just completely change the perception of a video game. So I feel like Halo Studios can't just make Halo, especially with how long Halo's been around. They can't just make the game and throw it out there and just say, this is what you get. And if you don't like it, you know, deal with it. This is our creative vision. They've tried that before. How did that go, right? So it's like, for any company, especially companies associated with franchises that have been around for a long time and have a lot of expectations tied to them, they have to try to move forward in innovative ways that they see fit, and also try to appease the longtime fans who have specific expectations on how the game should be. So they end up including all these slider bars so you can choose your adventure, right? I want this. You know, I don't want to sprint. I want to play OG, so turn it off. If you want to play sprint the way that the devs seem to want the game to play, this is the direction they want to seem to go with it, and keep it the vanilla way, right? So that they can hopefully appease everybody. And I understand there's a limitation with that. In doing so, maybe you lose some of the game's genuine identity, right? Like, you know, I get the issue that these people are having, but we also created it because we live in this online internet age where everybody has an opinion that can go viral, and you can shit all over something, and everybody's going to agree with you and make it a big deal, and then the brand Halo is deteriorating because of it. So it's, I don't know, it's just tricky, man. Like, I understand why this stuff exists. You have to also think, like, how many accessibility features there are in games now. Like, there's so many different things that developers need to think about to make a game accessible to every audience possible that just wasn't a thought in people's minds 10, 20 years ago. Right? Like, we're not trying to work through the colorblind audience or somebody who maybe is like debilitated in some way and can't interact with the game in the same way that somebody else can. This is amazing that we're doing this. I'm just saying there's just so much more that needs to be considered making a game. It's not some easy task anymore. You can't just be like, hey, I really want to make this game and I'm just going to make it fun. I'm not going to think about anything else and just throw it out and hope it works. Unfortunately, there's just so many other layers. And that's just the society that we live in today. Like, what do? I don't know. Anybody can complain about anything. How about they make a multiplayer game? Here's hoping. There's some positive news associated with Halo's multiplayer, though, if you want to know. So what I did is I just kind of like searched Halo on Twitter, and we can just kind of weigh in on some of the tweets and quotes and whatnot. And you guys can feel free to call me out of my bullshit or whatever as we go. We got 21 seconds left on a 77% hype train at level 2. Just a reminder, Lady Mando, by the way, welcome. How you doing? Playlist rotations. Wait, what about it? Oh, this is a link for the resets. Thank you, Lady Mando. In the YouTube chat, here's a link for when the rank resets happen. Hi there, Shy. Annoying there's no multiplayer with new Halo, but Gears is cooking with E-Day. I agree, bro. Gears looks damn good. The dev should include multiplayer, especially moving to PlayStation. Yeah, I mean, having multiplayer on CE would be a nice bonus, for sure. Again, when it comes to, like, adhering to people's expectations, like, when you get into the multiplayer discussion, it gets even trickier, right? Because this is Halo CE. It plays a very specific way. The Halo CE community that, you know, fell in love with this game expected to play a very specific way. So if you're going to take this and port it into modern day and give it multiplayer, then people will probably hope that it plays like the original as much as possible. But you include mechanics like sprint and, you know, kind of change up how the map design works or the gunplay works or the aim assist works. Like, you're going to, you know, probably run into a lot of criticism and challenge, as opposed to, like, just moving the franchise forward with a new Halo multiplayer that sort of encompasses everybody, you know? Like, just here's, if you want to play multiplayer, you go here. There's one hub. You don't just play the multiplayer associated with every individual Halo and continue to sparse out the community in the way that we've been doing up until this point. Like, we only have, you know, so many people who love Halo these days. I want to keep everybody in the same place, if possible. Oh, my God. Ruben, thank you, brother. Welcome back. I appreciate the, oh, Lady Mando with the gifted. Thank you, Lady Mando. Ruben, welcome back to the way. You can thank Mando. Thank you, Mando. So, yeah, well, I think a CE multiplayer would be nice. I understand why it might not be, like, coupled with the game. And if those resources that weren't spent there could be better spent in making the next multiplayer and moving the franchise forward, I would rather that than trying to rebuild a CE multiplayer when everybody's going to, you know, hope that it plays like CE. And it's definitely not. It's not gonna. You know, it's going to have modern aim assist mechanics and gunplay in a game that's way slower paced. You know, and then you got the sprint mechanic. People are going to have opinions about that. And as opposed to a blank slate, sort of, not really, but like when you make a new Halo game, they get some creative liberty where they can kind of go the direction they want with the multiplayer with less criticism and comparison. Is my assumption, but I really don't know. You know, it'd be nice to have as many features as possible. I don't think y'all realize how incredible the visuals are in Halo Campaign Evolved. This is one of the, if not the best looking FPS game I've seen. It's actually wild to experience it firsthand. My guy here is marveling over the visuals in Halo CE. It does actually look real nice. Shout out to Unreal Engine 5. I heard that, by the way, this game plays at 60 FPS on Series X because of Unreal Engine 5. Which, look, it's a campaign game, and we don't need to have buttery smooth frame rate for a campaign game necessarily, but you know, that's kind of a shame. Like, for me personally, I'm more a performance guy than a graphics guy. This looks beautiful, and the potential here is exciting, but I would want to be playing this on 120 FPS. I'm definitely going to play this on PC.
From every other game out right now. I mean, just seeing how the waves crash onto the beach right here and how the water is simulating waves and movement out in the distance, the reflection of the rock on the water, how it cascades over this little sandbar here. It's all incredibly, incredibly impressive, and it's basically indistinguishable from real life. And then as you run along the beach here, seeing the moist rocks and sand and how those are affected by the waves crashing up is incredible. You look into the distance, you see a bunch of water splashing up from the waves hitting the rocks. The detail in these cliffs, it's just really jaw-dropping to see it firsthand.
It is honestly really impressive. The water looks like drinkable, bro. Like, I low-key want to drink the water. Is that crazy? I think I'm crazy.
And then if you get down...
There's a lot of, like, little realism effects that like, I'm not really a graphics enthusiast, but I feel like by looking at this, I'm kind of becoming one. Like, really appreciating the realism of this and thinking about, like, how could this translate to the future Halo games, Halo's multiplayer. The more immersed we are, the more exciting the experience is. You know, the dopamine receptors firing up, whatever. Like,
it's in the rock.
It honestly is pretty cool. The waves crashing against the rocks and whatnot, and just the lighting and the details are way beyond anything we could have met. Like, these rocks look wet over here. You see that shit? Like even that, there's like a residue and like a wetness left behind. He said moist. He was right. I mean, it's kind of crazy.
The detail in these cliffs, it's just
Halo
really
Beach Party.
jaw-dropping to see it firsthand. And then if you get down to the enemies over here and you look closely at their armor, you'll see some incredible details and lighting and shadows. Even
bro still looks mangled though. Holy.
When zooming in, it loses no fidelity. The assets in this game are some of the best I've ever...
I mean, they only got so much to work with here, and like this tweet, it goes to show like what people care about in games. Like, we are a niche within a niche within a niche in the Halo community, all right? Lemon, Like, we care about performance and sweaty gameplay, but very few people in the broad, industry care about this. This has 2 million views and 13,000 likes. Like, people care about the realism and graphics, right? Like, this shit does numbers, and if it attracts more people to the game and gets them playing and talking about Halo, then that's a W for us. But, ultimately, we're here to, I want the frame rate, I want a, a responsive game, deep mechanics, competitive, good ranking system, etc. A B, what's up, man? Hey, Shyway, do you remember Dodge McFods? I made a video with, no sprint, no jump. He disappeared from YouTube. He posted his last video in 2024. Do you know what he's up to? Is he fine? I think he's okay. When I talked to Dodds, he makes great content, by the way. The challenge for Dodds was like, he was in a period where I believe he was in between jobs. He had had like a full-time thing, and he had like kind of pivoted away from it and had a lot of passion for Halo and decided he was going to dive into this Halo thing. And if he could make it work and financially sort of like support himself with it, then he would lean in. But in Halo, it's very difficult to support yourself financially with just YouTube content, right? So I think what might have happened is he got to a point where he felt like the effort he was putting in, he wasn't seeing enough of a return on, and then maybe pivoted back into whatever full-time work he was focused on, got himself a new job, and then maybe life went on. But that's just my assumption. I don't know, like I haven't checked in on him. I hope he's doing okay. He made great content, but yeah, it was always a matter of like, does this make sense for me financially? Like, he's got, a whole life he's trying to support, and that's tricky for me too, especially now for myself living alone. It's like, I'm fortunate that I've had the support that I've had from you guys streaming this game. It's hard for me to sit down and do like an in-depth analytical review of Halo and then maybe get like 8 to 10,000 views and $60 in the end. The hope is that I make the video and then it encourages you guys to continue to support me, and then I can continue to do more of what I already do. But it's tough to, fully focus on Halo and actually make money and maintain yourself in the space right now. But in the future, he set up a good foundation there. If he decides to come back to it, he seems to have like a skill set for it. So, when the next Halo comes out, if there's popularity around it, maybe he comes back. I don't know. That's just my assumption though. Maybe he has other reasons for pivoting away from Halo. But yeah, Dodds was very well liked, and I think his content was really tapped into the educational niche in the game that I think was he's kind of relatable, like I feel like a lot of the educators in the space, like any pros that try to make a video, it's hard for them to explain what it is they do and why they do it so efficiently, because it's just like natural, innate to them, and they're so like Lashot is so good at the game, it's hard to relate to Lashot, right? But somebody like Dodds was kind of like improving as he played and like talking himself through it. I think it made it easier for people who were also learning the game to feel like they connected with him and like we're on that level and this was achievable. So yeah, there's always a niche for it. Just hopefully it comes back when Halo gets popular again. Hopefully it gets popular again. It's got a lot of hopefuls. Battlefront 2 looks better than this? Okay, prove it. I don't think so. Pass this message to him. I've talked to him. I haven't talked to him in a while. I could maybe reach out. I don't know. He's one of the best gaming content creators there is. Damn. Okay. Well, glad he's very loved. That's good to hear, B. Thank you, man. It's Halo. Do we care about the quality of water? Something to keep in mind with the Halo franchise is it usually, or not, so initially Halo was like the marquee franchise of Xbox. It still sort of is, but it used to push innovation forward in the industry, right? Like Halo was the innovator, not just in gameplay, in like social offering with the multiplayer and its connectivity and whatnot. It had everything, right? It also had arguably the best graphics in the industry for what was available at the time. So I think leaning into this realism and the graphical fidelity of Halo is a W. It's a return to form in another area of the game where Halo used to individualize itself, I think, in the industry. So I'm down for Halo to be a graphical powerhouse again. Why not? As long as it doesn't take away from the gameplay experience, the content offering in the game, etc. It looks like they're leaning into the microtransaction stuff here too, which, look, they got to make their money and like continue to make money in the game. If people care about this stuff, they could buy it. Obviously, it's not necessary, but you can be like the original CE Spartan. They got some crazy shit here. Yeah, you used to have top-of-the-line graphics, and Gears was that too. So seeing what they did with Gears, like, I'm very impressed. They're leaning in every category on like the realism aspect and turning that Gears franchise into something that I think anybody would want to, experience and play. So, like, even if you've never played Gears, you probably watch that video and think like, damn, this is kind of cool. Moist, we're going to do some VOD review today. Viewer VOD review today, if you're down. Every game has microtransactions. This is just our reality. And to be honest, this is stuff like this is a positive if, like, as long as, again, there's a good product that launches that we purchase this game, right? I assume it's gonna cost a certain amount of money, right? So you buy it. As long as the game is the full worth of the value that you paid, everything else is just cherry on top. I'll take extra content, extra skins if I care to purchase it, you know, whatever makes the experience more personable and engaging, you know, it's fine. It doesn't matter. I want these game companies to get revenue for these games so they make more of them, you know. I just don't need to be the guy that buys. What the hell is this? Is that a Gundam? What are these armors? This guy looks huge. He's beefy. Mobile armor type 117 armor skin. What the fuck? That's a Gundam, bro. That's a Mark III? Why is he so thick? I guess we're not worried about like our hitbox and shit in this, right? I was going to do some VOD review for some viewers, I guess. And talk about CE. Lore stuff. Personally, you have graphics turned low. If I play the campaign, I would love for the graphics to be S tier again. Yeah, this is one thing that I don't like about the Xbox is like you pick the performance mode and they're like, performance mode is a locked 60 FPS. Like it's some achievement. But bro, we live in 2026. Like the more we can personalize the graphics, the better. So I'm hoping that the next Xbox is identical to a PC in a sense that you can tune every aspect of the graphic settings and lower what you want to lower. So if you want a specific performance level, then you can achieve it. You know, if I want 144 frames locked, I can achieve 144 or beyond just by turning the dials myself. I don't want to just select performance, select high fidelity, and then it does it all for me. Can't turn off the V-Sync, you know? Off to the gym. All right, War Turtle. Have a good workout. Yeah, huge body. People are excited about Halo. Xbox just revealed they're going to develop games faster for Halo moving forward. That's a massive W. I saw another article about that. I'll come back to this in a second, but or not like this right here. Culture Crave says Xbox is planning to move faster in developing games for their beloved franchises. This includes Halo, Fallout, and Elder Scrolls via the information. Most authoritative publication tech execs and founders read daily. So it seems like a reputable source that Xbox is focused on moving the franchise forward and releasing games more quickly. That right there is the biggest W for us that you could hope to see. You might not care about Halo CE, but if we can get, I mean, look, promises don't mean a lot, unfortunately, with everything we've been through in the Halo community. We've been promised co-op campaign split screen. You know, like there's been some stuff that's fallen apart, I think, historically. So you got to take everything with a grain of salt. But if they can, like the biggest thing that we suffer with in the Halo community is just a lack of supply for the demand. I think there are a lot of people that want to appreciate and enjoy Halo games. I just think that Halo can't offer the content and the product for us to engage with it, you know? Or if like a game launches and it's like not full fleshed out off the launch, they take forever to get it to the point where people want it to be, and we're kind of tired and we've moved on by then. So clearly there's like a lot of excitement being generated around, you know, graphics and little aspects of this campaign remake. As long as they can continue to release stuff and update the game in a timely fashion, I think Halo's going to be okay. But the continued focus on Halo and the money that they're putting into it, and the fact that Xbox sees this as like a beloved franchise that's worthy of that type of financial support and investment, I think that's big for us, right? Halo's not going anywhere, at least not yet. So, you know, if you're concerned about Halo and where it's headed, it looks like we're going to get more games. We're going to get high quality experiences. I think Gears is a good indication of that too. Like Gears is even farther down the trench than Halo is. Gears has been struggling. There's been like practically no community, no esport, anything, right? And now look at the love they're pouring into that game and kind of bringing it, you know, back from the ground up. Pretty excited about Gears, and it makes me think that they're going to put, you know, the same type of effort and attention into Halo. Apparently, there's a possibility that Xbox might be an independent company. Could be good for Halo. How would that work? All right, hold on. Microsoft opens a new tab. Wait, what? is considering options for its Xbox gaming unit, including a potential spin-off or restructuring as a wholly owned subsidiary. The information reported on Friday, citing 3 people with direct knowledge of the discussions. I think that is a big deal too, right? Like you look at Sony, you look at Nintendo, you got 2 companies basically wholly focused on their gaming offering, right? Like their PlayStation and Nintendo products that they're creating. Xbox is subsidiary of Microsoft, the larger conglomerate that's got, very different sort of goals for the industry overall. And there's so many different, it seems like, chains of command and communication channels that every decision needs to run through before movements take place at Xbox. If Xbox was separate from Microsoft and just focused on gaming and doing the best they could in that industry, then I think Xbox would own a larger share of, interest in the industry right now. So that sounds like a W. If that actually happens, we need Xbox to separate itself from Microsoft and all the bureaucracy that's kind of surrounding that, and just have them focus on making, good games for gamers and everything gaming related, with no worry about all the other initiatives that Microsoft, the company, is working on. But who knows? Direct copy paste from the article. Cool. I mean, that sounds positive, man. This all sounds positive. We just got to see, movement. Got to see more movement. Okay, the new Xbox sees to do whatever she wants. Make it's her own company. Asha seems to be very invested in like reviving the Xbox brand, which is respectable. I wasn't sure what to expect with her coming over as CEO, but she's, definitely like leaning in, locked in to like bringing Xbox back. And there's a lot of conversation about like pulling Halo from PlayStation, or like pulling all these games that might have eventually gone to PlayStation, leaving them on Xbox, bolstering the quality of their exclusives, and really becoming like a competitive force in the gaming industry, rather than just like kind of just like selling out and not really being a console anymore, and just throwing all their content on different consoles and whatnot. I'm cool with this route if the result is better Halo games, more Halo games, better content, whatever. Like that's a W for us. So at first I'm thinking like, this is concerning. I want the most people to play Halo. Throw it out to everybody. Just get it accessible. But coming back and putting more resources into the game and trying to make it competitive with Sony and Nintendo, like maybe that helps us a lot. Honestly, I feel like Xbox has been in a downward spiral for a long time, and this could be, we could be moving upwards for once. Maybe I got to be an Xbox fanboy again. It's been like 10 years since I feel like I've been like an Xbox fan. I feel like I kind of just gave up on the console wars. Thought of it like that, selling out. Like, yeah, it's kind of like shit. Xbox is failing in the gaming industry, because that's how it's looked. Like they get sold out like 7-1 to PlayStation. Nintendo and PlayStation own a much larger share of the marketplace. And I'm thinking like, okay, it's not getting better, so just put Halo on PlayStation so more people play it. But if they can actually find a way to turn the ship around and bring more enthusiasm around Xbox, the brand, and get people buying Xboxes, then, cool. As long as it's on PC as well, even though I know that might, disincentivize the competition and like people buying Xbox. I'm very much invested in PC at this point. So this is Real Life Spartan, who's talking about more just, I guess, graphics and realism in the CE remake. The snow melts behind the ghost, apparently.
I have a vision for this, okay?
He's drawing something.
I do have a vision. Also, how incredibly cool is that? Marine's toes, you may want to move. Okay, here's my vision, all right? You ready for it? All right, there's that one. And then we come over here.
Right.
Up we go. That is so cool. And then we quickly skip over here, slow down. Okay.
One of those attention to details you'd hope we get a fraction of. And
go diagonal.
Wait,
most of you probably know where I'm going with this.
I'd hope we get a fraction of the Gears is seeing. I feel like it is. Yeah, I guess. I mean, obviously I'm not super enthusiastic about features like this. This is cool, but like I'm not like, oh my God, I need to buy the game. It's so realistic. But yeah, like these are the types of things that,
the exhaust trails are literally melting the snow. What a
requires
awesome,
a certain attention to detail and passion to
subtle yet awesome attention to detail.
Yeah.
And there you have it. I
do something
went
like
for
this.
the 117. I feel like we did pretty solid there. What the?
It's pretty good.
All right, well, anyway, can't wait to do more shenanigans with the ghost trails. Such a cool little tidbit, though, for those out there curious.
Pretty dope, man. This new engine is promising, right? Like, there's been a lot of like questions, I think, about porting Halo over to Unreal and if it's going to feel like Halo, you know, and if it's maybe the right direction for the franchise. It seems like everything is positive right now. The biggest question for me is like, how quickly are they going to be able to roll out content now? Like, that's the biggest area that we've been struggling. Moving away from slip space, huge W. That wasn't working. Unreal Engine, the graphics, the realism's crazy. Seems like the game still feels like Halo based off of what I'm seeing from people's content. So we haven't lost anything yet. Like, once we get into multiplayer and I really try to break the game and find all the sort of movement exploits and stuff like that, I guess I'll know like what's still possible, you know? That might be a thing of the past, but we'll see. Can we talk about the announcement of spinning out Xbox? Do you have a link to what you're referring to, Evan? I feel like we might have sort of touched on it, but what do you mean exactly? Can you, if you got like a link, that would be cool. So there's a criticism of CE here where it says it's absolutely crazy that at the end of the mission, the lighting conditions completely change between the cutscene and the gameplay. It gets so dark out of nowhere that Chief even has his flashlight on in the cutscene. What are we even doing? What are we even doing? Why is everything so like inflammatory on Twitter? You know, it's like, oh my God, the lighting in the cutscene in the game is different. Like, this is fucking ridiculous. I'm not buying this game. Like, why are we so pissed, right? Like, okay, that sucks, but whatever. Fake news. So what, it's darker in the cutscene. Okay. Damn, you know. My bad. Bungie Halo never had this issue because every cutscene was rendered in-engine. It's had some funny jank to it, namely the ability for Chief to die during the Halo CE cutscenes. This is a cool tidbit of info, I will say. Like, because they had it in-engine, you could do stuff in the cutscenes. But, like, look, I don't know. Maybe there's, like, an inconsistency concern here, but it's not, like, a big deal by any means. But this is pretty neat. Because of the way that the cutscenes were rendered in-engine, you could, like, he's flying a Banshee into the area, and then you'll see. Fair enough, man. People want it to be dark and gritty and like horrific in a way, right? Because you got the flood, you got mature elements and themes and whatnot in the game. They really want to see that realized. So I get it.
This is it. Halo's control center.
So you get splattered by the Banshee, but does the... Oh, whoa. There's another one that's driving away. How does that work? Or is that just already there? I don't know. So what happens? When you die, does the cutscene play out with the voice lines as if you're alive, but you're just dead? Anyway, interesting. When will I switch from Twitter to X? What do you mean? They're the same thing. Twitter to X? Like calling it X? I don't know, bro. You want me to call it X? Never. You look at the graphics. We see that? Seen that? Separating Xbox from Microsoft to be standalone. Yes, we talked about that. I don't know if it's Donnie's saying it's fake news. Is that the fake news? Yeah, I talked about it briefly. It sounds like a good idea. Like, if something like that was to happen, then I think it might help Xbox as like an organization move quicker to follow up on just trends in the industry and just put all their focus and energy specifically in games, which is what matters, right? Being attached to Microsoft, I think, makes things complicated, especially when you compare them to their competition, Nintendo and Sony, who are pretty much entirely focused on being a gaming company, right? So yeah, if they can kind of have Microsoft or Xbox be its own separate organization, or at least operate in that way, then I think decisions and you know, just the general flow of operations will be better. I assume. I don't know what it's like over there, you know, like I don't know what goes on over there. I'm a resident Halo Sprint hater #1. I know they'll never remove it, obviously. However, getting taken out of Sprint if you take damage is a compromise I actually really like. You can't just sprint away if you're actively getting shot. No get out of jail free get out of jail free card. Jeez, keep this, please.
Back in October.
So they made a change to the sprint in the CE campaign remake where you get knocked out when you get shot.
You really could just sprint through every part of the game on like normal or even heroic difficulty and just run past everything, which kind of ruins the threat of every encounter you really get into the game. But I did notice that they actually made a big change with this game where if you're taking damage, you're actually taking out of sprint to give it a nerf. So you can't just run past everything. Adding sprint in the first iteration.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Is it instant? Hold on.
Damage, you're actually taking out of sprint to give it.
Wow, you just get popped out. Like one bullet hits you and you get popped out of sprint completely. Wow.
To give it a nerf. Sprint to give it.
Is he full sprint speed though when he does this?
Taking out of sprint.
It looks like he must be, right? That's pretty crazy. I mean, there aren't too many scenarios where you're going to be like sprinting directly into oncoming fire or like turning and sprinting directly away. At least that's not how Halo's supposed to be played. Like if you're a competent Halo player, you're going to shoot your way in and shoot your way out of gunfights most of the time. Sprinting is just kind of to get you from point A to point B, or you might do a sprint jump for quick momentum like in between encounters, but ultimately you're keeping your gun raised, you're shooting, you're interacting, you're not just running through oncoming fire or turning and hightailing directly away from oncoming fire. You're shooting your way out, you're navigating combat like with your gun ready. That's how any experienced Halo player is going to play the game. This is different than Halo 5. Halo 5, like, you would get knocked out of sprint, but only in the ramp up period when you started sprinting. Halo 5 had, like, you didn't instantly hit full speed. You would sort of get to full speed in about, like, a second or a second and a half. And during that period where you're getting to full speed, if you got shot, you get knocked out of it. But once you lock into full speed, if you take damage, I don't think you got knocked out of it anymore. There might have been a bit of a slowdown effect, but you don't actually get knocked out of the sprint itself. I disagree. One plasma blast stopping Master Chief from sprinting is crazy. I think it is a little silly that if you're like in full sprint speed and you get hit by one stray bullet, it's going to take you out of sprint entirely. Like I think that might be like a little too much personally, but at the same time, like, can't I just re-sprint again? Is it going to change that much of my ability to move, right? And then again, I can't think of too many scenarios where unless I guess I'm speed running the game and I'm specifically trying to like avoid gunfights and just dodge and run from shit, where I'd just be running,
Damage, you're actually taking out.
So we'll see how it works in the context of like speed running. But yeah, like, I don't know, would this type of feature make sense in future multiplayer games? Like you think of sprint strafing, for example, in Infinite. Like, let's say that you're like sprint strafing and you get shot in the middle of a sprint strafe and it just kind of knocks you out of the sprint while you're like just starting up the sprint. Like, I feel like in multiplayer context, it could be kind of annoying to just be like ejected from sprint with a single bullet shot at you, right? Like, there might be a lot of scenarios where like you're kind of using sprint for a very brief period, like in the middle of combat, and the game's just not allowing you to take advantage of, the advantages that come with the momentum that comes from sprint, right? So it's like, I think some nerfs can be effective, to balance things, as long as the sprint itself has usefulness in gunplay, in encounters and whatnot. I'm okay with it, but I guess we'll see. This is campaign, doesn't really matter. And I think people are also very like frightened about this idea of being able to sprint through encounters. Like, you play the game on Legendary and you just can sprint and you're just not going to die. But like, this guy did a pretty good job of showcasing the fact that you can run through combat encounters without sprint as well, right? And he did it on Heroic, apparently, too. No sprint negatively impacts the gameplay, as you can just run past enemy encounters like a retard. Okay. So he's going to run past the encounters in Halo CE 2001 version, I guess. So it's like, God, it's slow. Is this how slow it really is? He's like slow walking. Is this how? This is not how slow it is. There's no way it's this slow. He's going even slower than usual. And I assume this is like normal difficulty or something. This is insanely slow. Is that Roblox? Right? He made it. GG. And then I guess he did it again in Heroic or whatever. Is that really how slow it was, though? Holy crap, right? Is it like FOV? Maybe it's the FOV. It looks very slow. I think it's good for the game. Noobs are going to play without sprint, and sprint is harmful to combat flow and the player behavior when environments were designed to not have it, not for multiplayer. How is it harmful exactly? Harmful to the gameplay? I feel like it just complements the gameplay. Like, I don't know. We're at a point where, like, you know, there's balancing mechanics to try to prevent people from potentially abusing it in some way, but it's not like you're just like zipping from one end of the map to the other. You still need the vehicles. You still need to be strategic in how you approach your gameplay encounters. Yeah, I don't know. And again, it's like you're not sprinting and shooting at the same time. You're using sprint to kind of get you, like Reclaimer here is like, you know, using it for brief periods in between shots to kind of reposition himself.
Come on, bit. Oh my god, it's definitely not a one hit! It is definitely not a one hit like it used to be.
With it being a campaign game, I'm totally fine with it being popped out while sprinting.
Oh, he actually smushed me.
Any MP Halo needs to keep the infinite dynamics. Peeps don't understand that infinite mechanics are truly beautiful. Feels buttery smooth every time I play. I do love playing Infinite, but it's also one of those games that don't feel like the smoothest to a first timer. Like Halo's one of those games, at least Infinite and like 5, where you play the game and it feels kind of like a slower paced game. Like sprinting is very slow in Infinite, right? But it acts instantly and you hit the max speed instantly, so you can slide instantly too. And that completely changes the way the game's played. And then you add like the G sliding and whatnot, and a good player and an average player, they look like two fundamentally different. They probably play in two different video games, right? The difference is so like jarring. Like it's, you know, that's what's satisfying for those who dedicate the time to it. But it's not always intuitive for everybody. It's hard to find a sweet spot. And I've gotten so accustomed to trying not to get too attached to every Halo's gameplay experience, because every Halo is different and operates in a completely unique way. So it's like, well, I would love to see Infinite's mechanics and G-sliding and whatnot carry over. I'm braced. I've already braced myself, anticipating things to all change, just flip upside down. Like, who knows, man? Like, Halo 5 and Infinite are very different. They have the same sort of bones, but they're still very different. Halo Infinite's probably going to be very different than what comes after it. You know, I'm just hoping that it has skill expression and it's, you know, it feels like, you know, there's a big difference, I guess, between the guy that puts a lot of time and energy into improving and somebody that doesn't, you know? They fucked with the pistol? How so exactly? The pistol's got bloom when you shoot it, like very noticeable bloom. But Eli, the ninja, came in my chat the other day, and he told me that bloom has always been a feature of the CE pistol. It just wasn't reflected on the reticle. Like every shot apparently has like a randomness within the large like circle reticle for the CE pistol. But now when you shoot the CE Magnum, there is like noticeable bloom between shots. If you spam it, you can see the crosshair like get larger, right? And when he runs too, obviously, but yeah, I don't really know. And these are all little things that like people aren't really going to care about this in campaign. When we get into multiplayer, they're going to hyper analyze the bloom, the balancing mechanics of every single weapon, you know, whether or not it's comparable to CE or it works or whatever. You know, it's like you enter a whole new battlefield when you try to make this a competitive multiplayer experience or even social multiplayer. This game is always going to have a competitiveness to it, you know, even in social. Elizabeth Van Wyck is COO of Halo, and Pierre Heinz is CEO of Halo Studios. Both make around 300 to 600K a year. Damn. Wait, what about that though? Need someone to mod PvP into this game. Yeah, there's a realistic possibility that somebody like on PC or whatever could create like a PvP mod or something. But then how would you play on like maps? You'd have to like in campaign, you'd have to multiplayer play. I don't know how you do it. It sounds complicated. Because there's not like any sort of map, you know, custom game or anything available outside the campaign. You'd be creating that experience from the ground up, or you'd be like siphoning off campaign areas and turning them into multiplayer, like battlegrounds, I guess. I don't know. What's up, Typho? How we doing? Tyflo? Mechanically, it doesn't look interesting enough for an MP. for people like us that are, you know, pretty used to Infinite and the mechanics in that game, it is hard to go back and say like, okay, this is going to really hold my attention and be an engaging experience. Like, keep in mind, aim assist and gun mechanics have like changed a lot. It's a lot easier, I would think, to just like aim and shoot your weapon in this Halo than it probably was in the original CE on like a CRT television. So, you know, we're going to be snapping shots on players, no problem. And there's not a lot outside of that to like, you know, add dynamic to the gameplay and make it really engaging, I think, multiplayer wise. I don't know. I feel like I wouldn't be a huge fan of it. I'd rather they move forward and they try to, you know, make a brand new multiplayer experience. They make too much for their performance? No comment, Final Boss. I don't know, bro. I can't speak on that. You know, it's like I don't know who's responsible for what specifically, what inhibits their progress, like how this Xbox works as a subsidiary of Microsoft, being attached to Microsoft. Like, I don't know anything about anything. So I'm not going to say that, like, these freaking employees, they get paid too much, they don't do their job. You're like, I don't know, bro. I really don't know. I just want more Halo content, more Halo games, and I hope that they're well received. And, you know, they do right by us fans. And, you know, Halo just is back, baby. That's all I want. Attacker, how we doing? Welcome, brother. Holy shit, bro. Halo fans are miserable. The game looks great. Stop complaining and be happy. We're getting something. The we're getting something argument is kind of a weak one. I'm not a huge fan of that. Like, I do think that Halo fans are kind of miserable. Like, there's so many people that are so critical of every aspect to the game. Like, there's no gameplay loom shown here. A compilation of terrible weapon animations they make. Like, people are really critical on the internet. That's normal. But the at least we're getting something mindset. Like, okay, come on, you know, like Halo is such a exceptional franchise. Like, there should be more available for people to consume with Halo, right? Like, you look at other comparable franchises like Call of Duty. Shit comes out every year. Like, I'm not going to hold on to the mentality that at least we're getting something. Like, come on, please. More Halo content, please. PlayStation's getting something? I mean, we're all getting the same product. But yeah, for PlayStation, you got a lot of first-timers or like old Xbox fans that haven't touched the console in a long time, haven't played Halo in a long time. At least we're getting something sounds kind of pathetic. It's like, I'll take anything. I don't care what it is. I'm so starved. Anyway. Releasing a public demo of Halo Campaign Evolved would be incredible. I agree. Wholeheartedly. I will say, I'm getting, like, I feel like I'm like a cat looking out the window at the other cats, and they're all playing and having fun. Is that an analogy for anything? I just feel like I'm through, like, the looking glass here, and I see what feels like every other Halo content creator playing the game early. And, you know, obviously we give a lot of time and attention to this franchise. I love Halo. You know, it'd be cool to play the game. I know I'm not a campaign guy, so it might not be my specialty, but I definitely would appreciate a public demo. It'd be cool if everybody could kind of experiment with this now that all the content is just coming out. Everybody's running, you know, Let's Plays already. Getting Halo Infinite nukes so they can sell it to PlayStation. Lemon, relax. I heard that, isn't Asha trying to, like, remove it from PlayStation now after the fact, but it's too late? Like, they're pulling it from, like, they pulled the trailer from some sort of reveal or something like that? Very 50-50 on the new game. The animations are hit or miss. I mean, its bones is still Halo CE, right? So I feel like that's the area where we're going to see limitation. There's a stiffness to it with the animations, just the general gameplay. That's sort of a product of them just kind of, I don't know if they're like reskinning CE, but they're sort of building it from the ground up, right? But like trying to remake the CE experience in the way that we know it. Inevitably, the animations and there's going to be like a stiffness to it. It's 2001 game, right? Like, I don't think that the intention was to go full-fledged, like, here's a modern Halo game that's played in the Halo CE world. I think they're still trying to keep it CE gameplay-wise, you know, like, attach it to the gameplay in some way. So that's why the animations kind of look the way they do, and the gameplay is kind of like blocky in a sense. Like, I can understand and empathize with it, but I also get why things are the way they are, right? Let's go, goofball. Thank you, brother. My bad. I got the alerts down low, but thank you, man, for the 4-month resub. Welcome back. How you doing, goofball? Welcome. And Xperia also said there was no offset modifier for the weapons. That's unfortunate too. Yeah, there should be FOV and offset flexibility. Maybe the full launch will give you that flexibility. I don't know, but I'd like to be able to change my weapon offsets, my FOV. These are like modern features that you would just expect to see from the game, right? I assume there's got to be an FOV one. Campaign Evolved runs at a locked 60 FPS in Series X in performance mode. Uses hardware ray tracing and UE5 Lumen while running at 1080p. If I'm a Series X guy, like I would want to play this game in 120 FPS, considering all other Halo games are 120 FPS in performance mode. So a bit of an L here. Like anybody playing on performance mode is concerned with performance and not so much UE5 Lumen. But hey, yeah, this guy says performance mode is 60, not 120. And then people are like, shut up, it's a campaign game. Single player game, UE5, you will be okay. You'll be okay on 60, bro. Like, deal with it. Bro, it's hard to stay on Twitter, X, for more than like half an hour and not feel the negative energy and have it like kind of ruin your day. Because I read through these comments and it just feels like everybody's sour, you know, like heated about something. Information: Microsoft has considered spinning out Xbox plans new Halo Fallout games as Microsoft gets ready to overhaul its struggling Xbox gaming unit. It hasn't ruled out spinning out or restructuring the unit as wholly owned subsidiary, which could make it easier to sell or create a joint venture with other partners, according to 3 people with direct knowledge of the discussions. Oh, that's the reason why. Easier to sell or creating a joint venture with other partners. So like the idea of like completely separating it from Microsoft, selling it off to an entire, you know what I mean? Which honestly, Halo or Xbox fans might appreciate. Because again, it just seems like being attached to Microsoft, even though there's like this limitless money glitch that comes with being attached to Microsoft, it's difficult, it seems, for this organization to act quickly and to actually respond to the needs of the gamers, the audience that they're making content and games for. X is full of rage bait. Yeah. Honestly, I'll likely succeed in any title. Thank you, Final Boss. Love Halo, but I'll stick around wherever you go, champ. Yeah, I was honestly talking to my mom a little bit about it this morning. She said, like, maybe it's a sign that you should do something else, you know? Like, Halo Infinite's kind of dead. It's been the conversation for a long time. And I'm stubborn. I keep digging my heels in, right? And I really want to... I love Halo. I want to do what I love. I want to have positive relationships with people in this space, too. Like, contribute in the best way that I can. We might be doing Gamers Outreach again, by the way. So I'm hoping we, like, somehow make it even bigger impact. That should hopefully allow me to attend Halo Fest, by the way, because I didn't buy a ticket, but I'm gonna see if I can finesse my way over there to stream for charity. Not over till it's over. Yeah, I mean, I'm doing what I can, but you look out, you see so many other successful games and think like, shit, you know, are our efforts misplaced? Could I have a lot more success elsewhere? But again, it's like I don't love shit like I love Halo. It's a must-play for me. Haven't been this excited about Halo in a while, but man, this looks incredible. It's interesting how just the water effects makes it a must-play for a lot of people, but you know, you go, King, by all means. How you fun about Halo? It's just good to see some positive sentiment around the game. The third-person stuff is pretty cool, too. Obviously, this is just a skull, right? Like, people, I think, are expecting it to maybe play or feel a certain way because it's third-person, but these are just, like, little bonus features that come with adding skulls to the game. There's, like, 42 skulls in the game, right? It's a step in the right direction. I'm going to operate with that I need to see it to believe it mentality with what's coming after this. If they're going to make more Halo on a quicker, basis, whatever, that's a huge W for us. We just need to see more Halo more quickly. This is scarring. My apologies. If, no, it's scarring. I don't know. That's just funny. And the Xperia is Cortana. But anyway. I think that kind of covers everything that I wanted to touch on. They're hit or miss. Yeah, the animations. Thank you, Viltrumine. Much love, man. Halo being treated like a broke indie game. Really? What do you mean? No, I think that there seems to be a lot of promise that there will be large-scale investment into Halo. That Halo is like a very important brand to Xbox. And they're going to do what they can to give us more Halo content more quickly. and really just up the ante. You know, is like these are the types of promises I guess I'm seeing on Twitter. But we don't know till we see it, right? CDL is boring, and they're popping off despite the negative reviews on Black Ops 7. I don't know. I mean, to each their own. Like, people seem to be having fun with COD. I wasn't able to find the same love for it that I'd hoped to. Gears of War sparked something in me, man, for sure. Like, the new Gears game. Watching the reveal definitely got me excited about Gears. Gears isn't as popular as Halo, so that's kind of worrisome, but we'll keep tabs. We'll see where Halo is by the time Gears comes out and whether or not it makes sense to, like, make some Gears content. But if I realistically switch somewhere, maybe Gears. Got all the Halo games, never played the series before, but sadly it says I need Ultimate subscription to play it. Rip all my games on disc I play on Series S. Wait, so you can't even play on your disc without Ultimate? What do you mean? Like, to play multiplayer? You can't play multiplayer without the Xbox online whatever subscription you have to pay. But if you want to play campaign, that should be accessible. It's unfortunate, but yeah, everything is paywalled. Cookie. You can't play campaign? I don't know. I wouldn't be able to help you. Maybe chat can. Bro's got the discs and he can't play. Game is one of the projects they're working on. Hopefully their other projects are more effort. I mean, I think the amount of effort sort of expected for this is there. As far as I can tell. I didn't really expect them to completely rework all the animations and play a game that, like, is a modern Halo in CE's world. I thought it was just like, it's like a remake of CE with some extra attention to detail and some love kind of poured into it. But ultimately it plays like CE. The animations, the sort of overall experience is a carbon copy of what you'd expect in CE with a fresh coat of paint and sort of like modern feel to it. Kind of like what they're doing with Star Fox on Nintendo or Ocarina of Time that's on the way, right? So I think we got what we expected, plus some extra missions. On to the next one, right? Hopefully the next Halo multiplayer. Chat, I'm on a coaching account right now, and I'm down to do some VOD review if you guys think that's a good idea. I'm open to ideas today. Honestly, I was thinking maybe I could review anybody ranked, I mean, any rank, but up to like Onyx 1600 maybe. Feel like I might be able to provide helpful insight. Anything 1600 below? W Spartan update. Let's go, Robusto. What do we think? What do y'all want from me? Get a pro in my lobby? What, to play matchmaking? Seeing as you were the first one to drop a gamer tag, I'll take a look at one of your games. Try, let's start there, brother. Might have to scroll a small amount to find 2 ranked games, though. You're Diamond 1, please. Okay. Working till midnight West Coast. Just spectating. All good, Flex. Do me, do me, do me. Well, let's start with Redemption, yeah? You're at work. Okay. Review a CTF on Aqua. Sure, Barbosa. I'm down. No problem. If I can find your name gamer tag. Are you online right now? Do you have any preference for what game I choose? That one went well for you. I mean, yes, step one to getting good at ranked arena would be to play a lot of it, I guess, right? Because I'm seeing a lot of other game types in here. Slayer Fiesta. What's up, Rod? This is Zoic! Yo, how many? My God. 20 gifted? 20 gifted subs at a Mesozoic. What an absolute go. Yo, bro, thank you so much. Holy shit. Damn good Halo. My goodness. Yo, go. Much love, man. Mesozoic. Holy shit, bro. Thank you. I haven't seen that many subs in a while, man. Thank you so much. Live Kids show. Halcyon B as a B Hope. VTTW. Inferno. Christian Hill. Dime Soto. Mattias. Collect. Let's go. Pichu. King Razor. Don. Moist. El Custard. Anointed Mar. Zix. Quimera. Blastbeat, Lotion, Arbetter, welcome. Holy. It worked. Oh, right. You couldn't do it earlier, right? Let's freaking go, Mesozoic. Thank you for the 20 gifted. You freaking go, man. Did you get the, you didn't get the controller yet, did you? I sent out the tracker links and whatnot. Mine's coming in. I think it's in Toronto now. It just made it to Toronto. That's Bub's cousin, by the way. Okay, cool. Welcome. Welcome, new subs. You can thank Mesozoic. W Mesozoic. Let's go. Just flip that M upside down, baby. Not yet. Okay, all good, man. I really appreciate you. No preference, by the way. Okay, cool. Damn. What are we at? 1265. We got to up it, man. Holy shit. Thank you, man. It's been tough without, like, stuff happening in the competitive scene right now with scrims and tournaments and whatnot to keep people enthusiastic, but that's crazy. Wait, so this entire game played out as a 2-1. How about this? I like this idea. Live fire oddball. I like live fire oddball. You guys lost it. You went 17-22. Not amazing. Not the worst game. You said you're Diamond 1, right? All right, first thing I'm going to do, chat, is I'm going to move the kill feed over to Tryon's gamertag, which is a bit of a process. Only one person in the lobby gets the kill feed at a time, so it's on screen. Once it's on screen, I can move it one time to one other person, and then I'm going to wait for it to come on screen again. I fast forward till it ends up on screen, tap one time, on screen, tap again. Only one person can have it in the lobby. Oops, again. Here, now he has it. Then we go back to the beginning, and now we're going to start the game with him with the kill feed. If at any point I pivot to another gamer tag while the kill feed is on screen, I'm going to move that kill feed over to that other gamer tag. And there's some bugs and stuff in theater that make it kind of annoying, so it's just something you want to be wary of. But yeah, hopefully that helps if you're trying to do VOD review. Viewer, VOD review. Yes, Rod. Much love, man. This is what I'm here for. I found Shy looking for VOD review on YouTube, and I've been watching ever since. Let's go. Well, hopefully I'm as insightful here as I am in, like, the buttoned-up YouTube videos, you know? But thank you, man. Darn good. Hey, I'll take it. Looking for an intentional opening strat, and I'm wondering where our reticle is off the opening here. We put the controller down. We stopped playing. All right, this is chalk. Of all places to put the controller down, right in the way of oncoming fire is not my recommendation, but sure. All right, good strat. That was a distraction, and your team will clean up the remaining players, hopefully. Hey, Rad, let's go. Thank you, man. Like the YouTube. Thank you, bro. On A-plat is crazy. Should have just not even picked up the controller at all. And honestly, a late open strat is sometimes like a mind game, right? You put the controller down, you join the game late, and you're like, oh shit, all the action's in front of me. I got free kills. So next time, just don't even pick up the controller. All right, with G-slide into G-slide. He knows how to move. Timing is everything. We got one isolated pick. Nice. Teammate behind us died. Playing for repulse and oddball. Bringing it to teammate. Cool. Okay. Ooh, scary back down direction. Distracted by your mom. Fair enough. Mothers be doing that sometimes. A lot happening here. when they blamed you in the end. Okay. I'm going to be like super redundant with this. Every time we spawn, there needs to be a check of just like, you need to get info on where your team is and what that tells you about the state of the game as you spawn. Also, kill feed while you're dead, right? You got your exclusive camera that only you can see. I don't take advantage of my death cam as much as I should, but you can see 2 players from this position in your death cam, which is good info for you off your spawn to know where players are. Teammate dead on the feed. You got one across the map with an exclamation point. That's an indication that he's either shooting or getting shot at across the map in A. You got another teammate on your right at nest. These are things to be thinking about before you get into the action. They're both in gunfights. There's targets at A plat. There's somebody out in B. And the moment I spawn, I'm already aware of this. So when you G-slide over here, I'd be thinking about that teammate on nest and the fact that he is one shot and running away from somebody, right? There's probably somebody in nest. Instead of just like sliding out to the open platform, I'd probably like slide with a tighter angle this way, position myself behind the box. And then from here, I've got the option to pick up off all this info and help my team. You end up tunneling in on this player here when here's your first kill opportunity, right? So it's like, this ended up working out for you, and that's great. But first, I want you to be thinking about what your team is doing and playing up off that info you have. Bank nade nest when this guy's backing down and keep your teammates alive instead of taking this one isolated fight right away. I think that might be like a more systematic approach. Because like what might end up happening is you end up diving and taking this fight, and this guy who cleaned up your teammate, if he does clean him up, has the opportunity to turn and double you, and then this whole play falls apart. So just the lack of like there's a steps to this that you're kind of skipping, but it worked out well here, basically. But see how like this is happening behind you and we're just not quite clocking it? This could be like 2 kills for you, potentially, or a more efficient play. So teammates behind you end up dying. We're now solo bottom mid.
Active ammo available.
What's the new CE remake info? We just spent like half an hour talking through it shirtless. If you don't mind going back on the YouTube, you might see just the conversation that we had. It's just that there's a promise apparently from Xbox to make more Halos more quickly is the most interesting news, I'll say. And then we were just looking at people's hot takes on Twitter and just kind of following the discourse about that. Typically don't recommend playing oddball well you don't have numbers, but in this situation I don't hate it, especially if you're going to throw it and bait it. You bring it towards your team who's still alive. I like that. And then toss repulse is a good idea, but just keep in mind, like, because if we're paying attention to kill feed here and we see our team die, this is why we want the kill feed on screen, see our team die behind us, we should know that we're in a numbers disadvantage. There's only 2 of us alive, and Tesco here is the only teammate you have alive. You got Camo coming up here as well. Low key, though, you could actually just play up and contribute to Camo and ignore the ball completely. I'm just recognizing this now that we missed an opportunity to maybe play up on Camo. There's some unknowns here, like you could be in the middle of a pinch, but if you do get involved with your teammate's location, you might actually be able to stop the Camo in its tracks and flank it. This would have been a good opportunity.
Active ammo available.
But yeah, we know that there's only 2 of us up right now. Teammate 5-1. And because of his location and the fact that he's in gunfights and Camo's literally just spawning, like this whole area is unsafe space. It's something we want to be thinking in the back of our mind. So when you throw this ball out, I wouldn't recommend running all the way to screen. I would just toss it from here at the key door and then sit at the key door and bait a play while you have safety. Instead, we sort of like run out and we put ourselves in the open and take a lot of free damage. This could have gone real south real quickly, and we find ourselves kind of running and backing out. But if instead we're like chilling here, working off of our teammate, kind of bait and switch from the key door, ready for gunfights before we take free damage, then by the time our team comes back to assist us in A, this becomes a team fight we can actually win. Instead, we're kind of running while the fight's happening. And it's something you really want to be aware of in Arena is like, while the fights are happening, your team is engaged, you want to be there. You want to be a gun in the fight and contributing, because if you miss the window and you're running while your team is fighting, then by the time you come back, your team might be dead and now you're solo. So there's a lot of important timings we want to be just aware of and taking advantage of here, even though you're one shot and there are some vulnerable angles behind you, like dummy door where you could get shot from. Like I kind of want you in this fight and working with your team to win this team fight, and we miss this fight. So by the time you come through here, I don't know, your team might be dead. They might win it, but these are just all question marks that we're allowing because we're not participating in this. So one of our teammates died. We're throwing a nade out. We're not really, like, you know, actively picking up off this info yet. Cool. Sounds good, Evan. And then we come back, and we're not quite in the advantage that we might have had beforehand, right? So now they have sniper and flexibility. Your team is 2 dead. Your one teammate who was with you is pivoting off 1 shot, and now you're actually alone, right? So big part of the reason why you died is just the timing of the encounter. We came out too exposed instead of like catching the info that we have from our teammate who is fighting Turbine and just staying at key door and baiting and using our shields in our fight here, right? And then we left when the engagement was happening with our team, and now we're back when the engagement's no longer happening. So We're solo for like a 3v1 with a guy with a sniper. And he kills us off peek. When you see the snipe, you got to jiggle peek and really just bait, right? If you could put yourself into small door here, that'd be a better positioning. As you see your teammates die, you want to put yourself farther back where you got more options to live. Or the nest call out. Yeah, I mean, you don't need the call out though. Like, obviously, we don't know whether he's calming, whether he's got teammates that he's playing with in the lobby. The game's giving you the info that you need to know that somebody could be nest without the call out. You see your teammate running from nest, like in his position, what angle could anybody possibly have to make this guy one shot? He's got to be behind them somewhere, right? So it's like these types of cues is the game giving you the info you need to know that there's probably somebody hitting out. Like, I would just lead with a pre-nade, and then you can peek this, but at least you have a contingency plan by throwing a nade, you know, to like kind of cut off that angle. I see there needs to be a thought process of like, oh, there could be somebody here, instead of a beeline directly for the gunfight in the center of it, right? So that's more what I'm looking for is like, is this guy actively thinking about the fact that there could be somebody in nest and addressing it in some way as he pushes up, or is he just kind of going straight into the fight, not fully paying attention to these team cues? Anyway, we could spend a lot of time with this. I'm going to limit myself to like 15, maybe 20 minutes per, even though I know we're not going to get through a ton of it. Hopefully, it's just engaging discussion for you guys. Got you, Dantero. I'll see what I can do, man. So we're dead. We're paying attention to kill feed and our teammates and whether or not we're winning, losing the fight. We see that they pick up sniper. They got snipe control still. Repulse on the floor here. We're losing the fight here. Pushing out solo on this lane right now. Good shots. Nice try. Nice try. I mean, that's Peeker's advantage in a nutshell, right? Like, instead of playing directly forward, when you spawn here solo, I would recommend you do one of two things. If you know you're alone and your team is pushed up, I would play into nest and play tight perimeter so that you give yourself the freedom to play out this lane with options to live. Or I would play tight to pillars so you give yourself the freedom to pivot out to bottom mid with options to live. But if you play straight in the middle and you're solo, you don't give yourself many options, right? So look where you are. What do, right? Like, if he's peeking on you, what the fuck do? You can't do anything. So that's the biggest thing is like, know that you're solo and play accordingly. You should play either tethered to pillars or play through nest to back QT. Look for QT. It's not up. But like one or the other because you're solo. So you want to make a play that like is considerate of that. Or you're like G-sliding through the space so quickly that the time that you spend open and exposed is limited. So you get to the area where you can safely live, basically. I think we lost the kill feed because in that one moment that I went into third person, basically it pivoted me automatically to another random player in the lobby. And when it did that, I lost the kill feed. It's a stupid feature. But I tried to like show you third person. I bounced out and then it moved automatically to somebody else's POV. This guy, he probably has the kill feed. Let's see. See, like this shit to skill gap. I've played this. I've done so many reviews that you kind of like get the sense of what's happening. It's kind of silly, but anyway, we got to find him again and then put the kill feed back on him. Low key, every player in the lobby is tied to a number on the keyboard. So if you can early on figure out what number you're tied to between 1 through 8, then every time you get in this issue and you want to bring it back to your POV, if you know that number, you could just tap the number and you auto snap back to the number that you are. And you don't have to sift through one at a time. I just didn't want to spend time figuring out what number he was. So I'm kind of like manually trying to find them. Theater skill gap. Yeah, basically. Okay. No teammates, no comms, but still. Right, trying. And yeah, and hopefully you're okay with me just kind of like, I'm not trying to like rip into you or anything. Like, obviously, I'm just trying to be helpful. There's going to be a lot of scenarios in solo queue where you're not going to get the comms, you're not going to get the team help, whatever. And you just got to kind of quickly process this information. And it all starts with recognizing where you are relative to your team the moment that you spawn in. Like, you are a right perimeter player here, and you got no help. So you got to play accordingly, right? And that's a habit and a pattern that you want to recognize every time you spawn. And talk through when I play, you have to be aware. So like you have to be aware of a lot more, and you have to process the info more quickly when you're playing with people with comms. That's going to make the game easier to play and more understandable, you know, so you have less to think about, but it also might not help train you up on some of the valuable cues and skills that will benefit you in solo queue that you can then take into team play as well. Like, these are cues you still want to be picking up off of. I think people just assume that it's a team game. Like, I needed a teammate. That's why I fucked up, you know, or like why the play fucked up. Like, my teammate didn't call it out. That was the issue. But, you know, in fact, there's info the game is giving you that you can use to figure it out without the team call out. The team call out is a layer on top. You know, it's not like the only thing that you're looking for to get your info. You still want to be able to fend for yourself. Yeah. Okay. Careful ever doing this. Just rule of thumb. Never turn away from an active gunfight like this in the middle of the fight. Even though you like things are going south and it's not going well for you, I would recommend you learn how to shoot your way out, and that your gun is the last thing that leaves the engagement. We're in the middle of open space here, and just turning away from a gunfight, just a general rule. Obviously, you jumped, and this is one thing too. It's like if we're jumping into oncoming fire, doing a heavily committed movement like this, and we miss our shots, then we're in big trouble by the time we hit the floor. And then you feel incentivized to like turn out and slide and get away. But in general, like try to shoot your way out and then back out with your gun ready. Unless of course you're like one shot, you got literally no options. Turn, sprint, slide. Strong side is your best way out. You look down, sprint, slide out, right? But yeah, we spawn in nest. Again, another habit with this is like this might be the life beforehand. Yep. Spawn in the same place. Playing up in the nest when you spawn here as a general habit is not a bad idea. I guess you spawn more back tower this time. Your teammate's 2 dead. You only have 1 teammate alive. So you can try to put yourself in a position to play up off of him, but you're going to be alone very quickly here. And your team's going to spawn behind you. You're going to be first in. So just based off this, when we spawn and we see that our team is 2 dead and we have 1 across the map, playing into nest is actually a good idea. It's going to give you more time to hit out the lanes and more flexibility so that when your team spawns behind you, you're better timed to like push out the encounter with them, and you can take the gunfights better here. So if we can slide across this open space, shoot this guy and play up in the nest, and then milk, and live here, our team will spawn behind us, and then we work with them to break out the map, and conveniently you're in a position where you can help your teammate in big door and possibly get these kills. So instead of jumping into the open here, you want to have a directive, right? Like you coming in with intention. I'm going to plate the nest. I'm going to slide low profile. If I'm jumping to the cover. I'm not jumping too open, right? Constantly quizzing myself on things like how many people on the map, who's in active gunfights. Yeah, Academy is helpful for that, right, Mike? It's a lot faster paced in Academy. The spawn time is 5 seconds, so it's quicker as opposed to 10 seconds here. But the spawns are identical. So if you can process where players are spawning relative to your team in Academy while you see them through the walls, then you can process real-time spawns too. So it can be helpful. Nice fight. Sorry. Okay, so let's see. You back out, and then your team's pushing up in front of you. Now you're behind them. 380 for real is just living, bro. Like I don't know how, but he's been in like a solo 1v2 for a while now. Kind of want to be quick to see if we can pick up off of him. Yeah, ball can be a big distraction sometimes. Good fight though. Good win. And they pinch you from A. Ooh, oh, nice try. I mean, once you get here, I think you hold your own relatively well. You want to be like pretty quick to cut your angles. You're first in, and your teammates that were here are no longer here. So this big door, or this doorway, is like completely open and vulnerable for you, and could be an angle that they hit you from. Just something to like kind of keep in mind. Quicker you are to like walk yourself into this corner and limit those sight lines, the better this can go. While you're here, this is actually not that this is sort of like nerdy and micro. You don't really need to think about it too much, but these ledges here are step jump height. You have to have auto clamber turned off, and you have to have step jump turned on to take advantage of this. But if you push into this sandbag and hit the jump button, you'll step onto here without jumping full up in the air and landing. If you hold crouch and push forward and jump, you'll in crouch position step up onto this ledge. It's kind of a cool way to sit here crouched while also navigating to the top of the box with 2 step jumps, while keeping your profile low. So it's like nerdy to say, but like in this situation, tuck in the corner in crouch, push forward, and you can like step up onto the box as he backs down, and maybe you can like get yourself out of here as the nade blows up without full committing to this moon jump. See how you moon jump? Like you're so dead here. But if you hold crouch and push forward and then hit the jump button, you stay close down in crouch position and you just step on the little sandbag, basically. And you can do it twice. It's a double step jump, basically. And you can shoot the whole time. It's not a clamber or anything. Your gun is available the whole time to shoot. You can kind of finesse with it. A good example of how to finesse with step jump actually is like over here. I do this a lot. If I'm trapped here and I'm fighting somebody nest and I'm weaker than them and I want to get out, I sit and crouch and I push into this and I step jump up this in crouch position. While I'm doing this, because I'm in crouch and because I'm not moon jumping, I'm staying grounded, the guy in nest can't see me at all. It looks like I'm not even moving. So I'm carefully navigating, step jumping in crouch position up on top of this, and then I G-slide off of it to mid. and I get out with a strong side at the same time, and it's really quick and efficient. So all he sees is the quick G slide out, and even if I'm one shot, I've gotten out and finessed with somebody on nest here a lot of times doing that. So it's nerdy, but it actually has use if you really care about that stuff. I might have lost the... Oh, we got it. We got the kill feed. Yeah, you can hold crouch, and you stay in crouch profile the whole way through. Yeah.
Ball dropped. Ball out of bounds. Ball in.
Okay, whoa. All right, well, we'll see what happens. We're just we're jumping into the center of it right now. So we're going to be in a lot of oncoming gunfire, just based off of what I'm seeing off of spawn. Okay, nice try. Now, when we're dead here, we're paying attention to our teammates and the fights that are happening, the kill feed. Our teammate dies, we trade one, we spawn up. We have one teammate across the map who may or may not be in some sort of a gunfight. You have a teammate that's with you. Actually, I don't hate, just based off of what I'm seeing, the fact that you play forward, but just playing forward here without any info, again, you're disconnecting yourself from like cover and space on the map. The ball's already been played. Before we get info, I'd always recommend just playing out perimeter first. Like, keep yourself tethered, play towards nest or towards big door perimeter. That way you can like kind of mitigate the angles that you're exposed to, and you can give yourself time to figure out like what's happening and whether or not you're going to get hit out. Because when we go here, it's like, okay, fight me. Like, now you're open to here, you're open to here, you're open to here, all at the same time without any time spent figuring out like where these guys are coming from, right? So your natural habit here should be like, let's just play out perimeter first. Unless there's very obvious indications, like my team is in front of me, we got one teammate here, I got one teammate here, and it's like they're in gunfights, and I can use that info to know where I can play. Because we don't have that, and we're sort of coming out back off of spawn here, we got no space. Play perimeter first until we earn the space and the freedom to like go mid, right? You want to earn the open rotations like this. We haven't earned it yet. So you're going to get third partied by somebody like behind you, and then all of a sudden this is like not really winnable for you. This guy's just coming out of big door for free. At least our teammate's moving with us, or he was. I don't know what happened to him. He might have died already. He died to a stray nade. That sucks, and now we're alone in the open. There's not really a lot you can do here. This is ugly. If you can like notice that your teammates, in general, when you're weak, the exit should always be towards your team, right? If you escape towards your team, you give your team the most opportunities to pick up off of your distraction, your damage that you've done. So instead of playing up on this guy, if you can notice that your teammate behind you is like shooting this guy on B, then if you can isolate that guy and shoot that guy instead, then there's a better chance your teammate could pick up off your damage. But you're basically 100% dead just because we played too far forward before we played out perimeter. But yeah, if ever you're weak, you're in trouble, try to notice where your team is and run towards your team, so at least your death leads to opportunities. Or take the fight that's like closer to your team instead of the fight that's far away. Camo's coming up. We want to be thinking about camo here. Sniper's coming up too. Here we go. One that's big. Teammate, they already grabbed camo. Yeah. While we're dead is a good opportunity to get a lay of the land and like see the timer for the power-ups and just pay attention to like everything on the map. Is my team winning or losing the fight with the kill feed? Is camo coming up? Is sniper coming up? So we spawn with an objective, right? Like really want to take... Yeah, I told Physionic about it. I called it like STK or something, like tried to put it into an acronym. I had like, I don't know if I still have it available, but there's certain things we want to be thinking of like while we're dead, while we're spawning, so that we're never just like caught off guard when we spawn and we don't know what to do. You should be thinking of camo and work your way to the ball by taking advantage of camo here. Camo is coming up in 5 seconds. You have time to get to A plat, pre-nated, and G slide out to the back of screens and like bait this. And make sure nobody gets this camo at all. And that should be the only directive here, I think, is like camo wins games. If we're controlling camo, we literally win the game. If they're controlling camo, there's a high probability they're going to win the game. It's that important. So just really prioritize it. Yeah, sniper's not coming up. My bad. So even more reason to make sure this guy doesn't get a free camo. He's alone. He's pushing solo. He should not be allowed to get this. This is what kills us.
Active camo available.
Yes, he already has it. And then when we come in here, we're doing another big extended movement without any info on whether or not camo was grabbed. So now he's shooting us in the back and we die. Anyway. So, yeah, I'm sure that maybe the game improves. And, you know, if I'm like ragging on you in any way, my apologies. I want to spend like a little bit of time with everybody. So hopefully you pulled away some valuable info in there trying. I think I might pause here, and then we try a different map game type, different person's POV, and likely you're going to see me talking about the same sort of things as we go, right? But yeah, hopefully some valuable insights so far there. How we doing, chat? We okay? I'm just yapping, man. And yeah, ideally you guys gain something from it. Improving slowly. Good. Don't let me nitpicking gameplay discourage you, prevent you from improving. You'll notice that this is a common trend with everybody at your level of play. And that's normal. You know, the more that we recognize that you can improve on, that should like light up something and be like, oh shit, if I fix this, I'm gonna dominate these guys, right? Like if you become the most aware in the lobby, you're very quickly gonna push past your rank, and you're gonna start noticing your teammates and your opponents doing some faded stuff, honestly, because you start to recognize like how the game is actually, where the spawns are going to be, where you should position yourself, how the game is supposed to be played, and players are just going to fall into your hands, basically. That's really good progress, trying. Gold 5 to diamond. Definitely improving, man. That's good. Trying to play a little slower, not to overextend. Yeah, the pace of your play is directly dependent on what your team is doing and the state of the game, right, Dustin? So if you're playing too fast, like you need to know in the back of your mind, am I separate? Am I playing up in front of my team? And are they in positions to pick up off what I'm doing? Because there are also situations where you could be playing too slow. You want to notice when your team is actively pushing and engaged in a fight. You want to be there for that. In the beginning of that review, when he was running away from screens, his team was fighting camo and he missed that opportunity. So not that he played too slow, but he wasn't there, right? Like you want to know when to play up with the team and when not to, when you're separated, when you're going too fast. Sure, Barbosa, I'm down. Is it Barbassa? Is that how it is? We're reviewing gameplays and trying to somehow keep things succinct as we go. You wanted me to look at the CTF Aqua, yeah? Barbassa. Evan, you can be next, okay? I'm just gonna like clock this as we go. I guess Barbosa chimed in like initially. I'll go for you next, Evan, okay? And then we'll just ideally keep adding to the list. My bad if I'm not able to get to you, or you know, I don't see your comment or whatever. Just spam me. And there's only so much I could do before I start to feel myself like gassing on this, you know? So we'll see what I got, you know, before I'm like, okay. I'm losing it. Barbassa. Aqua CTF. This one, 17 and 20 with 10 assists, because this looks like a pretty good one. I would say sub only would be appreciated. I'd like to prioritize people who, you know, subscribe to the channel. I do offer coaching. This is typically something you pay for, and obviously when I'm coaching with somebody, it's more personalized. It's an ongoing conversation. I have a lot more that I can offer one-on-one, right? But yeah, ideally, you know, for something like this, you guys are sub. Sure. Okay.
Capture the flag.
All right, same strat. I wonder if it'll work if I... Well, it said players joined. Does that transfer? It does transfer the kill feed. That's cool. Okay. Okay. Kind to be made fun of. Okay.
Capture the flag.
Today's your birthday? Actually, let's freaking go, Attacker. Happy birthday, man. How old are you? Hope you're having an incredible day. I appreciate all your support. Let's get a happy birthday Attacker in the chat, guys. Let's go. Oh my god, oh my god. Happy birthday. Can vouch in the one-on-one coaching. Fry, thank you, man. Let's go. Okay, my bad. Let's check this out. Picking up BR off the open strat. Ooh, the D-scoping. Some good cross-map shots from your opponents, but I like this. Careful with the panning and scope. I see this a lot. You're like holding your scope and you're panning across the entire map. Between kills, I want you to release scope, in hip fire, pan, scope with intention, put the reticle as close to the target as possible, then rescope, because you're missing valuable info when you do this cross-map pan thing. Like, you want to be able to see things in between targets. Just be very disciplined with your reticle placement. Like, head level here is the same as head level here, right? So all you have to do is just left to right with the transition, reticle close to the target, snap with intention, make sure that snap hits and that you're descoping that guy so you're in advantage state when you scope in. But try not to do wide map transitions in scope, because you risk missing valuable info and you risk getting shot at a scope and being sent back to the hip all disoriented. This is platinum rank. We pick up. We have 2 dead here. We're turning around. Okay, why are we turning around? All right, we're coming back. Might get pinched here. Okay, nice try. Cool concept, I think, for the long-range gunfights and descoping here is to keep your right stick movements as minimal as possible, right? You set the reticle placement. You have an idea of what types of movements you're going to have to do to track the target. A lot of this is assisted by your left stick control. Your left stick control is giving you a lot of support in your aim here. There's no big flicks or movements. It's very small drag movements with the right stick at this distance. Normally, anticipate the descope. Expect this guy to shoot your scope off. The more you're anticipating it, the more you're thinking about rescoping and not unscoping yourself, the more confidently you're going to rescope. Right here, we're like in transition and that happens, right? Like, you want to be expecting somebody to come in, chow you, and knock your scope off, and that's normal. So that you, instead of overcorrecting and adjusting, you keep the right sticks minimal and you snap right back on that guy with intention. So left stick is your foundation, minimal right stick movements, anticipate the descope. Hopefully that helps you, you know, like, it's all part of the process. You got to be really stable. A little bit better. Try not to stand still. This is where peak shotting comes into play. Like, if we can kind of wiggle on the outside of cover, it gives us opportunities to reset, scope in, and you know, work this environment without, you know, just being a sitting duck. We kind of pause there for a second. Keep the movements minimal. Jiggle peeking is your best friend, right? It's just powerful. The flag will block shots. That is true. You're right. The flag blocks bullets. It blocks grenades. So try to not have the flag in your line of sight, because it'll block bullets. It might actually save you from a bullet or two, I guess. I think there's been scenarios where a flag is like blocked a sniper, you know, in like a crazy esport moment, I'm sure. But yeah, something to keep in mind. The exclamation marks are valuable cues around the map that tell you that teammates are in gunfights that you want to take advantage of. So Echelon here, or whatever, Eschatorn, is in a gunfight. I would be quick to slide wide on this angle and see if I can contribute. So we kind of take some time and be careful just running directly in, right? Like, if I know that there's going to be a fight, I look, I see my team, I see that he's getting shot at. I'm going to take this with a wide slide so that I stay back out the engagement. I give myself multiple angles to address, help my teammate, and also address whatever else might be on P side. And I give myself an exit to walk out to fridge. All of this just makes the action easier to digest and makes the game easier for us, right? Versus, like, you're running in, we're a little bit delayed to pick up off of our teammate, and by the time you figure it out, oh, he's right in front of us, and he's a freaking grunt, you know, suicide grunt, right? So you came into the gunfight, now you're ripped, no shields, hard to clean up this kill. So just, like, get the info, but slide wide and give yourself positioning to address it, because the info is your power here, and the positioning is, you know, what lets you work with it valuably, if that makes sense. Cool. Notice the kill feed. 2 dead. You have 2 teammates on your right-hand side. It's a 3v2 right now. This is an advantage state. So, yes, you're one shot. You can recover your shields, maybe toss a bank nade up into P2 because we don't know if we're going to get chowed. Maybe back up a little bit if you're worried about getting shot, or sit in crouch position. But ultimately, I want you playing up off of the numbers advantage. The more that we have teammates available on the map and pushing, the more we want to be, you know, with them with timing, so that we're taking advantage of these little moments where we have numbers, right? So instead of turning and running away from the fight, never do this. I would, if you're going to back out, you're backing out backwards with your gun ready. But ideally, we're playing up off this damage and numbers advantage when we see it in the kill feed. Want to notice in the kill feed. No joke, making excuses. Wait. genuinely one of my worst rank games recently. If you want to see a true representation of my gameplay, sure, trying. That's fair. I can try to maybe come back and do that. Something to keep in mind for the record, and you might be very valid in saying that, but I've kind of encountered that comment a lot. Like I look at people's gameplay and they're like, oh, you know, bro, this is my worst game. I was having a really rough day. And that's fine. You know, like that might be very true. I have bad games and I get, you know, self-conscious when people review my games. But I will say, like, even in the games that go better, I'm confident we're going to still notice similar habits and similar trends. You know, maybe I could try to be, you know, more intentional about finding a game where you played better. But I'm pretty confident, even in the games you played better, there's the same types of scenarios and patterns are going to present themselves. Even you'll be getting the kill, but you won't fully know. Like, it's like in the beginning of the game where you isolated that guy at pillars. You got the kill. It looked good, but you missed a fight that happened behind you. That you could have got it a double kill, right? So it's like anyway. Just hopefully this is still helpful, even if you felt like you were playing bad that day. Would I be down after the next two? It's just a twos match. Be quick. 100% subscribe Monday. I'll see what I can do, Fortress. You are subbed here right now. You do have a badge right now. Yeah. But yeah, this is kind of a weird scenario, I guess, because we back down and then that player that was in like P Street hid in Fridge and your teammate's playing up in P door, which might give you the impression that pink side is safe with the way that your teammate is playing up here, but kind of hard to predict that this guy's going to run and then hide in Fridge. So I don't know. Taking a position that complements both your surviving teammates might be the best play here. So your teammate plays up. You have another teammate alive on car. If you stand here, you're kind of in a position where if somebody comes up pink, you can like audio cue it, but you can also take angles that might assist car side and might assist through the window your teammate as he wraps around and tries to grab the flag. So I'm always thinking like, what angles do my teammates have based on where they are? We're very split from each other right now, which is not ideal. But if I'm in a position on P2 that can kind of address both of those things, I might be able to help. Or you can just literally ignore the car guy, jet up here quickly, and then try to navigate the guys who are spawning and hiding in Fridge. But yeah, kind of a weird scenario. Confused playing this map. Okay. I mean, some general rules with the map, like we want to prioritize car side more than pink side if ever given the opportunity. Like let's say we spawn back base, we choose, we want to go car or pink. Most of the time I want you playing a car side. At least two players are playing and kind of getting into util. Util control is extremely valuable on this map. It just sets a good anchor for your team to play around, and it limits spawn area for your opponents. Obviously, in CTF, spawns are static. You can only spawn on one side of the map. You either spawn util, back base, or you spawn Fridge. If we can initiate the play by controlling util, then they only spawn back base and Fridge, and your teammates who come behind you can kind of fill in those gaps by taking, you know, like a low angle or taking P2 ideally, and then we have a perimeter, a shell to work with to then run the flag through util side. So like a perfect scenario would be like two play through util together. One person's watching the guy's back, one guy's grabbing flag, running it back through util side where you got a lot of cover to cut the sight lines. Third player is up on P2. He's aware of the fact that Fridge is open and back base is open, and he's preying specifically on spawners. He's just living here and shooting and trying to kill and stop spawners and prevent people from chasing the flag carrier. Fourth guy is like a flex. He could be car 3 helping. He could be bottom mid watching for the overextend. Anybody that goes down low, maybe he could try to cut off any overextenders. But you really want to have like that kind of 3-pronged or 2-pronged, I guess, approach of like controlling util first. Try to prioritize that first if ever you can. And then follow that up. If you're like the third player in, hold here at P2. Try not to push out Fridge and get the spawns mixy and whatnot. Let your teammates play and grab the flag out through that side. Just control spawns from here and live here. That's usually like how we want the map to kind of flow. But there are scenarios where, you know, you can run it pink side, you can run it mid, just depending on timing and also where you spawn. Like you spawning here is an indication from the game that not only do you have a teammate here, but they also could be hitting out your util. And that's what's happening. Somebody's playing towards util, and that's kind of the game telling you that like you're probably going to get hit on your flag. You could play out for defense, but you have a teammate that's like far out on the map. I don't mind you just playing out in P2, getting involved in the action and seeing what chaos you can create quickly off this spawn instead of running. Well, okay. We'll see what happens here. We're G-sliding, though. We're quick. You don't want to linger, though. The fact that we're stopping in the middle of the map and lingering is a little concerning. Yeah, because it's like when we spawn here, it's the game telling us that they could be hitting at our util. So if we're going to hit this route, we're running into multiple lanes, and like you want to like commit fully and get into car and like block the possibility that you're going to be caught in the middle of a war zone, you know, like, because you don't have that shell. You don't have a teammate here that tells you can safely just go in the courtyard and linger, right? You can make this play. It's just ballsy, and you got to be keeping in mind, like, you're probably going to get shot from there. You can cut him out the fight, maybe, like, isolate somebody mid, and then come back to it, or your teammates can come back to it. But, yeah, it's just, if we're making this G-slide play, we're left rightmost perimeter player. No info here. We're probably going to get shot, especially if we're lingering. So this is not surprising to me. You probably die here. Yeah, right? So, like, every time we spawn, there's an assessment of, like, where's our team? What area is safe? What's not? This guy is all the way over there. If we're spawning here, they could be pushing out our util. You can't just fly like that. I'd say the best play would be, let's double up and play P2 together and just, like, take overwhelming control of this space quickly and then maybe play through P side for a flagpole. Even though that's not, like, the strat that we had kind of set, at least it's, like, quick and intentional and playing up off of this, you know, info. If they play through util and they grab our flag, then the spawners behind you can hopefully play defense for the flag grab. Or for that, or you might from P2 have an opportunity to turn back and shoot it, or something, you know. But yeah, you got caught off guard, or you saw this guy and then really tunneled him, and then now they're running flag pretty freely, and it's gonna be very hard to stop this flag.
Enemy flags in allied hands.
We're teaching. That's right, Turbolo. Pretty much no hope for this one. You got an angle where you might be able to. Wait, actually, your teammate's on the re. Hold on a second. I'd prioritize that over anything right now. We seem to be very focused on, like, what's happening on our pink side. Nice fight, though. Good work.
Twice next time.
And we somehow read the flag, so I guess in the end it wasn't too bad.
Enemy flag
Okay.
returned. They have our flag. Take it back. Enemy flag carriers.
A lot of good damage. Teammate pulling flag, that's good. If you double stack a flag, you're going to read it faster. Might not be a bad idea to just make sure we guarantee this. Any damage that you do for your team is supportive. Here, hopefully they clean up the kill. And then we had the flag moving, so we might actually cap this. Oh no. Maybe not. That's a ninja? That's not a ninja. We're doing a bit of a VOD review here. When we spawn up here, playing up off of our team, that guy gets one shot, so I think that's what you're thinking about here. Can I cut this off? Be fast here. You don't have to be like this. If you see this exchange, like, let's see if we can see this on your POV. You're a bit like hesitant.
Enemy flags in allied hands.
He beats him down. That guy goes one shot, or at least I see him go one shot before you drop. If he's one shot, like, get up on this guy. I wouldn't give him space to breathe. Sure, he's pre-nading, but if you're fast and you slide here, you just clean him up with a headshot before he drops, and then you can put all your focus on making sure that the return goes through safely. But you're really thinking, like, about this. This guy backs out and drops. You can kind of time his reach out. Like, when he drops, you don't see him there. Okay, cool. Then ignore and just give up on that and guarantee this. Like, shoot these guys up here, and then if you get shot in the back, you're kind of, like, timing his reach out. You can drop to the shoulder and, like, play out and avoid him later. It's not ideal, but I think that would be a good way to just make sure that, like, this is secured, because this matters more than anything, right? And the fact that we're not paying attention to it is concerning. This guy clutched up. He clutched up more than he probably should have needed to get the return and keep that flag moving. So that's just like your kind of opportunity you want to make sure you're focused on. Yeah, good fight. Try to, whenever you're practicing with your aim and, like, bots, always notice the corrections with the right movement, any kind of, like, scoops and swings and whatnot. Like, there's a big sort of, like, reticle scoop here, right? Lots of right stick movement right there where your reticle travels around. You want to keep your right stick movements as limited as possible. Like, left stick kind of sets the foundation. Right stick movements are, like, straight, short, decisive. They come in as late as possible. I don't know, it's tricky to explain, honestly, right? It's like there's an awareness of the fight and what options you and your opponent has. There's your eyes that are tracking and sort of anticipating the target, and then you follow all of that with, like, straight, decisive movements in the last possible frame with the right stick instead of any sort of chasing or scooping, you know? 100% got to push that. Yeah, earlier he could have pushed that quick. Notice those opportunities when players are weak and just get up in their face and don't let them breathe, because if you just sit there hesitant, throwing nades, they get away, and then all of a sudden they have an even fight on you. Yeah, this guy sort of gets out. Instead of just lingering, like, if we spot an opening, I don't really mind this. It's like a general strategy is like if we can get into their base quickly, your value increases in CTF the farther up on the map you get safely, basically. So like if you get into their base and you're staying alive in their base, you are very valuable to your team. You know, if you can get here and you can live and just be a nuisance, that incentivizes them to turn around and deal with you, and it slows down their route and their progress on the map, and they feel like they're under relentless pressure. It also limits their spawn area to one corner as well as you sort of push in. So it makes the game easier for you to understand and for your team to understand as well. So if we get like a quick moment to like hit a G slide and just wrap into their base and get behind them and put pressure on them and like force them to turn around, that can do a lot for your team and alleviate pressure and like kind of slow them down in their progress on the map. So generally, if you spot some openings to do that, just get in their base and live as long as possible. Not a bad idea. You refuse. What do you refuse, Steven? We're coaching. Yeah, trying. Because, yeah, we're kind of just here like, what's going on, bro? Like, this is weird, right? I feel like we should just be like in the base while he gets the return, and then like they're like constantly left guessing, right? He's shooting him in the back. You could toss the flag out, create some chaos, or toss it towards the util or something. You know, once you want to play for kills ideally first before you go for an immediate pull, but it would just, you know, really keep them on skates here. Instead, it's like they are doing that to us. They're getting in our base. Look at this one that this guy did that. He ran all the way through from P1 and now he's in your base. So now you're going to feel like, oh shit, they're taking our flag, and you're turning back and like wasting your time to deal with this. And this is what we want to do to them, basically, right? Where it's like, I got to stop this. We're coming back now, you know? This is platinum, Lemon. You have 15 bullets. Let me see. Are you shooting all your shots here? Keep the jumps to a minimum. Try to stay grounded, right? You got more flexibility when we stay grounded. Try to replace your jump habit with a slide habit, maybe, or something that like just kind of gives you more flexibility to move. This reload, do we have like 1 bullet left? Is that what happens? It looks like we might. Shoot. Yeah, we're out of shot. Oh, we didn't. That's what happened. Okay. You hit the reload and you slid too early. Slide cancels reload, right? So you reload and then you slide slightly too early and you cancel your own reload and you have 4 bullets left. So, yeah, I mean, give yourself a little bit of time to make sure you get this reload off. You're going to need it. If you can, like, stay tethered to the jump up and try to keep the movements minimal with your gun ready, the jump up is really finessey. You can, like, get up here, and, like, cut angles and gunfights really quickly and, like, get into their util. And just, I try to, like, take advantage of that if I can and try not to do, like, too many large extended movements. Stay close to your teammate, you know. Double stack that return so it happens quickly. And I just want, yeah, it's because you fumbled the reload, or you reset the reload, right? That made it tough. Now you feel, like, encouraged to take the space on him. Solid damage, though. And then we can't really control what our team's doing. At least we got the re. Someone got the ninja. Whoa. Okay, we're doing this play again. It's like the fact that you can do this G slide is good. It's a superpower. Like, it reminds me of myself, right? Like, I learned how to do the slides, and now I'm just trying to do them everywhere. But you got to know what you're running into and the risk that you're taking when you're going for slides like this. We all went 4 dead. We're first 2 spawners, and they're 4 up. Like, we're sliding into a war zone. Ideally, in a scenario like this, when you go 4 dead and your first 2 spawners, hold hands and play perimeter together and do it quickly. Like, do the exact same thing and shoot the same things together. Ideally, if you and one teammate can do that effectively, then it'll give you the best possible chances of breaking back out onto the map and give your teammates behind you more flexibility to do what you're doing and slide out after the fact. But you're a first spawner. Your role right here should be like play out perimeter with your teammate, hold hands, and just try to cut this flag off from P2 or from the other side or something if you can. But it's kind of chalked with the timing of this. Like, in a better level lobby, you kind of have to give this flag up and just try to control space at P2. But they really got you locked in your fridge spawn here. Like, the fact that we spawn fridge every single spawn in the game is like, I don't know. It's rough. We got to find a way to, like, get them off, like, play car side heavier. Ideally, it's hard to, when you spawn fridge, to, like, really prioritize. What you could do is spawn and just, like, give that flag up if you think, like, there's no chance of saving it, and really start to, let's get control of our util, because every single spawn has been fridge, and we don't want this. Like, we got to find a way to get back util so that we can start to play out the car side more, because they're just holding car side right now the whole game, and it's making it easy for them. So again, we're playing up P off our spawn, but Camo's coming up here too, so want to be involved for that. Really good shots. You almost got him. Nice try. Okay. Just 5, everyone. Yeah, this is what's like, what you have to like ingrain in your practice, Barbosa, is like watch your reaction to this, right? Like you're like, oh shit, camo, and then your reaction is like, right? Not to like sound like, you know, mean about it or whatever, but like notice this, right? These are all extra movements. Like this needs to just nothing. The only movement that you're making with a stick is the only movement you need and nothing else. That's it. That's what you want to think about. Like the vertical position of your reticle is head level, upper torso at all times. And you notice the vertical position at all times. If ever it leaves it, you're aware of that. If ever you do a movement that changes your vertical, offsets your vertical, you're aware of how it offsets your vertical. And you're always kind of keeping it in that sweet spot and doing the minimal amount of movement to keep it there at all times. There's no other transition. You can slow-mo theater. I'm just like very carefully pulling the right trigger so that it creates a slow-mo effect. If you hold right trigger, fast forwards. But if you like ease up and just barely hold right trigger, it goes slow. You have to not have, what's it called? You can't have trigger stops though to do it. You have to have a regular trigger and then just gently pull it and it'll go slow-mo and then hold it and it goes fast. Yeah, I don't know if there's something we could have done to like better contest this camo. It's kind of like a what is it, like a series of unfortunate events of like dying in effort to grab the flag put us in disadvantage for camo control, and the combination of it all just, this is why like Halo snowballs and teams get blown out sometimes, because they happen to go 4 dead before a flag gets capped and then the camo spawns and then all of a sudden they're in like a residual like disadvantage, you know, that they're struggling to break out of. So yeah, I want to see more car priority in situations like this where you like spawn base. Let's like double up and try to break into util. Just be wary. Like, interestingly, you got a teammate like already across the map. He dies here, but yeah, let's try to like get some pre-nades and really break into util with some confidence here as a new sort of strat, because we're like not really sure which way we want to go. We go window and then we turn, get in front of our teammate. Let's prioritize util, prioritize car side more. Because then again, they're playing through car. They 2-deaded our team. They're pulling flag now. You're going to feel like you need to turn back and address it. And then that's going to open up your backside to getting doubled. Yep. So it's just kind of rough here. Oh, we got car that gave us the spawn this time. They got the cap, though. There's a comeback that happens here, right? Because it ends up being like a 3-2. So they must start cooking. Careful with the jumps. We're doing a lot of jumps here, right? These jumps, like, think about all the open angles that you're vulnerable to right now. When you jump backwards, if somebody happens to be window, you're getting lit up quickly, right? So every jump, there's a purpose behind every single jump that you do. And if you don't have a purpose, you shouldn't be doing it. Right? Like that one, yeah, maybe because you're trying to get the angle, you know, but it's like this bank nade, you don't need to jump to throw a valuable bank nade. Or if you're going to jump and line up a bank nade, jump here. Because if you jump here, you limit the sight lines. You got more flexibility to do the jump, right? So it's like positioning based. It's like, okay, I want the angle, but at least I'm considerate of the fact that util is open, all this area is open if I want to play up on this guy. A good rule of thumb with CTF is to try to just play your lane. Try to avoid getting too preoccupied with cross-map gunfights in CTF and just get progress up on your lane. So this goes south, it doesn't work, but if we can kind of just give up on that and get through to util and like get that checkpoint and play our lane confidently, then you've at least succeeded in that and our team can work off that spacing. Right now, your teammate's already in a fight with somebody util, and he ends up backing down. They're in chaos. Like, if you just play up, get this kill, and we occupy this space, great. That's step one secured, right? So really try to just confidently play through your lane, get that space to util. Don't linger too much trying to take cross-map fights or crossing the map, you know, when it's not needed. We got a good checkpoint here. Now we need kills.
Enemy flags in ally.
One of our teammates die. Yeah, it's like going for a flagpole before we have info and kills is already kind of like a red flag. Like, you can't do it. You can't stop your teammate. You can use your teammate as bait to give you info and, like, try to get kills from that. But everybody's up right now, and it's just we need to be thinking, like, we need kills first. So, like, ideally what would happen in a different scenario would be, like, instead of grabbing flag, I want you both playing into blue and clearing base and, like, trying to just find and secure whatever kills that we can. And once we've got that information, then we can kind of safely run the flag through gen, but we're pulling before we have info, and that's just lighting everybody up in the lobby to know and making it tricky. In the moment that he's going for flag, we're like pivoting off here, we're disconnected. This can get concerning too, but it's like what you could do is like let him pull if that's what he wants to do and just sit here and just take advantage of the bait, you know, like, oh, I'm gonna shoot P1, I'm gonna shoot P2, jiggle peek, throw nade. It's not ideal because there's so much unknown space back here, and this is not how we should play this out, but you know, at least you take advantage of the bait of him grabbing the flag to make your own plays. Because, yeah, we're coming in here like no kills have gone down, right? Nobody's got any kills. Whoa. We're trying to throw the flag, I think. But still, it wouldn't have mattered, right? Because we don't have kills.
We have eyes on the enemy flag carrier.
When am I playing? I don't know. Should I play? Nice kill. Teammate running flag here. Is it like a standoff? It's okay. Really quick, this is like, these little moments are big, right? So like there were scenarios previously where we said, okay, this is risky. You can't just G slide mid. You're going to be open, exposed to angles. This is very different. You get a kill, your teammate gets a kill. It's now a 4v2 on the map. Okay, I want you to just gun it, bro. Like run mid, shoot mid, run up to car 3, take mid position, go, 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 right? This is your moment. This is whether you play fast or slow is all predicated on the kill feed and this situation, basically. So earlier it was unsafe. Now I want you moving. You can hit your G slide, get up in the car. Ideally, you know, you're blocking this right side so that your teammate's safely running flag, whatever. Yes, I guess you can escort him this way, but don't turn around. Like run past him, play up, take that defensive positioning. So let him be the guy. You know what I mean? It's like I just want us playing up off getting as much info as we can as quickly as possible, and playing up off the 4v2 right now. But we're running back to our base right now. So we miss an opportunity to take advantage of the advantage state that we just had. And then he leaves flag behind in util. Questionable, but anyway. Big Bosa. Yeah, it's just Barbosa here. So come back, but now we're 2 dead. We're at disadvantage. Your one surviving teammate is on P2. We're going to want to, like, kind of back it up a little bit, limit the damage that we take, bait the flag. Camo's coming up shortly as well, so nice try with the kill. But yeah, ideally we're, like, jiggle peeking, using our cover here. You know, just kind of baiting in the situation. But yeah, if we better take advantage of, I think, that moment and then use that to play up through car and hold car position, then when the camo comes up, we have camo advantage. We have a better circumstance to like get a return. Everything just works better for us. So yeah, same sort of stuff that we talked about, I think, in the previous review. Hopefully just the more that we kind of repeat things and notice things, that it's like it starts to become automatic. That's the hope for you guys. Barbosa, my bad if like the game that we focused on, I know that like at some point this is going to turn around and you guys end up tying and it ends up getting like a lot better for you. But yeah, hopefully you don't mind the fact that we're, you know, just kind of like locking in and pointing out a lot of, you know, areas to improve. But anyway, thank you for not even really submission, I guess, but just, yeah. Hopefully it was helpful. 2's match. Wait, I had Evan first. Ranking up to Onyx. Hell yeah, Ducky. What's Evan's gamer tag? If he's still lurking in the chat. Still reviewing. Yeah, let's go. What's your gamer tag? No problem, Barbosa. Yeah. Glad to hear that. Oh, hey. Okay, it's the same thing. Okay. Thank you. What's your rank? Five, 4. Cool. I assume you're not appearing online? Any like specific recommendations? We got a Slayer. Okay, you win this one. Pretty solid. Not a huge fan of Vacancy, but it looks like neither are you. Ooh, that one went well. We got a close Slayer on Recharge. This might be useful. You want to try this one, maybe? We got a lot of kills, but we died a lot in this one. I think. Sorry if I read that correctly. 16, 18, yeah. We died a lot in this one. We got a lot of kills. Okay. Mid D4, you were D5, Dark Mute. Okay, Ducky, I'll see if you know, we got a bit of a line that's like stacking up. There's a twos game that Dark Fortress wanted me to look at. It's like Halo 5 music, right? Halo 4 or 5 OST. Okay. Oops. Goofy. I just left you. Sweet. Okay.
Earn the most kills.
Classic. The delayed open strat. They'll never read it. Okay, Ducky. Okay. You got him. Nice. We have camo control. That's good. What are we thinking about where they're going to spawn based on where your team is? They're all going to be gold pipes. You could push out your turbine in a second. Ooh, jumping at this. I don't want to get out of the middle of the map if we can. Nice damage. The nade. He cooks you with the nade. Okay. So we start late. That's fine. Always when you're backing down, pay attention to your team here, right? So you're like backing down, you're prioritizing your own shields in your life. That's fine, but there's no reason why. And notice the damage indicators as well is a big thing too. But
Earn the most kills.
okay, so a couple things. Like when you back out, the damage indicator, that one right there is an indication somebody's in C, right? The location that you're getting shot from is going to tell you where players are on the map. And yeah, experienced players will read this really quickly. When I get shot like this, I'm like, oh shit, somebody's in C right now, right? So just because you're one shot doesn't mean you need to play for yourself and back down fully. You can cut the angle and live, but like watch your teammates through the wall and get a sense of whether or not you can bait and work off of your teammates and what's going on to get back in the fight the moment your shields come back, right? So like we have a lot of info. I know somebody's C plat. I can consider maybe like jumping and rejoining this and fighting the C plat guy while working off my teammates as bait, you know? So it's like there's a timing to things where there's a lot of action going down that's distracting your opponents that you can maybe pick up off of while we're a one-shot. But we're sort of like sitting here in crouch and not really fully aware of what's going on in these fights. And this guy plays up on C and kills your teammate who's not playing right now too. So like this is your bait and your sort of free kill opportunity. And then from there, you can work your way back into supporting your team for the camo, right? So I wouldn't mind you even just coming back off that info, baiting your team, getting your shields back, and getting the kill. Lost a guy early on here, but still won. Wait, in a 4v3? Or like he... What do you mean? I don't know if I like the sound of a 4v3. While you get this kill, teammate has camo control. You want to notice the location of your team and where they're spawning and what that tells you about where the enemy's going to be. Your team is spawning in C right now. Generally, the game's going to try to mirror the spawn location of where your team is spawning, like across the map, if that makes sense. Like as they spawn in C, the game's giving them spawns from attic through to gold pipes area, likely. C gold through to pipes. It's just mirroring the location of you and your team right now is kind of generally how the spawn system is going to work. Wherever that first player's spawn is, the game will create a perimeter from that first player's spawn towards safe area around the map. In this case, probably pipes or potentially back through long haul, depending on where the guy rotates and, you know what I mean? Like how everybody shifts around on the map. But it seems to be pretty contained. And then maybe a pipes guy. There you go. And a pipes guy at the end of it, right? And that's the full perimeter that they got. You want to be really quick to like put the game in front of you and create a perimeter of your own so that you can navigate these spawns and like work together efficiently. So like if we're really quick here off these 3 kills to get into A while checking it, because we don't really know this is empty space, and then get up into top A, now the game is in front of us and we got a full shell around the map and it's much easier to like understand and sort of break our way into the action, right? But because we kind of like linger in mid and we don't really know where they're spawning or where they're going, we're going to be jumping up into a war zone and shit could get pretty crazy pretty quickly. We like turn and like immediately jump and address this. This is a little bit scary too. I'd be careful with this. You just don't know like where these guys are going to pour out from and what angles they're going to hit, whether or not you're going to be a lingering sitting duck here. If instead we're like, we get out, maybe we shoot a guy on the way out, whatever, we're top A nading and anticipating the pipes push, and they're like contained within our perimeter. And our camo also gets more flexibility to play mid because we hold the perimeter, right? But right now nobody's doing that. So we're all just kind of like in mid and it's sketchy. So like the fact that you get this isolated fight on batteries, like you'll see how lucky this is in third person, right? Like look at, you're fighting this guy, but like look what's happening. Like there's guys in turbine, there's a guy here that just happens to be playing out here, but like this could be real bad. Like we just don't really know what we're getting into. Thankfully, our team is like playing into A now, but it's just, yeah, the better that we can like quickly put ourselves in a valuable position, put the game in front of us, start reading spawns, then you'll know like whether or not this is safe. Because right now this is pretty scary. But it ends up just kind of miraculously being isolated. Yeah, you like try to play up and bank nade. That's fine. The way that he banks this nade, you could like really quickly. It's tricky. Yeah, it hits the back wall. If you step backwards, he dodges. But anyway. Or what you could do is like just try to immediately jump and play up on this guy once you do the damage. Because you're already here. You're committed. You could just think like, I don't know where these guys are, but YOLO, like I'm committed. I got him one shot. Like he's one shot, I'm one shot. I don't want to spend time lingering in mid. Jump clamber, pre-nade, get up into the doorway and just try to like finesse and get the trade, full commit. Just because there's so many unknown variables in this play that you're making. Or get the grapple or something, but I would try to get out of mid quick. We shouldn't be here unless we have kills. Normally. Like in the future, try to wait for like 2 dead, and then we can kind of like get into batteries and make these sort of aggro plays. Otherwise, I'd avoid this area unless you have like 2 dead. Reviewed pretty bad later on, started doing a lot better. I guess the brain just wakes up. It's not even really that, because like I don't know. I think that what I was noticing trying is like there are moments where like I'm sure you can shoot your gun, right? Like you're competent when the action sort of falls into place, right? You got the target in front of you, you land good shots, good nades. Like a lot of people have fundamental skill. Zumaki, thank you for the follow. Welcome, man. But they don't fully understand when it's going well, why it's going well, and when it's going poorly, why it's going poorly. And that's the biggest thing is like, I didn't get the impression that you fully understand why it's going well when it's going well and why it's not when it's not. And that's really important. You want to make sure that you know, like, are you an advantage or disadvantage? Are you picking up off your team? Are you, if you made a right play, it's the right play because, So the more that you're like aware of that, the more the game's going to make sense, the more you're going to consistently perform well or know why you're not performing well. This guy catches us off guard here. Just because of the way that our team is, like, routing. Says a lot. So we're like, paying attention to cues, what our team is doing. We still have camo control, which is great. Our team is playing up in front of us. One of them's in a gunfight. We know somebody's in pipes right off of our spawn. Welcome, Zumaki. We got one teammate that's not playing in the back of goal or C. We're not going to worry about that. But I think the most available, important gunfight that we can address is the pipes fight off that exclamation point in front of us. So I would quickly play and pre-nade pipes. That's the first thing I would do. Pre-nade and anticipate the fight in pipes because I'm picking up off of Mac Daddy's exclamation point. So every time we spawn, where's our team? Get the info and get it quickly. Mac Daddy's in a fight. There's somebody in pipes. Great. Play up, throw pre-nade. Consider that. I don't feel like we're fully doing that, right? So like we kind of let them back down, and then now they're all playing out mid, and this lane is completely open. This is just a variable we got to consider. That's our responsibility now because our teammate is left, right? So you can bait this, you can take your time, you can like tow it or whatever, throw pre-nades into it, like work your way into pipes, or just like sit on the top of the archway and like let him come out and kill him as he commits himself. But you can't just run past it and not think about it, because that's what kills us here. We just run past it and not think about it. And now it's going to throw you into mid. When this happens, keep going. Play to your team as you get weak. Ignore him. Get the kill to gold, and then play up in the bat ledge and wrap. Basically, if ever you find yourself in a situation where somebody catches you off guard, just keep going to your team. Don't come back and address the fight. Play up on the opportunities that present themselves in the center of the map where your teammates are, and then just make him chase you, basically, is the best, I think, reaction to this, instead of worrying about him. So just, or you can jump turbine ledge if you're really finessey. You can just repetitively jump here. Jump, hold, crouch, land on here. That's more of like a higher level play. But if you just wrap and jump up bat ledge and then just linger and live in this area, then all of a sudden your misplay sort of turns into an opportunity for your team. And then it becomes a team play that you could pick up off of. Like bring him out into the open and make him risk his death, basically. But we drop back and we take the fight. Make him chase you. Make him chase you, basically. We spawn and we sprint pretty quickly, and now we're in the center of the map again. This is scary already, but we'll see how it goes. This guy's got to start playing. This kind of chalks the review. I'm going to be honest. If black and gold doesn't play, it sort of chalks the review. The concepts are the same, but I don't really want to watch I don't think we should watch a 4v3, right? this is a little bit odd. Like, so your teammate's spawn location is an indication of what's safe on the map and where you don't need to anticipate gunfights, right? So, like, if you spawn and your teammate's just sitting there and nobody's fighting him, then that means that there's... I mean, okay, so if you don't spawn on him, that tells you that there's a player near him. So when you spawn here, it is an indication that, like, either it's safe to spawn with your team, I guess, on gold, or there could be somebody nearby enough to this guy that it's not safe to spawn you in a complementary position to him. But, like, I wouldn't run to him unless, I guess, you're, like, trying to protect him. I don't know. I think that this review is, like, weird if it's a 4v3, right? Either way, though, it's, like, the same type of thing. We spawn. We want to get info. Where's our team? What gunfights are they in? And we want to earn kills before we take mid-map positioning. Just because there's a guy top tower doesn't mean that we can safely play up. Like, look at what's happening here, right? We have 2 teammates in pipes, 1 in C. That means that this area from turbine to A, this is all unsafe space with the way that we're skewed, right? Yeah, I mean, him not playing kind of makes this weird. But anyway, you could have been shot here from this guy on triangle who could have just freely shot, and then you're back in escape mode, right? Maybe we should change it up. My bad. We're pivoting off a little bit early, but hopefully still some important stuff to point out. Where's it at? And did Leroy Jenkins on it? I need to... Now I know I need to stop. Okay, fair. Yeah, I think the trend that we're starting to notice is that all of our decision-making is dependent on where our team is, whether they're alive, they're dead, your spawn order. You know, like, everything that you do depends on the state of the game when you spawn, basically, and the info cues that you're picking up off of while you're dead. The camo spawning or coming up soon. Okay, I'm going to shift my focus to prioritize that. I'm spawning and my teammates are all alive. I'm going to play fast and aggressive because they're all playing up in the fight. I'm going to join them. I spawn. I'm the first spawner, and my teammates with me. We're going to hold hands. We're going to play perimeter together, and we're going to earn kills before we take center map positioning, right? So it's the same sort of, like, concepts, repeat, and then it gets more and more complicated when you get to higher level lobbies and people are, like, aware of these things and they're timing you and they're baiting you and they're doing all that stuff, you know, actively. Your name is same as Twitch. Evan, my bad. I know that was brief. Are you okay with me kind of just continuing the train here? Mark!
That is just damn good Halo.
My God. Thank you for the tier 1, 18 months. Mark, appreciate you, brother. Welcome back. Good to see. Keep in mind, I do offer coaching, guys. So it would be a pleasure to work with any of you one-on-one if you want to consider it. But thank you, Mark. Welcome back, bro. Could I get in line? 5 gifted? See, that's money talks, man. I like the sound of that, boys. I'll get you after Dark Fortress, okay? Solitude match. And I know that, what's it? Dark Mew is waiting too, right? What's your gamer tag, Dark Fortress? Is it the same? Same as your Twitch. Okay, gotcha. Can I just copy that? Do you mind? Hold on. I think I got it. Or maybe I don't got it. Can you just type it in the chat for me if you don't mind? Just so I can easily copy paste it. Sorry, stupid question, but... Permastuck D6 1520. Welcome, Revenant. How you doing, man? Coaching, yes. Hopefully I can get to you. I'm getting overwhelmed quickly. There you go. Perfect. Thank you. All right. It starts with an A. Solitude doubles. What's your rank? Two's a little bit different than fours. Like, awareness-wise, the game is more straightforward, but you need to be a lot more confident in your, like, mechanical ability in your 1v1 combat. And, you know, I'm going to be paying attention to, like, all the little techniques and the double jumps and stuff like that you're doing to, like, quickly act off your teammate. Let's put the kill feed up. Okay. So we're playing for OS first. Let's see the open strat. D5, 6, and... Okay, we grab the plasmas first.
Points. Points give.
Fair.
Victory.
Nice shots. Okay, are you an M&K? Oh, you got it. Oh my god. Looks like M&K to me. I think there's like a lot of concern in this first life for like just making sure we get the OS more so than just getting the kill when it's available to you. So that's the first thing I'm noticing is like you had an advantage to clean up that kill and you kind of let it go. So I would just take advantage of that and then get your OS safely off the kill. Sticks you. Okay, we trade. A lot of like chaos a little bit here. So we grab the plasmas. I don't hate that. It's good to have the plasmas. It does delay us on our rotate and like have us come in a little bit later than you would have otherwise been, as opposed to like this teammate, maybe this teammate gets the plasmas instead and then uses them over here because then he doesn't waste any time on his run. I don't know if I like that we waste time, but you G-slide out and you're like ready. I mean, you want to be super disciplined with the reticle, right? The faster that you hit this route, the better reticle advantage you get to like take the fight earlier. That's why the timing is big, right? But it's okay. You address it, 3-shot him. Now you have advantage. When you earn advantage like this and quickly recognize your teammates in a fight too, right? That's all the info you need. He's fighting yard. You can cut mid now. Like I would just G-slide this. I would jump up on Soda and like get in there and take it because I've earned the timing and the advantage to take it. This is like the fastest play off the info to just slip in. If you go up this way and you route like this, you create more time for other variables to take place. Like the flower guy could chow you. This guy could re-chow and get involved, you know? But if you do go this route, then instead of just going directly for OS, when I see this opportunity, I would just take the opportunity and bank nade and probably just play to kill this guy. 3-shot, beat him down, use your shield. That probably hit him. Or almost did, you know, like cut off his rotate, maybe just guarantee the pick. Your teammate and the other guy traded. So it's just an isolated 1v1 and you have a shot advantage. So you don't really need to desperate the OS. You can just like play to your advantage and make sure he dies and you win the fight. And then you get the OS safely. Spawn him cafe, take our time. Play with shock and camo so you were confused. Oh, fair. Yeah, OS on this map is weird. But yeah, this could have gone south, right? When we had like a good damage advantage. So I'm thinking like either you're playing super fast while he drops and you get the OS before he can even contest. Or if you play slow, then just kill him when you see the opening and just, you know, leverage your... Be confident, patient, and just keep that damage advantage in your favor, right? So we got info. He's spawning cafe. The guy was ran from bottom mid. Okay. Teammates behind us was sniper. Cool. And then we get the guy one shot. I guess there's like a quick moment if you're like kind of checking for your teammate. That's what costs the rotate, right? You're thinking like... Right here, we like look for our teammate, and then that was the moment that he turned, and that sort of catches us off. Almost had it. No shame in following this up with a nade. I don't know. I think this is okay. Like, you get the trade, I guess, but you can nade this, and you can, like, slow play it a little bit, maybe. But, yeah, you never know what you're going to fight. Like, they're both here. You're committed. At least you come out with the trade. It's not the end of the world. I don't know. Kind of quick to give up our high ground and go for the chase here too. You're both M&K. Okay. Is this paid? It's pretty like available to anyone, Revenite, but I've been prioritizing subs, ideally.
Lost the lead.
God, M&K is so jarring to watch. It's so chaotic. Just like so much movement, you know? Okay.
Lost the lead.
So spawn and pick up off our teammate is the objective here. Kind of just like immediately sprint jump, which is like a little bit... Just because we don't know where they both are. I don't know. I don't want to nitpick. That's why I feel like with twos, I'm going to nitpick like micro like crazy. Can we just play up in a snipe and just like live here and shoot and pinch this guy? So that we can navigate the other fight too? Or do we just like immediately dive at this?
Lost the lead.
Cut. Doing a lot of like movements, right? It's like we're sliding. I would just like throw your nade and just like keep the gun in front of you, and you can cover everything that you need to cover kind of safely. But there seems to be like there's like a sort of like a, I don't know, I just need to kill him now. I'm like running. The sliding is actually slowing you down and disconnecting you from your walls and limiting the info that you have here with the way that we're doing it. It's kind of, you know what I mean? It's like It's throwing off your reticle placement. It's throwing off your ability to pick up off of certain cues and awareness. Just feels like we're doing too much. Like, just bank the nade and then walk and cut off his option. He can't do too many things except like sit where he is or bank 2 nades there and then walk and cut off his option, and he's guaranteed, you know? So you did a pretty good job like backing up here and isolating the fight, and we're getting kind of chaotic with all this movement more than we need to, and it's like another slide, right? He kind of just runs by versus like if I'm just like here, gun ready, and I bank and cut off his options, like we're probably ready to catch this and just hit the shot, right? Like sometimes it's better to just keep it simple and just make sure our gun's ready to hit the shot. We got some good damage here, but our teammate's splitting, and he's so far from the action, so you have to kind of like finesse. Yeah. We reload 2 here? Yeah, I guess. And then, yeah, I don't know. Just a quick reaction, reticle placement, or snap, or something you might be able to get the head, but I'm thinking keep it simple. Noticing that a lot. Yeah, there's a lot of like, it feels almost like there's a state, you're under like a lot of pressure, you feel like, to really like chase it down and slide and play up on the kill, but it just kind of puts you in positions where your reticle's not like ready, or you're not mentally prepared for the shot as much as you could be to just quickly just hit it and just clean the kill and go move on to next. Sometimes when you have advantages, you can be patient and just prioritize your gun skill. And that's all that's needed. There, that was a good shot. Nice work. Okay, 2 dead. And we kind of have space in a moment here. They spawn yard first, and the cafe's open here too. Make sure that we're doing the same thing together. Yeah, working with each other.
Plasma grenades obtained.
For 2s, I feel like I need to watch the other guy as well.
The lead.
Like in this moment, I don't know. It's like what I notice a lot in 2s is like we really take space and like control the map when we get the openings to do so, and we keep the action and the info in front of us, or like we're double stacking, we're kind of just like overwhelming one guy on a timer, you know, and splitting them around the map. It's like one or the other, but I don't know. I don't watch a lot of 2s. Let's see, as long as we're like holding hands and working together, it's just another even team fight. I'm just thinking like, was there an opportunity for us to take advantage of our numbers to like spawn them somewhere where we were ready for, and then like, you know, keep the pressure up or keep our control on the map in some way. But now it's just an even fight. Good nade. Big movement here. Let's try. Where's our teammate in this moment? Is he running? So he's like backing off and you're chowing, right? Like timing and stuff is everything here. If we're going to do like a big committed movement like this, we got to be doing it with our teammate, or we're not doing it at all. You know, like you can slide and keep yourself grounded maybe, or like just walk this out. Just walk it out and keep your gun ready, and like, you know, play aggressive when you know you have the clear advantage. But we do like a big committed movement and our teammate happens to do a big defensive movement, and then we're sort of disconnected, and now it's a 2v1 on you, right? So it's like, this is, we're playing, like, we want him to play into our hand. We want to keep our advantage as often as we can. We're only doing big extended movements if we know we have an easy cleanup and a kill, and we're doing them together, ideally in unison. But there's like a break here, a disconnect here, and you're doing 2 different things, and that's why you die, right? So I would say take your time, unless you know there's a guaranteed kill. Like, stay grounded. You can slide grounded maybe, so at least you have more options, or just walk this out. Walk this out, and you're still just as valuable by standing here than, like, while he backs out. You know, you're still baiting and switching and working off of him without the jump. Skip to the next egg. I do a lot around there. Okay. We lost. No idea how. With Druck. Okay. Playing 2s, yeah. Teammates playing for OS, and we're not really present here. Nice trade. Really good damage. I don't know if I like the space that we take off the damage, right? Like when you damage somebody, it's your opportunity to like take valuable space from them and play up somewhere where you have more options. Like, I guess if you go this way and you jump on a truck and jump backwards, it introduces you to more angles. Your teammate's with you though, complimenting you at the lift. So like, you have that help. If we like go out this way, like, yeah, maybe, I guess maybe you put pressure and you get the angle. Do it quickly then or something. Like slide wide and like you know, make him run or something. I want us to like take valuable space quickly off this damage in this moment. And I'm a little bit concerned with like being in the open because your options are limited here, or you like walk this up and do a jump and then you both take snipe control. And then from snipe control, you can more effectively play for OS after the fact. But in the end of this, we sort of like, we let him go, right? And then we're still on the bottom of the map. And it just doesn't seem useful for the damage that we did. He ends up jumping out.
Overshield.
This nade is a bit wild. Like, we want to be intentional with our nades here. And this one's just like, you know what I mean? Just try to be intentional and save it. So this fight here, like, depending on how things went, like, we're both split and doing separate things. But let's say that this guy gave up on you and just decided he's going to prioritize OS with his teammate. Well, now your teammate's getting 2v1'd in top mid and the OS gets burned and we're just not present, right? So I just think there might have been a moment where, like, we did damage. Can we make sure that we are quick to play up and guarantee the kill, or at least pressure them back? When you're back here, you can also jump out to hotel ledge. It's kind of tricky to finesse and, like, navigate to, but if you practice it and get good at it and live on hotel ledge, it serves as like a pretty effective bait for your teammate if he stays sniper. There's that option, I guess, too. But anyway, I'm throwing out a lot of hypotheticals. Just damage gives you space, and I want you in like high positions where you can, you know, maximize OS control and team play. Yeah, it can be a tricky jump. We get the trade in the end. Our teammate ends up getting stuck, I think. That's unfortunate. I'm not really looking at him, but I'm sure there's stuff that could be said about him. He did a sticky repulse. Yeah, he should be like clocking that before the fight even begins. The guy's got a repulse on his arm. Like, you can't just run him down, right? You can play, like, keep space from him and like pressure him into a corner while he's one shot. Then maybe you get the cleanup or something. But there's a chance that if you see a repulse on a guy's arm like this, that he's gonna do some milky thing like that, you know, and he's gonna abuse you if you just run him down. So just notice that on the arm and then play accordingly. Solid damage here.
S7. Sniper
Nice
available.
jump. Teammate won his fight. We can 2v1 this guy. Tough jump. Yeah, I don't know if you can conveniently skip that clamor, to be honest. Now we're stuck down here again. Okay, teammate won the fight. Yeah, a little bit scary. Thinking, like, could we have maybe played... I don't know how micro or, like, meaningful this stuff is, but, like, instead of just, like, running out garbage truck, like, because what this does is it, like, limits your option to chase him if he goes this way, right? Like, if we jump up this wall and jump up here, if he goes low, we can chase him. But if he goes high, we have, like, all the options in front of us, kind of. I don't know if that would, like... let you take your time with this 2v1 and cut off his options without you missing the angles, right? So just jump up the walls, but like take your time and just like keep him pressured while your teammate plays out right side, or like, oh, he's one shot here too. Fuck, that's something to clock as well. If he's there's communication that's happening here that we're not hearing. Like if he's a one shot, then maybe taking his space and playing out snipe side is like the play, or I don't. Anyway, could have killed the dude who jumped up. Or like didn't need to back out earlier, but like see how we like rotated here? We went out super wide and he just happened to go that way, and now we're just so split. Like this rotation didn't work in our favor. If we kept our high ground and jump up S4, then we just have more options. And if he ends up dropping, then we can chase him. But if he doesn't, at least we can address it really quickly. But yeah, this rotation, for the record, slide jump crouch like that can be done, I'm pretty sure, but it's hard to do. I wouldn't play for this type of movement too often. This is kind of tricky jump to be reliable, I would say. That's gonna happen a lot. Yeah, just miss the time. Like this could have ended up being your teammate dying, but thankfully he got it. And based on your location, you should be, yes, anticipating the possibility. I guess both cafe and tram are open. Because you went this way and then came back, I'm thinking they're gonna spawn tram, just because of the way that you moved, right? It's like this is enough for the game to spawn them tram. If you stayed here and played out this way, they're spawning cafe. So you can kind of read that spawn based on the rotation that you take. Get the repulse and get out. Your teammate's fighting it. Okay, cool. I like that. They're gonna be cafe, and you seem to know that. So like we're playing up on the split and stagger, you know, kind of situation. I like that. We should be thinking about cafe here. Yeah, because you can, I don't know, I feel like you can just kind of feel it and read it. Like, sure, maybe yard is open, but he's playing aggressively. This is not good on your opponent's part. It's like we're playing up on him and he's playing up on us to the point where the spawn can't be a team spawn. Also, the timing of his death too. He's completely dead and nobody's on the map. So this really introduces the opportunity for us to cycle their spawns. But yeah, cafe is what's open as we wrap here. I guess you're thinking maybe yard. You can play up in like, should play up maybe flowers first. Your teammate's going to play up into, tell him to play yard or something. I don't know. Maybe he's thinking about snipe. Anyway, they split. Yeah, they're going to split here. Maybe. No, they don't. If we don't full play out cafe, they'll spawn cafe. If the first guy spawns there and he's not in the fight. If we played into cafe and like perched on the window, thinking like he could be a cafe spawn and shot him, then the other guy will spawn snipe. And he'll split. Because our teammate, assuming he doesn't move, the other guy will spawn behind us and snipe. So we could like maybe play up on the 1v1, like keep him contained, and then time the other guy in the back of our head. Yeah, you gotta get out. Nice try.
Gain the lead.
Yeah, it's like we don't know where we're going to anticipate him. With M&K, you have the flexibility to just like turn and slide out. I don't actually know if we backed out far enough, just considering how weak you are and how much of an advantage he has. He's very, like, he's going to want to peek and like look for you. Like, if we go out bottom mid to like towards our teammate, that might introduce a better opportunity for you to like bait and switch and live this longer. Then he has to really commit to chase you. But like if we're here, he doesn't really have to commit. We're reloading here too. Like we should be thinking like he's definitely going to chase. You know, we want to have our gun ready, not be caught mid reload. You know. Nice shots. Yeah, so something to keep in mind is like, so your teammate dies. So because your teammate died and this guy's alive, like just him being here will create a team spawn in the back of the map behind him. So you're not fighting one, you're going to fight two. If your teammate's dead. If your teammate's actively fighting him still, then it'll split the spawn. But in this situation, he died like right before the spawn happened. So just want to be ready that like there could be two here. When you get the kill, keep in mind there could be a second. Yeah. Nice reaction. Good damage. Good fucking kill. Good work. Good work. React to that. You crouch, you strafe, you clean him up. You can play fast though, right? Like, what spawn are we trying to create here? So like you can, bam, you're one shot, but like you can literally play up through here and then spawn them tram. Like play up into dip while you get your shields. You don't need to waste time. Your teammate spawns snipe, he can lift, and then we play up together and we're gonna pinch and put pressure on the tram spawn as it's happening, right? Because you're the only guys on the map right now. So we're kind of like waiting for our shields, but we can like kind of navigate up to here and like pre-nade the glass and push them off of there really quickly. With the way we're routing, it's just pretty guaranteed tram. Not getting off the game till I'm Onyx. Does it still say that? It still says, oh fuck, I forgot it said that. We're already Onyx 2000. Hold on. Yo, nobody, I guess maybe people tried to mention the title and I never changed it on Twitch. Thank you, Z. The title should say New Halo CE Remake Info, ranking up all my viewers to Onyx. No, the title's wrong. Fuck. So there's, what, 2 hours we've been streaming with the wrong title. I didn't read it. Oh, my God. All right. That's my bad. The YouTube title's right. The Twitch title's wrong. Getting off the game till I'm Onyx 2100. Yeah. People coming in here thinking like, why isn't he playing the game? Okay, I'm not gonna watch this whole game. Let's just a little bit more here. Okay. Getting a shot in the back here too. Yeah. And then we full commit. Instead of playing all the way through Cafe, we can still create that spawn in tram by playing up this way and getting top yellow. Like top yellow is a valuable position to have. I feel like it's more effective that you intro the fight from here with your teammate pinching and navigate it from here, then like wrap through yard and then through long. Right now we're very split. Like if we decided to take this fight, actually this guy's one shot. So if we're calming right now, you could have cleaned him up as he backed down, I guess, and pinched. But Should definitely be. I don't know what's happening with comms here, but should be on the same page for that. He backs up glass. But yeah, like if we're yellow ledge, then we get similar angles and we can like address it together, working off each other, versus the way we cut here. Just like we don't really see that in front of us or get the pickup, and we play into like, you know, the position where they could shoot us in the back. Technically, you don't have to fly at this, but I don't hate it. We're both doing that. Then your team is probably gonna get traded. Okay. So yeah, I think like we did a really good job getting 2 kills. Could probably, yeah, do better to pick up off the comms if there are comms. But also there's no need to hide back hotel. You can force to spawn and route on the map while you get your shields at the same time. And then play up and nade and put pressure on them, make them feel like they can't breathe the moment that they spawn. From top yellow and from his positioning at benches. I think would be just a more natural kind of way to aggress this.
Overshield available.
Easiest way to learn this map's call out locations. I have a video, hold on, where I go through it quickly. Would be my recommendation. There's a website called what's the website? Something GG Halo. Is it Halo? No, Game Coach. Gamecoach.gg. That's a good one too. I think works. This is Cafe right here. I remember from Halo 5. In case I missed here, this is an old video, but the callouts should still be accurate enough. This is like a timestamp link to the callouts for the map. And then gamecoach.gg, if that site's still around, it's got like map top downs for every Halo map, and then there's callouts written on the Halo maps. This is a solid option. Nice stick. Probably the best you could hope for there.
Overshield.
Yeah, this area of the map is just ass. We talked about it in our watch parties, but like both sides of the lip here, it's weird, bro. Your nades go through the floor and they get caught in the lip. It's hard to reliably bank nades off of this. So I would instead bank a nade off like this flat portion of the bridge so that it lines up and it's more reliable if that's what you're going to do. But yeah, banking nades here is weird.
Overshield.
Just prevents you from being able to do anything and you almost kill yourself with it. Yeah. You're backing out, but your teammate is like fighting this. Like while we're anticipating the fact that they could push us, I want you to kind of keep the action in front of you here. And like you're safer than you think you are, right? Like you can see the oncoming nades as you back out, and maybe you can get an opportunity to bait and switch, but we're very much playing for ourselves and our survival while our teammates engaging. It's like even though you're one shot, like I don't know. But I just try to make sure that we're engaging together, or we're at least like aware of each other, because you sort of like completely dip and play for yourself, and then he just gets played up on while one shot, and that might have been your opportunity to get your sticky kill, you know, or like get like a valuable kill here, is play up, stay here, well, and bait him basically. But now he's dead and now you're hiding. I think you do a good job of like getting your trade later, but there might have been a chance earlier where, you know, you either maybe could have kept him alive or could have gotten a valuable kill off the distraction. But this is pretty good. Presence low. Yeah. I don't know. Hopefully some of that's insightful. It's hard because I feel like I could spend a lot of time just like micro-analyzing every little thing. It's always weird with M&K because you have so much flexibility with your aim, and sometimes that's really good, and then sometimes it just looks so chaotic. Like some of your nades feel like really, like you're really whipping some of those nades. Like I'm wondering if maybe you could be like a little bit more gentle and intentional with how you're throwing some of your nades, because they seem to be going wide, like the frag earlier. Yeah, same with like your gunfights. Like you have the flexibility to slide really quickly, but sometimes it feels like you're doing that and prioritizing it maybe a little bit too much when you could just have your reticle ready to shoot and just hit the shot and react quickly. Yeah, no problem, Fortress. How am I feeling? My voice is sounding spent. I'm fine, Mendelsohn. I mean, I've been yapping nonstop for hours, like kind of reviewing gameplay, but I'm fine.
Oh, that is just good Halo right there. That is just
damn good Halo.
Oh my God.
Let's freaking go, Moist. Moist with the auto 5 gifted before I even look at any of his gameplay. Holy shit.
That is is just good Halo right there. That is just
Damn good Halo.
My God.
All right, Moise, I think I might have to watch this game because he just sent me 5 gifted chat. I think that's one way to get yourself up the tier list. I don't know. Phoenix, welcome. Jaybird, welcome. Dexeria, Diluted, Papa Palma, welcome, guys. Welcome, welcome. Means a lot, Moise. I appreciate you, man. I'm not weathered. I'm fine, though, Mendelson. Glad to hear it. Good. Good. Glad you're glad. I'm okay. All right, we'll take a look at one. Do you have a specific game in mind, Moise? Welcome, guys. Are you appearing online or offline? Offline. See me play BTB. No, thank you. Most recent recharge oddball. Cool. Okay, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll put it on your POV and then just play it and then come back. I didn't skip past it already, did I? Hopefully not. Oh, there we go.
Oddball.
KD is fine. Will we lose? Okay. All right. I'll be right back.
Round 1. Ball incoming.
Maintain current heading. Ha ha ha. Demolition radius was adequate.
Ball dropped. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. We have the ball. Ball dropped. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped.
Seize the ball.
We have the ball. Halfway to victory. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Ball out of bounds. Ball incoming.
Active camo. Inbound. Vital signs. Not found.
We have the ball. Ball dropped.
Active camo available.
We have the ball.
Allied. Carrier down.
Ball dropped. We have the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball.
Shock rifle. Inbound.
Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball.
Bullets. Successfully delivered. Shock rifle available.
Ball dropped. have the ball. Ball dropped. We have the ball. Ball dropped. Killing spree. Ball dropped. Double kill. We have the ball. Ball dropped. We have the ball. We have the ball. Nearing victory. Ball dropped.
We've lost. Possession.
Ball out of bounds. Ball incoming.
Bullets successfully delivered.
Perfect. Double kill.
JDY, I did not answer your question, so I don't know if you're still around, but they're probably not going to add a multiplayer to the CE remake, bro. Probably not. I don't know when the next multiplayer is coming out. Hopefully 2027 fall. Hopefully.
We have the ball. Ball dropped.
All right, how we doing? I decided to, like, eat something real quick because I forgot to eat earlier.
Enemy has the ball.
Was it solo queue? Good question. Was it solo queue, Moise?
Enemy has the ball.
Hello, Samantha.
Active camo available.
You like the haircut?
Enemy has the ball.
What did I just eat? Bro, nasty.
Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball.
Vital signs. Not found.
95% solo.
Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. We have the ball.
Let's see it.
Oddball.
As long as my beard stays, I can do anything to my hair. AKA have none of it. Fair enough. The beard's not going anywhere. The guy who cut my hair wants to do my beard, though. And I was hesitant to let him touch it.
Round one.
But next time, we'll see.
Ball incoming.
Maintain current heading. Ha ha ha. Demolition radius was adequate.
Okay, but what about the shock, the grapple? What are we doing with that? Are we grabbing him? Hopefully. Kind of want us to selfishly get the shock control. I don't like that you're perimeter player with the ball. I don't like that either.
Ball dropped.
Thank you, Samantha. Freaking solo queue, bro.
Ball dropped.
What is happening here? That open strat went so well. Okay, so we play up in the gold. Did we burn camo? Is that what happens? They burn camo. That or they get out. Teammate plays. Our nade cleans them up. Nice work. Everybody's dead right now. Full free reign to do anything that we want, basically. You can, like, jump, grab shock, grab ball, throw it turbine, grab grapple, get up into gold, and let somebody in turbine hold ball while we run back to A, and then we have a full setup. Full setup right off the open strat, right? Because you 4-deaded them, we have the flexibility for that.
Demolition radius was
They kill one, 3v3 and nothing. Yeah, I kind of want you being more selfish with the shock and, like, throwing ball to turbine, pinging ball, and hoping that turbine guy grabs ball, and then using all the utility and taking goal control with shock and grapple and just all the, you know, fanciness, basically. But instead, we're perimeter player with ball. Perimeter player is not what you want to be with ball generally. Like, you want the ball to be between your teammates in the perimeter, right? So, like, I don't even know if he's sitting here, like, thinking, like, throw me the ball, bro. But, yeah, like, I think you could have just maybe thrown the ball to Whirlpool guy, and then you just, now you're good. You just sit there, post up, let them spawn, hold your anchor, you know, because this is going to be much better if the ball's back in turbine in the middle of the setup. So instead, we're, like, anticipating them coming for us and kind of waiting for them to play a long haul, but then we're going to have to, like, what, drop the ball or something? Or we have 2 dead here, so we could even potentially drop ball and, like, play up. We could, like, bring ball to the spawn and, like, kill them again, maybe because we're shitting on them right now, and like keep the pressure. You don't have any nades left. I don't know if there's a chance to get nades here, maybe not, but yeah, like with what your team is doing, follow them up. Like they're not holding setup, which you know is not ideal. We had a setup opportunity, but they got 2 kills and they're playing aggressive. So like, sure, bro, let's just like stay here, bait the ball, or like drop the ball and like play up and clean up these guys. You know, play up off the damage and then take the ball into Whirlpool and then take it to C, or take it long and then take it to C, something like that. But just make sure that everything you do is dependent on your team. Now that they're running this way, A is going to be an open spawn, and you're running the ball towards the open spawn of A as they put pressure. They could end up spawning in front of you. So we end up wrapping it bat ledge. On top of the fact that, like, while these fights are going down, we might have missed an opportunity to play and kill these guys, right? So now they're kind of getting away with more freedom than they would have otherwise had, and Shock still hasn't been grabbed, so it's still sitting there. Yeah, so these 2 are kind of getting out. The damage was done, but you weren't really there to kind of take advantage. And now they're splitting probably both A and gold. Yeah, so they're in A and gold right now. And your team is across the map. So you're going to have to eventually just, like, throw this in bait. You kind of just have to throw it now. Like, throw it out into mid and then just continue to, like... This has gotten weird, right? So I think that was the moment, basically, is, like, notice that we're doing damage. Okay, we're going here. We're going to play here, get the kills. Spawn a Bay, that's fine. But we're doing kind of trying to do both right now, and we're on an island. Yeah, not thinking about A. And we're also not really still thinking about the fact that they were coming from gold and we're jumping into that open area. Like, those guys never got cleaned up. And they're just kind of wrapping towards you and chasing you now, so now we're open to that. And forced to finesse. So yeah, we want to like keep the game in a state where everything is understandable and like easy to control, and it got kind of mixy. So your team is what tells you everything you need to know, right? Like perfect open strat. I love how this looked. Take advantage of your timing to get your shock, and then watch your team and what they do, because you don't want to be perimeter with ball. I would just throw it to Turbine. But if we get the kills and they play up, we play up on the kills. That's fine. We just follow what they do, basically. That's why Strongholds gets crazy, because people in Strongholds have a very rigid understanding of like how they want Strongholds to play. So they want to play the game their way, but then the team is deciding to do different things. And then we don't really adapt to what the team is deciding to do. We just kind of stubbornly like keep our game plan. And then we're like pissed off that the game's not playing into our hand, you know? But like ultimately we can't control our team. We got to just make the right play for the situation and then try to adapt, you know? As ball carrier, you should be between your teammates. Praying they aren't running around aimlessly. Yeah, your teammate should have a perimeter around you, and you should be watching your team and looking for their spawn location to tell you which way to bring the ball. But generally, you don't want to be on the end of the setup with the ball. You want to be between 2 teammates. Just hold 2 in strongholds. They're 4 dead. Pushing trip cap. Watch the spawn. Yeah, as long as you are aware of what your teammates' rotation for a trip cap does to the spawns, then you're still in advantage state. You're still preying on spawns, right? So yeah, I think people get really rigid in their understanding of like, just hold A, B, bro. Just hold A, B, you know, and they're not really ready to anticipate the spawns that split and take advantage of it, because you can still prey. That's still, you're still in advantage, right? You just got to know what's happening and be on the same sort of page. Hey, Ion, thank you, bro. Appreciate it, man. Thank you, Syria and Eli as well, right? So this is kind of weird. Sorry, before I should let it play out, but like, so we spawn real quick. What info are we getting off of our spawn here? Gunfight's going down in Whirlpool. We're trading. Cool, we get a valuable kill. Ball player brings the ball into pipes, but we don't spawn pipes with him, do we? We spawn across in long haul, which is an indication that for whatever reason, this guy is not safe. I'm surprised we don't spawn in like gold here, but based off of our team location and where the ball is, A is open, C is open. Ball player should bring the ball through pipes to us. He shouldn't be running to A. He should be bringing the ball through pipes. I'd probably like... Shock is still available. Get into gold would be a solid start point here, maybe. So we can get access to Shock and like get our kills and then play out on the map. So we're B first here. Working off our team is good. We lost our teammate. And B has now become a very scary, vulnerable place to be, right? Versus like if we initiate this fight from gold, we get basically the same angles, but we have much more safety and flexibility from gold to like live and maybe get the shock access depending on how things play out. So I would just like get into gold. You know, I know that you're pretty good at moving in this game too, so you might be able to flex your little gold jump here. That would be kind of cool. Or just back up and just the traditional route would be fine, I think. But your team with the ball should probably run the ball through pipes safely to you guys. Well, he had the timing. Now he's in B with it, and he shouldn't be. I mean, whatever. He's gonna die here, but battery probably not the play. Yeah, like battery is like a position that you earn off of kills and like control, right? But going there initially just makes it tough. Or it's like if you're gonna play battery, then like maybe you can do something chaotic and like G slide through the entire map and like get in front of the ball. But it's just like that's too much. You know, that'd be too much. Better scenarios like just take your time from good positioning and then move to batteries off the numbers, off the damage advantage. Can I have 2 different video games on those 2 screens at once? Potentially I could have 2 different video games. Yeah, Ducky, but no, I wouldn't do that though, right? Because I'd be running 2 games at the same time. Be a lot of stress on the PC. But I have my tabs and I have my game, and then I have another monitor, right, for my OBS and my chat. It's true. They don't realize they gotta keep a spawn open that isn't closest to ball guy. No. Open a spawn closer to your ball guy or hill guy. Just be aware of what spawns you're opening and you know, play accordingly. I think you can strategically open a spawn near ball with the intention of just killing a split spawner, if that makes sense, right? Because there are ways to open spawns like right beside you, like open an A spawn on purpose. Like you like walk into turbine and you know that you're opening A, and then come back and play up and kill the guy and then block A again and then spawn the rest of them long, right? Or like you can be like in C and like know that if you walk up the stairs you're gonna split spawn somebody back C and then walk and kill him and then block C again. So I mean this is like super high level, but like yeah, it's all about like intention.
Enemy has the ball.
Not to like confuse you.
Ball dropped.
Wait, what happens in this line?
Ball dropped.
Upper spawn here, our team is like playing out through pipes to stop the ball.
Enemy has the ball.
We might have a good cutoff on this. Nice kill. 2 dead. There's 3 dead right now. One of them's... Well, we don't know, but he's behind you. Oh my god.
We have the ball.
Okay, cool. G-slide beatdown. Their A is open right now. Turbine, cool. Maybe just a little bit too quick here. This guy kind of catches us off guard. When we spawn, just based off of the info we have, tower is like unsafe space and you're aware of that. So just something to be like considering once you get these kills. Dead. And like you can play out mid, but you should be aware of this whole hemisphere. Like pretty hyper aware of it. Like you can like drop like bridge and check long haul, check like all of this spawn area, just so you clear this unknown space once you get the kills, right? The kills is your indication to like take a vulnerable angle, but you haven't really consider, or like we haven't, you know, done a full check of like this area that's been vacant the whole time, right? So I think this is your timing. Drop bridge, let your teammate rotate the gold, and like think about and prey on these open areas that haven't been considered, so that you're
the ball.
Just ready to address this properly, because we kind of drop in. I guess you think maybe he's checking it, but yeah, we just kind of come in backwards, and then this happens to be where the last guy is positioned, and we get a good kill. G-slide beatdown is a nice fast way to clean this up. I think with the timing in your gunfight, you have a bit of an advantage where you could just walk this backwards, keep space, and just kill him, because when we G-slide beat him down, we introduce an opportunity for other players off spawn to like pick us up, or for him to trade us. So I don't hate you like just back playing and just killing him confidently, but you good work either way, right? And now we got to kind of like route back. You should be aware that all of your team routed towards long to grab the ball here. So all this area is open. A's open, turbine's open, bat ledge is open. These are all vulnerable angles. I would just sit and wait and just hold, you know, and just bait. You did a lot of good work here. You've done enough for now. Let your shields come back and like watch bat ledge and just bait off the info of your teammates around you and let them play out on the map. Let them create some chaos for you to work with. Because we're kind of like G-sliding immediately. Like, let's say somebody's coming out A door. Okay, now I'm one shot, you know, and now I'm like, oh shit, I gotta clamber. And I'm dead, right? So there's a lot that you're kind of introducing yourself to before you've given yourself time to really let it happen. You've done good work here. So we end up dying.
Halfway to victory. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball.
Yeah, I think if you just hold stacks and like live and let that play out, then you let them come to you. That's a big thing about OBJ is like recognize the advantage state with the OBJ, and then you don't have to move anymore. Like it's like when we have like a 2 cap and we know we're at advantage and it's an even 4v4, let them come to you. Just hold your ground, let them play out, and then when they die, then you can figure out how to activate. But if we have advantage with the ball, like, sure, let them route a map, and then you just shoot them when they come at you. You don't have to go to them anymore, but you're trying to, I think you're thinking, like, I want another, you know, you're trying to go to it. But you don't, now that you've gotten those kills, you don't need to go to the action anymore. Because then it sort of falls apart, and now what was control is turning into their opportunity for control.
Has the ball.
Good shots. Oh no! Good delay here, though. Your teammate picked up off your damage. Oh my god, these nades. 3 dead, ball played, grapple collected by your teammates. Camo coming up in 10. Was that everybody? I think they might have got everybody. A is open here.
Inbound.
Yep, good. Nice.
Vital signs not found.
We have the ball.
What's happening with camo right now? Are we getting it? No, I don't like that, right? Like we had a we're so focused on like kills, right? Now they're just getting free camo. Right? So you were doing really good work until we just like completely just stopped thinking about camo and ball control here. And then he just gets away with it. So like yes, they could be A. I would stay big A door. Just stay here.
Active camo. Inbound.
Here, yeah. Do all your damage. Dead. And then let him go. Right? I don't even know if I would like take the angle, but then let him go. He doesn't matter. Camo matters right now.
That is just good Halo right there. That is just
damn good Halo.
Oh my god.
Hellshot. Thank you for the sub, brother. Welcome back. I appreciate the 7 months. Let's go. 3-month streak, man. Love to see it. Thank you, Hellshot. Your whole team is on that same wavelength of like, we're doing good. Let's get our kills. Let's get our ball. But like, solo queue, you know, you can't count on your team. You got to like really spot the camo and just make sure that it's not getting grabbed for free, because again, it's like we're going from advantage to disadvantage, and letting them have their advantages that they don't deserve, basically. So this kill doesn't even matter to me. Like, you keep them weak, your teammates, maybe they'll get them. But if you stay in top cat and you see this interaction, you can bait the camo, you can make sure that it doesn't just get grabbed. Yeah.
We have the ball.
I think you can move, definitely. Like, even that, right? So it's like you know how to move. It's the same sort of stuff that we've talked about before, but sometimes you're just doing a little bit too much. Like, you G-slid onto your nade. You know? I see myself in your gameplay a little bit. There needs to be a little bit more of like a, you're doing it because like you know why you're doing what you're doing. You're taking your time. You know when to slow it down. Let them play into your hand. You know, it comes with the practice. I can tell that you spent a lot of time working on the mechanics though, and that's good. That's like a foundation that'll serve you the more that you learn how to use them and when to use them.
Ball dropped.
Active camo available.
We have the ball.
Because now it's like, oh my god, like you just did a lot of cool movement, you know, like you hit the perfect crouch jump into slide off the bat ledge and then turned it into like a fakey like late jump, right? You hit a late jump off that and you're coming back, but like now they're mid, you're gonna probably die.
Allied.
Or they don't even look. Like, I don't know, nobody's even looking. But Camo has the angle on you. He just can't shoot his gun for some reason. Okay, there we go, right? But like, just too much. You actually, that's where he went? Yeah, he tucked in the corner, right? So it's like your speed was benefiting and hurting you in these situations.
Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball.
And now that they have camo, they have an automatic, like, huge advantage for info, for, you know what I mean? It's like now you have to really play specifically for camo, and you have to let them get some ball time until you can isolate and kill camo, because that's kind of step one. So that's valuable as hell. You just made a really big play by killing camo. You got nades, you got left-hand nade advantage, so I would probably lead with the nade and the advantage there. Not a great one. Like a good bank to the doorway before you even peek it, like left-hand nade advantage on the door, you know?
Shot rifle.
Cool, you lived. Nice, 2 dead. So they're spawning C for sure.
We have the ball.
Okay.
Ball dropped.
What's our ball doing though? Like, is our ball following this up, or okay, he's coming into C with us. Nice. You're good, just live. You're a maniac. You're a maniac. Dead. Okay, cool.
Please remain calm.
Teammate's having a bit of trouble with getting the ball out, it seems.
We have the ball.
Okay, I guess we hold it A.
Ball dropped. We have the ball. Ball dropped.
Nice.
Killing spree. Ball dropped. Double kill.
I'm nice. You can move.
We have the ball. Ball dropped.
So like when you kill this guy, great. But like, do you need to play pipes? No, right? Like, this guy's a movement demon. Yeah, you can definitely move, but it's like, you don't need to get this guy kill right away, right? Like, you can wall him off with grenades or whatever, but, like, you're doing this entirely solo, bro. This might go well, this might not. You know, it's not really a good probability play, if that makes sense. Like, I mean, once you see that, I guess you're thinking, like, I'm gonna G-slide on him. Holy crap. Yeah, wide, and then you nick the edge and hit the second one through pipes. But, like, your team is just, like, circle jerking in the back of A right now. You know what I mean? Like, instead, like, if, I don't know. Anyway, I'm just thinking, while you have advantage, hold advantage, and then clean this kill up safely, and then you can come back and address the other fights, or, I don't know. Whatever, we get the trade.
Double kill.
Sometimes I think you overheat a bit, but ultimately pretty good life.
Ball drop.
We've lost. Possession.
Not really sure what's going on with the ball in the meantime here. So I think one thing to consider is, like, you actually have a lot of, like, power if you're standing, like, you kill that guy and then you're standing here, you actually have a surprising amount of power here, right? Like, you can support your team, you can navigate the pipes fight, you can do, like, a lot to turn this into a situation that might lead to a team fight win versus your isolated kill and trade, right? Where you're, like, just working off the info. Compared to what E-Day is and the Halo remake, Halo looks pathetic. We should have got H7. I mean, we knew that E-Day was coming and that the remake was coming, right, man up? It's not really fair to directly compare the two of them, I think, because we know what types of games they are. Like, E-Day is a full follow-up to the franchise. It's been also, like, years since we've seen anything in E-Day. 2019? Or Gears? It's been since 2019 that we've seen a Gears game. Crazy.
Ball incoming.
Yeah, Heaven's a pretty powerful spot to just kind of chill for a second while we have ball and just bait them. Bait them into your hand, you know? But I mean, you did some good work. Wow, nice. How does this go down?
Ball drop.
We've lost. Possession.
Ball out of bounds. Ball incoming.
I mean, at this point, your whole team is dead except this guy, and they're all up. So, yeah, like, I guess you might as well just get whatever kills you can from it.
Bullets. Successfully delivered.
The alternative to this entire play would be to not go tower, know that, like, this guy's probably, I mean, I don't know, because it's like, you would want to, instead of playing directly into mid, just play through a perimeter. You could skip and, like, or it's like, if we expect our teammate to just play ball and we just stay A the whole time, right, and then just route through Turbine together, then we, like, keep the map control, you know, in our favor more so for the next ball pickup versus, like, kind of like we all sort of played into mid and then just died, and now they kind of have the opportunity for ball pickup. So you get two, though, which is crazy. And the spawn split, so who knows? It's a weird fight, I'm not gonna lie. Nice try. I mean, yeah, you're just doing a lot. You're taking this fight to the death. I don't really know if you need to take this fight to the death. Like, you can, like, pivot and live and let the play out. Like, weaken him, make him chase you stacks, or live in C, extend the duration of this, bait the oddball from the inside of C. That's the only thing, is just making sure they're not getting ball for free, giving your team time to spawn and get into, like, a fortified perimeter that you can work together with. But instead, we kind of just, like, we're right in the fight. I'm going to fight you to the death. I'm going to finesse you with a late jump, right? Like, you're really just trying to, like, I don't know, like, out-ego these players instead of just the bigger picture, you know? Like, I feel like you've got the footwork, you got good accuracy here, but, like, don't let them kill you. Like, make them work for you and give your team time to address and be a part of this, because we're going to continue to stagger right now. Like, that guy didn't die, he's getting his health back. This guy didn't die, he's getting at a dodge. So ultimately, your damage is not actually leading to any, like, meaningful progress for your team, and now they have perimeter, right? Yeah, like, you gotta, like, do your damage, but, like, allow yourself an out so that we can get back to full neutral. We want our full 4-stack up, and we want to be in a good team state so that we can convert the damage that you're doing into kills and get the ball control. But now that we've, like, we've staggered ourselves and your team is playing up, we're playing into continuous disadvantage, and, like, they might die when you spawn. So teammate got one though. It's working out. Oh my god, bro. You're a maniac, man. You're a maniac.
We have the ball.
Like. Okay.
Ball dropped.
I mean, he's pushing you immediately off your spawn. You have stickies. You can guarantee a trade with your sticky, like literally just by like backing up and playing towards your team. Or like if you're gonna G-slide, you could G-slide wide maybe and like throw the nade and get like that would be pretty crazy and finessey, but at least you like live better. You're trying to like G-slide stick a 2v1.
Ball dropped.
It might have almost worked, you know, like the intention's cool, but just maniac. Play like do more slides that keep you like on the outskirt of the map until you have the damage advantage that justifies throwing yourself at them. Is my recommendation. Because you're throwing yourself before you haven't earned the advantage to throw yourself at them yet, is what it feels like.
Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball.
Active camo available.
Again, we sort of did like a lot. I think we naded ourselves there, right? So it's like stay at the door, just sit here and bait. That's pretty much all you can justify doing with the time that you have. You know what I mean? Like, camo's coming up right now, so just throw your nades and literally just jiggle peek the door. I mean, you know, they're probably going to get it. And if you can, like, eventually play towards tower after the fact, maybe. But, like, I don't know. I think that, like, we throw a nade and then we just dive at it. That nade bounced off the wall and we dive onto our nade. And now we're just, you know what I mean? It's just crazy. And in the moment that you threw it, that was the moment that he ran and got it. But, like, they have shroud control. They are all 4 up because of the way that we died earlier, that like you kind of have to let the camo go. You know, it's one of those situations where like you can throw your nade and peek and bait and like do your damage from here safely, but also got to keep in mind that like I might not get this camo, you know, and it's not worth dying in effort to try to like run at it and grab it. If anything, if you can get a kill on route or you can do valuable damage for your Whirlpool teammate to get the kill, job done. We safely route on the map, we get the trait, whatever we need, right? But in this situation, it's just hard to realistically just do everything you're trying to do and win. Yeah, you're just doing too much, man, you know?
Enemy has the ball.
I feel like you have the tools, but we're also we're one Spartan. It's a team game in the end of the day. So you have to earn your advantage and then you get crazy off the advantage that you know you have. If you don't have advantage, you got to be passive. You got to be disciplined with your movement, with your approach, and then off the advantage, you can go crazy, right? But you're going crazy before you have a reason to. So like we're 2 dead, I would probably like link up with your teammate and stack long and like play through here. And they have camo control, so now it's like tricky. But like ideally as the first 2, once your teammates die, unless you have an easy kill to immediately pick up off of, like this is kind of like how Bound and like SSG were playing, is they were like, when they started not caring, they just started like G-sliding 1 by 1 through the map while they had like perimeter and just kept killing them, right? Like when they were, I don't know who they were playing, it was a Shopify or something, but if you can just like double hit long and clear out the lanes and get the kills, then you have earned a checkpoint with your team so that the guy behind you in gold can do what you're doing now more safely, more effectively. But I think you're going to G-slide off this. You hit that's a good angle to go directly to tower. Didn't hit it perfectly, so we might miss. Okay, you still get the kill, but now in our positioning is like super split. It might work. It's just like these are really risky plays to make when we're spawning in a disadvantage. Typically, like, the recommendation would be, like, let's play through long. Let's break this situation. The thing is, it's 83 to 42. You can kind of justify maybe making plays like this, and if it works, it's great. If it doesn't, whatever. You know, I still have time to, like, push out and win. So, I'm not going to tell you not to, but I will tell you that this is not the, like, typical way to break a setup.
Not fast.
Yeah. Once you've earned this checkpoint, this is honestly really good. So I would just like slow down here even. Okay, good checkpoint. Stay, right? Like tether yourself with your team. Let them catch up to the movement that you just did. Like keep yourself in their sight lines. If you stay in your team's sight lines, then your play still has value, right? Like you can back out, you can bait and switch, you can work off this. But if you go into tower YOLO like this, you don't know what the hell you're about to fight. Nobody can pick up off your damage. This is useless damage that you're doing here, right? So like the first G-slide, risky, you got away with it, excellent. Checkpoint yourself, your teammates behind you, right? Like shoot, like tow yourself into here, back up, bait and switch, kill the guy, you know what I mean? Like just work together to break this instead of just going straight into tower, because now this fight doesn't matter. Like this guy's going to have his health before any of your teammates get to do anything to pick up off of it, right? But at least the 2v winning this guy in the meantime. But you know, it's like, just take your time. Take your time here. You got a really good checkpoint.
Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball.
Team is winning the fight, though. We might still end up taking the round. Yeah, good.
Shock rifle inbound.
Ball dropped.
Okay. Yeah, nice try. Kind of like preemptive with the ball rotation a little bit, just because we hadn't like confirmed the kills. I see the vision though. Bank nade into B is a good habit. Like a little bit farther on the nade though with the bank, that's fine. We do valuable damage. So in your mind, you're thinking like, I'm gonna take ball to A and we're gonna kill them as we go, and just like hold and set up there. You're on a timer though, because as you push A, you're gonna split the spawn to long, and then the long guy's gonna kill you. You could alternatively like take your time and jump shock and kill this guy on the way, and then maybe route back and get ball, or like throw ball and like play up into bat ledge and play through perimeter after the fact, right? So like you do the kind of dirty work to throw the ball forward, but then instead of like going directly to it, I don't know, you did it so fast that like it kind of ended up coming out a little uncoordinated, right? Like it ended up getting thrown to mid. Lost our kill feed here too. But yeah, you're also on a timer. So if you're going to linger here, you got to know that while your team pushes A, we're splitting the spawn to C long. So you have to just go, you have to go directly in. So now that you're here, you might as well commit and like fully isolate the fight. Just so yeah, while you do that, pay attention to what your team's doing. And if you see your team pushing into A, assume the spawn's going to flip and then just commit. So yeah, not a bad life. But maybe you could justify like playing perimeter a little bit longer until you get the kills, like 2 dead. Then maybe we play up onto them, or throw the ball from the left side, take a little bit more time to make sure that happens, and then maybe play up in the bad ledge after the fact. Or, you know, if you continue to play aggressive and the kills are going your way, then just commit then, so that you don't get killed by the split spawner. If you notice, your team is, of course, rotating to A with you. Kill feed's gone, so I gotta find it again. There we go. Here, hold on. They don't win this round, do they? Hopefully that's not the case. Oof. They win this round? Holy shit. Painful.
Ball out of bounds. Ball incoming.
That's the thing too, is like as satisfying as it is to be able to move around quickly and, you know, get your kills and whatnot, if we're not winning the round in the end, you just end up like frustrated by the end of the grind. You know, it's like we're doing all this extra work, all these crazy movements, and then the game didn't even end up in our favor.
Ball out of bounds. Ball incoming.
Okay, wait, so how, hold on. We spawn, our team is in front of us, we're all converging on C here. Spawns are open through pipes to mid. They're going to be pipes to mid here. Okay, they're 2 dead. Should be 2 dead. Oh, I see.
Ball dropped. Ball out of bounds. Ball
Yeah,
incoming.
instead of, it might not be a bad idea to just G-slide straight to blue pipes. Like that, and go straight in, but you probably still get in trouble from the guy who's, on turbine.
Ball incoming.
I think it's okay. You could also just jump to the back of stacks instead if you want to do something fancy here. Jumping back stacks will force him to have to either throw a good nade or get behind stacks to like play off your angle, and it might give your team a little bit more time to bait this. Basically, if you just jump back stacks. But yeah, you don't exactly know where he's coming from or whether or not he's going to play up on Trippy. He ends up playing up on Trippy. The ball gets played too. That's not really our... Like, not much we can do about that necessarily. You can anticipate that the ball's going to be played instead of like full committing yourself. I guess it's because you saw the one shot, you went to play up on the one shot. So you're like, shit, I think I have this one shot. Yeah, I don't know.
Life expectancy shortened.
We have the ball. Ball dropped.
Please remain calm.
We gave up our power here, right? So like you get this kill, and then teammate throws ball bottom mid. Kill.
Ball dropped.
Okay, great. Where's your team? Not in front of you, right? Your team went 2 dead, and like you're front man in tower here, right? This is all unknown space. Ball's been thrown bottom mid. There's no incentive for you to play to turbine or drop into bottom mid anymore. You can literally just stay tower, back up, watch the A spawn, or just sit here and live here while your team spawns.
Please.
But we play forward and we like drop into bottom mid. Take your time, right? Like you're not an advantage anymore. You've lost your advantage. Your team has died. So we got 1. Our team goes 3 dead, I think. 1 dead, 2 dead. Team's 2 dead, maybe. Okay, 2 dead, and the other guy's like behind us. Other guy's in C, right? So just want to like just shoot your way out of this. Or if anything, maybe you travel to stacks or something, but I think you're fine where you are. I would just stay where you are and just hold the line for your team to spawn behind you, and then we'll eventually get the ball off of control.
Please.
But like this is your power's gone now when you drop, right? And you give him flexibility to take angles that you can't contest anymore. And if they play a mangler, then because they're spawning A, see how they're spawning A's open right now, you're going to be caught in the middle of a chaotic situation. It's easier to navigate this from tower. Yeah, now you're dead from the A spawner that caught you off guard. So like with your positioning and the location of your teammate, which you can see, by the way, on the left side of the screen, it's hard to spot. I'm covering it with my camera, but there's like a little icon that I'm covering on the left side, right? That tells you that turbine's open, gold, but also A is open. There's a possibility that they could spawn A behind you. And that's something you want to just be like wary of while you live in tower. As you back out, you like come out, you check it, and then get into like the pillar or something like that, you know, like as you're sort of navigating backing out if you do get weak in this situation. But yeah, you were doing good here till we dropped. They coach you to 2K? That'd be nice.
Enemy has the ball.
I could do with some coaching for 2K. I mean, okay, hold on a sec. So we died. I'm gonna watch just the first round, if that's okay. Is this the life? This is the life before. Cool, okay. We die. What happens to our team while we're dead? They're in C. Are they all like dying? Yeah, 1 dies. We trade. Everybody's dead except you.
Plasma grenades acquired.
Yeah. It's like we're creating like a lot of aggro for ourselves here. Like we played up really quickly. We're like, oh shit, there's a guy bottom mid. I want to come back and shoot him, throw a nade. You're alone right now, you know? Like you can bank nade, pre-nade into tower, I guess, now that you revealed yourself, and just try to like live in tower and finesse here, but your timing is like super staggered. Like if you die, your team is at a disadvantage. You can't like die here, right? Because then now we can't like break this conveniently. So it's just like, I don't know, you have to like stop yourself at the doorway, and either you kill this guy somehow and you play up on him because like you come out maybe a little bit more slowly, you notice him and then like guarantee him and follow up the ball guy or something through bottom mid maybe, but like you can't afford to die too like quickly here.
Plasma grenades acquired.
You got to take your time because you're the only one alive right now, and then when you die, your team's spawning up at 3. Yep, you didn't get a kill, so now they're at a big disadvantage if they can't immediately play up off your damage.
Enemy has the ball.
Teammate gets 1. Okay, well, thankfully they are winning their fights, right? So they're going to force a play ball. That's going to play. Play for the new ball. There's no way in hell that this guy doesn't play that. You're wasting time. There's a big time waste right here. You should, like, see that and just assume he's going to play ball and get goal control. Like, right now, you should be, like, running to gold. Everybody on the team is running the ball. I don't like that, right? Because then the ball's going to spawn, and then what's going to do? Like, the spawn system is going to give spawns to their opponents near the ball and, like, pipes and shit. And then they're going to get the ball more easily after the fact, after the play. Oh, Camo's coming up too. But still, I kind of want you in gold. Your team all played ball. If you hold gold here, then you keep their spawn in A. And you just, like, pepper them. And then give our team camo advantage. And we can consider playing for the ball once we get numbers advantage here. But, yeah. You being gold instead of camo, I think, gives your team flexibility for camo while also letting you control spawns. Because now they're gonna be A. Potentially, yeah. Okay, we're quick enough to get out with it. We got grapple. Maybe get kills before you get the ball here. You're gonna play for ball, but we don't have an advantage anymore. We're only 2 alive right now, and it's just that one guy in gold.
Objective is,
and we dropped into batteries. They know you're here.
Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped.
It's a bad play on that guy's part.
We have the ball.
No beat down. God, this is so chaotic, bro. Holy shit. We grab ball with advantages, right? Like, you want to, like, earn advantages, even though there's 49 seconds left and shit's, like, intense. You have a lot of info when you grab that camo and you get out with it. Grapple, okay, you see them A. Your teammate's playing up on it. So, like, I would, instead of just grabbing ball, like, play up with your team and guarantee some kills and then get ball safely with grapple from Turbine, right? So, like, these fights are going down and we're ignoring them. Our teammate just got beat down. Like, that's your bait. That's your kill right there. And then we have a clear numbers advantage and then we win the game. Right? So, like, you have to make sure that we're playing up on what our team is doing and winning the numbers game and then get the ball. I think that just the fact that the time is ticking down, you think you have flexibility, so you're thinking about it. But, like, our team lost the fight. We didn't do anything to contribute. And now we're grabbing ball. Now they know where we are with camo. And we don't go to bat ledge with it either. So we're, like, really exposed. I don't know if you meant to fall. But never fall dies too. You're completely alone center map batteries with camo. And they know where you are because you got a beacon over your head.
Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball.
Yeah, I would still jiggle peek this, like, even though it looks so bait. Because there's a guy in your tower, you should be isolating this, right? You can kill this guy with the same angle without getting any damage from tower. This guy shouldn't be allowed to shoot you right now. Should be, like, jiggle peek isolating this. He should not be allowed to shoot you.
We have the ball.
He did a lot of damage there. And then your teammate's, like, desperating ball. Can't do much about that.
Ball dropped.
Yeah, I think we have, like, there's a lot of good opportunities I think we had here to just, like, make sure we guarantee the game.
10 seconds.
Can't really afford to back down from this. We want to keep baiting the ball, yeah.
We have the ball.
I don't think you have to slide out, but you want to just stay in it.
Ally.
Nice.
Carrier down. Abundant
Oh my god.
detected.
We have the ball. Ball
God. This is so tragic to watch.
dropped.
So you don't, like, your team is all pushing, so I wouldn't even leave. Like, I would, like, consider maybe jiggle peeking and staying in this. I wouldn't really leave gold unless, like, you need to, but your positioning here is pretty good. It's going to continue to spawn anchor them at A. They're going to keep, like, spawning towards A. I guess C is open here too, depending on what your team does. But, like, you have a really complimentary angle from, like, a powerful position to support the plays that your team is making. They're all diving mid for you right now. So just work with that, you know, jiggle peek, throw nades, just be a nuisance. Sliding out here is kind of scary. We're not thinking about the open A spawn and doing any damage to that.
We have the
But I get it. Like, there's 6 seconds, so things are, like, kind of a panic.
Ally. Carrier.
So, like, this slide, right? Like, we are so focused on slides. Like, all you have to do is turn and shoot this guy. Unless you're trying to, like, shoot him and G-slide and land on ball at the same time, maybe? I don't know. This is crazy. It's 89 to 88. Wow.
Abundant skill detected.
We have the ball. Ball
Yeah.
dropped. Double.
Anyway, I'm, like, over analyzing at this point. But I think all of the other moments kind of leading up to the chaos at the end, we pointed out a lot of valuable habits and whatnot. It is stressful, yeah. Cool double kill bottom tower in the second round. My bad, bro. I didn't even see that until I pivoted off. Hold on. You got one? All right, War Turtle. That makes sense though, right? Me just yapping.
Ball out of bounds.
Is it in the beginning of the second round? Okay, okay. There's a double. War Turtle! Oh my
That
god.
is just good Halo right there. That is just damn good Halo.
My god. War Turtle. Love you, man. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Holy Avisa. Why you butthurt? Opois. High Spirit Rider. Downfall. Welcome. War Turtle. Thank you, man. Let's freaking go. Yeah, I mean, you're mechanically very sound. You can shoot. You're better than these guys, bro. Like, you're literally playing better than these guys. Like, in the micro, right? And I think you know that. But you're making it harder for yourself is the issue, right? Like, you're playing down to their level, kind of, by, like, doing too much and not fully considering your team and the advantages and, like playing up in your advantages. But, like, as far as like your individual fights, like a lot of these fights, you look like you're more, yeah, just mechanically advanced than the players that you're playing against. But, you know, relegated here because we got to be a little bit more disciplined with how we're using our tools, basically. But yeah. So that's why you get like a mix of like shitting on a few guys, but then you still lose the game, right? I'm sure there are other people in similar circumstances like this where they're like, bro, I'm statting, I'm getting so many kills, I can't get out of D6, right? Because there's like certain important things on like a macro scale that they're not considering, or like they're not playing for the win necessarily, right? They're playing for maybe more for themselves, for the kill or the ego or the satisfaction of like the outplay, but not really playing for the win, right? Statting's addictive. Yeah, it's satisfying. I mean, it looks cool on the timeline, right? Like, I get it. Know how it feels. Yeah. And then you're going to be very effective, right? Because the better you get at like knowing how to use your tools, the better you're going to be as a player overall. Harder you're going to be to kill. Revenite, thank you, man. War Turtle, you got any recommendations? Anything? If you have any like specific map game type, this is actually a pretty close one. Oh, Hog is in this one too, which is pretty cool. That's somebody I'm coaching. Page 25. Page 25. Lattice. Holy shit. It might take a bit to get this to load. Hey, welcome, welcome. Bro. To get into like the later pages can be tricky. Just because the game just does not want to load it. It should eventually work. Yeah, you gotta bear with me. Kind of just like selects what it wants. You never got Onyx? See, that's kind of surprising with like how technically proficient you are. That's surprising to me. My God, bro. Is this chalked? Might be chalked. Wait. I got page 20 to load. It's got to load all the other pages. Damn, that's a lot of games. I mean, bro, I would definitely like stop saying that about yourself. You know, start to change the internal narrative a little bit. Like if you just say you're just dumb, then you're going to keep making dumb plays, right? So like, I don't know. a perfect aim god to hit shots, and you think it's your aim, but it's really the position you put yourself in, you know? So it's hard to know unless I see your gameplay and your habits. Aim is different every server. Yeah, I think servers can make aim feel a little bit different, and we can spend a lot of time like psychoanalyzing, and you know what I mean, like getting down the rabbit hole of like, shit, is like my internet connection making my aim like have extra latency, but like how do we control it in the end, you know? Like some of that shit is just like, you know, it might not be the core issue. It might be contributing, but it might not be the core issue. And it's hard to control that issue. So I try to like not think about it. Tend to play really fast. So if you notice Moist in that see if you can hit your year one peak of 16 hundo. Was proven tough. It's achievable. Be a bit of a process, right? Aubrey Rose. Just getting the kill feed. How many people on the list? I'll be honest, I don't have too much more energy for more. It's been a lot of talking, and I feel like it's... I mean, I'm fine, but I kind of want to do other things too, right? We've done like 5 of these? 6 of these, maybe? So we'll see. Let me just get through this one and then see how we feel. I don't even know what the list is or where the list is. I think Ducky Truck was waiting as well. You know. Out of water too, apparently.
Locate the
All right,
hill.
Plano Blue.
Become its administrator.
Hill ready.
Okay. Nice.
Life expectancy.
Grab snipe and play into red quickly. We want red control for this first hill. They could still spawn red. That's something to keep in mind. Because look at where our teammate spawns as well, right? That's a good indication. We haven't fully committed to red yet. The spawn timer is 10 seconds, so they have started spawning red. That's something we want to be wary of. Good kill. Now they're going to be blue. Look at the way our team is rotating. You can turn and you can start preying on spawners now. They're going to be blue. So we took a little bit too long to address this. First off, War Turtle. We're missing a little bit of a timing opportunity here to line up snipes, and they got a kill on our teammate while that happened. And now they're playing in red. Nice kill. Wow, good no-scope. Nice, nice. You're alone right now. Good. Nice try. I mean, mostly like what I see here. The one thing that was like a little bit weird about this open strat is just how little information you have for how much time you're rotating. Like, I think it works out in the end nicely, but like just something about this to me is weird that like we're spending so, like we don't even see anything. We don't see anything, don't see anything, don't see anything. And it's like, oh, now we start to have info. it works. So I don't want to knock it. I just, for me, it's kind of unorthodox to like spend so much time having zero info on where these guys are going and what the fights are. Maybe there's a way that you can like slide and kind of check as you go and just get some of that, some indication, but this works out nicely. We got one dead. Keep him contained. Track this guy. Spending a lot of time in scope, but you're still hitting good shots here. Nobody's contesting you. And then try to be quick here. Even though that this guy is like, we know that he's weak and we're fighting him. If we can be really fast, we might be able to create the spawn scenario that we want even quicker. You have a teammate assisting you, so you don't necessarily need to like hard commit to this guy on your own. Your teammate will keep him contained. Just make sure he dies on the way like you do, which is good. And then, yeah, kind of know that the red spawn's happening. And then this moment, check your team and see their rotation. I think you're thinking the possibility that somebody split, but this right here for sure is like, they're not going to spawn here anymore if this guy's here. So there's a timing where you can like maybe peek and catch some lanes on their way, or maybe pivot out to this window and catch some of their lanes. But otherwise, this is a really good life. Once your teammate dies in ice, know that you're like alone here. 2 team like dead X's in front of you. So you want to be like kind of disciplined with your approach here. Your teammate split spawns across the map here too. The game's saying it's like unsafe to spawn anybody near you. That's because this guy's directly in front of you. So you're going to be completely alone. I think you're just trying to play up on the damage and confirm a kill, but you having the sniper and having control of red here is the win. I think that's the big thing, right? It's like, even though you want this kill, as long as we have like control here and we're living here, then that's kind of what matters more than the kill, right? Because like if we hold the anchor and we give our team the positioning they need to safely control the hill on the map, then it doesn't really matter where these guys are located, as long as they, you know what I mean? Like they don't have access to these areas, then they can be like, they can run technically, right? So you could just like let them go and bait him potentially and just like stay up top where you were with the sniper and just bait, like use the rest of the ammo from safety, right? But ultimately pretty good life. Lost the kill if you want to win. Oh, we got it. Okay, we're good. Okay, so we get some hill time off this. And our teammates hopefully picking up off our damage. If you also kind of like delay yourself and play in a way that allows him to be in the fight, then it could go better for you. So we're kind of like tethering ourselves backwards or like limiting our movements, our jumps, so that we live as long as possible so the teammate can get the cleanup. But this is looking pretty good. Okay. Yeah. You have a lot of time where you could continue the strategy of like wrapping red. Nice try. Just die in a 1v1. Thrust is available here as you route through. Might not be a bad idea to like come through, get the kill, and pick it up. But the game plan generally is like, can we control red for this hill? Because if we control red, then the hill is easier to break. We spawn like basically in a sight line to contest it if we control red, right? So it's really hard for them to cap the hill if we can get an anchor here. I understand like your teammate that you want to play up off of and like support him with the bait and switch, so you can come in and like try to clean this up. But then when you get back down, I'm thinking like maybe chalk this and jump from here to here and try to like make progress towards red carefully, basically, you know? And then if we can eventually get into red and wrap and eventually take the fight from here, then good strategy. Instead of headbutting again from mid, the option to headbutt was there maybe when you wanted the bait and switch, but it's sort of like gone now. And I would just play out the map and try to take space for your team carefully, because you're still one shot and you want to be anticipating the possibility of somebody in red while you do that. So, but yeah, then ultimately your play I think will have more value, because there's not much you can do from mid if you just directly hit this out. Kind of just like a 50-50 1v1 there. He was ready for you too, because that was your last known location. And we're all pouring into bottom mid, see? So it's like our team is sort of throwing this away. But if you can live in red, then the whole scenario changes and their bottom mid play becomes more effective, because you're kind of pelting them in the side and putting pressure on them as well, right? Or they might spawn closer to where they might spawn tower. They might get different options. They get their kills somehow, which is good. Because they got kills, you can play fast here. I would hit your G slides. You have no choice but to bank nade and clean up the hill. Nice try. Yeah, they're gonna get that. Okay. But yeah, that's the only thing I can take away. Like the first life was really good. Just want to anchor and like really prioritize our lives in red so that we don't have to find ourselves in the situation where we're playing up. Second life, if we can find the timing while the hill is still like kind of early to get that positioning, I would go for it. And then the third time, you want to be fast, fast, fast. Like G-slide, land on the top of that shelf and slide off of that, and then bank a nade and just do it really quick. Really, really quick. Before they can kind of gather themselves here. And then if you kill that guy, then maybe you'll be able to address the second one, because it's only 2 players alive in that one little 5-second window.
Translocator requisition.
Coming in a little bit confused here. Nice kill.
Successfully delivered.
Nice. Good shots. Really good shots. That was nice. Doing a lot of movement here. This is kind of scary. I don't like how much we're doing. Nice kill. Or you almost have him. Yeah, just we're introducing ourselves to like a lot of fights here. It's good distraction, I guess, but maybe not the most disciplined.
Enemy team took the hill.
Cool. Okay. Kind of like inevitably gonna die, you know? Like, okay, so play up off our team. A good rotation to keep in mind when the QT spawning here is to jump on the box and then G-slide, but time the crouch as late as possible before you hit the floor so that you get a far G-slide. And then you'll cut through the entire section here and kill him maybe on the way and grab the QT. I don't know. It might be over the top, but go for it, Ninja. Enjoy. But you get, at least you get QT control. QT will give you flexibility later. And just the fact that it's spawning, I'm thinking there might be a chance for you to pick up off of it.
Translocator requisition.
You get really valuable kills here.
Successfully delivered.
At this point, we've kind of done enough, right? Like, you don't need to play out into mid anymore. We want to make sure that we kind of check to our left and get an understanding of whether our teammates are blocking and controlling red, because this anchor is really valuable. We want to make sure that we still hold this anchor for this hill. If nobody's here, then I'm worried about the possibility of a split spawn or a flank or something like that. But ideally, you want to, like, you can take hill for now. If you're weak and you feel like you need to leave, then maybe just leave and just get up in the window. And just start to hold angles and read their spawns and catch them off their rotations versus jumping into the war zone. I think we just do a little too much here. Teammate takes hill for you. Great. Okay, back him up by like jumping up here or something, or like holding window, just complementing their positions and baiting off the guy who's already forward. And keep it simple. Just keep it simple. Once you get your kills and your advantage and you know you have free timing, then you can maybe justify doing stuff like this, but it's just not really needed, you know? Like, while you fight this, the spawn is open in blue. So you're on a timer, and they're going to get involved, and you're going to find yourself overwhelmed very quickly. So, like, even this guy, like, see that spawn? That's a crazy spawn. So that's just another indication that, like, you're just super not safe here. Do a pretty good job isolating your fights, though, and making it difficult for these guys, which gives your team hill time. Well, that's going down, though. Like, somebody gets behind the hill somehow. I don't know how that happens. See, like, this guy's flanking. Teammate QTs, maybe? I don't even know. We leave red. See how we're all vacating red? He probably splits red, is what happens. One of them probably splits red, because we're all playing forward. So it's not even just you. It's your whole team that's, like, really invested in playing up on these guys while not anchoring red. So they're going to split behind Aubrey. Yeah, see how this guy ends up behind him? And then they get a free opportunity to break the hill after we'd earned, like, all this progress and advantage. So, yeah, you really want to make sure that, like, somebody is anchoring red. And if somebody's not, then it's got to be you. Because then they're going to just flip on you. So we just, again, it's, like, similar to Moist Nugget. Like, he had an advantage, he gave it up. You guys had an advantage, you kind of gave it up too easily. Shoot. I probably lost the kill feed now. Let's see. Yeah. It's annoying. If I try to go third person, it just screws up the game.
Enemy team took the hill.
Elusive, what's up, man? Some idiot who can't drive smashed into your work trailer on the way back home. Still made it for some Halo. My God, Elusive. Are you okay, though? Hope you're good, man. So, like, this spawn location is not what we want, right? Those snipers coming up, we might be able to play into snipe control. Like, ideally, we're, you know, spawning red initially, and we have control there. We have nades here, too. Sort of in the middle of it all.
S7.
Nice try.
S7 sniper inbound.
I think maybe like leading with a grenade would be my only thing. Like if you know that they're preoccupied and they're not looking at you and you can lead with a bank nade, you might get easier kills here. And then when you pivot to up here, just like take your time, throw bank nades specifically at the doorways so that they can't chow the doorways.
S7
So like the right door or whatever, and then like let your team kind of play into this while you just sort of safely hold your position with exits. But yeah, for the most part, you know, you got the right idea. Okay. Nice, cool.
Hill control.
They're going to spawn cargo. Just based off our positioning, you can really quickly kind of assess and figure it out, right? So, like, we're here. Our team is spawning blue and still routing through snipe side. So, cargo is now open. Red is open, too, and I'd be thinking about the possibility of that. But, like, playing this way and thinking cargo, or playing up into the window and thinking cargo. I think it's because our teammate came from red. Yeah, our teammate's inside and coming from red. So, the open spawn as we route, cargo, 100%, right? So, you can kind of, like, catch that on your way in.
Control.
Cool, you're not. Okay, cool. Nice. Looks like they're still spawning there. Nobody grabs snipe.
Your team about to score.
Nobody's in hill right now.
Alert.
Now we're good.
Translocator available soon.
Should be our hill. Okay, cool. Nice.
Hill incoming. Double kill. Hill ready.
Celebration.
All good, all good.
Enemy team took the hill.
They want to try to like take advantage of Karam's space and damage here really quickly. Nice.
Extreme distance.
Two.
Calculated.
Like a tower split spawner come behind us, maybe. Nice try. You don't need to take this to the death. Like, you guys did really good work here, right? You 3-deaded them. This guy's alone. So you can make him work for you. If you sprint and time slide, you'll G-slide under him. Might not be a bad idea. To just, like, slide and get out and make him feel like he has to chase and just try to, like, be annoying here. Live. If you can ping and, like, draw attention to the fact that he's here, then one of your teammates might be able to come back and assist you, but it's like 3 dead, so he's alone. So just make him work for it. You don't need to jump and like go for the Hail Mary. It's kind of like a Hail Mary snipe. Like either I hit it, I get the kill, or I die trying, you know? But I would say make him work for you. Looks like our team gets traded here too, so there's only one guy alive in your team now. Things are getting sniped. Maybe you're thinking like maybe I can play the snipe. I don't know. Would have been tough from that position. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. You have nades there too. If you have nades, you can like bank nade. That's an option as well. While you sit here, you have nades. You can like bank a nade off the wall and maybe deny him, but that looks like that nade's gonna hit you pretty hard. Sort of similar to some of the stuff that we talked about previously, where it's like you have to earn your advantage before you can make the big rotations. Like this right here is a pretty quick and chaotic rotation versus just a simple pivot to this angle. This complements your teammate's location, and you can just kind of hold and jiggle peek and hopefully work your way through the team fight. First. So we sort of have to like play for kills first if we can. If we can guarantee any sort of valuable kills here, and that'll give us the freedom to take the space that we need. But while we linger and this fight continues, it just introduces the possibility for what happens next here. Like this guy comes in and flanks and kills us. Even from the position that you spawn in, before we just immediately sprint, we want to get a quick check of like, where's our team? How can we assist? We spawn and like your teammate is in a gunfight on your left-hand side. He was fighting somebody mid. You have a teammate on your right that's in a gunfight on your right-hand side. Technically, if we just like stay here, we can equally contribute to both of these fights and sort of isolate and support both sides. You could go one way and just try to work with your teammate and break this one side and then go through quickly enough that you don't have to worry about the guys behind you. But if you stay here, it might not also be a bad idea to like just try to support both teammates depending on how they play up from the safety of this box back here. So I think we just did a little bit too much movement too quickly before we fully like assessed what we were spawning into and where our teammates were and the info we had. Yeah, at least us dying and probably spawning red. Yep. Nice kill.
Please remain calm.
Tricky. It's a really pesky spot, that like crypto spot. Ooh, good movement from that guy too. 1. Nice 2. I would like play through and guarantee this. Huge 3. Towers open right now.
Successfully delivered.
Okay. You want to like really kind of keep your momentum and start reading spawns here. So we get 3. Cool. And your teammate's in a fight on A, and I think you're thinking about that, but I don't know if it's your responsibility. Like, if this teammate wants to look for it, he can. Red is open, tower's open. Tower's just like a pretty close available spawn that the game like gives your opponents in these situations to kind of like bounce back and play up on the map. I would always just be like wary of the split spawn in tower and ready to take advantage of it if an opportunity is available. So like when you drop here, I would peek tower and just make sure that it's not a split spawn. If you can back him off and put pressure on this guy, then it'll force the remaining spawners deep into red, and that's what you want. You want them spawning as far away as possible. So just you have a little bit of an opportunity where there's 3 dead, and you can take space, you can take control, vital angles, play up on the thrust, grab the thrust, right? So when you notice these moments, even though your teammate's in existing gunfight, looks like he wins it too, right? So had you gone back to try to like, you know, hope to help him or whatever, this is like timing that could have been spent holding control, holding perimeter, and like limiting the spawners from getting any sort of progress on the map. So we can run back, and then this guy's taking free space through bottom mid, and then all of a sudden he's going to be on top of you. So he's fighting your teammate, and we're like, oh shit. Coming back. And we don't catch him, and then he's in the hill, and it's just all, see how chaotic this is? Like, at no point in this life did we actually like post up and catch any spawners rotating and shoot them as they rotate. Instead, we like ran through base, ran back, and like now they're on top of us on all the angles, you know? So we might still cap this, but it's like, you really want to take it. Yes, and now you're getting shot in the back. You're probably going to die and like lose this hill. Last second. Yeah. Oh. Right? So it ends up being tragic. So I guess notice the kills as you route through. You go 3 dead, and then take advantage of that timing to take space and hold perimeter so that they can't safely route to you. We end up getting stuck in blue and not taking valuable angles here and not catching the split spawn on tower, and they get on top of us. So that would have given you the hill here.
Hill control.
Nice. Teammates grabbing sniper here, hopefully. Bridges the hill, yep. We didn't get sniped. Is this Mixie? Got a solid kill. We're 3 hitting the same angle, and I think you recognize that, and you're like, oh, don't need to. Playing low, it might be a decent compliment, but no, this is fine, I guess. I think there's like some sort of like a little bit of like delayed sort of info gathering where it's like we play this way and we're like, okay, this is stacked. Maybe I don't need to help here. And then you play this way and your teammate's in a fight and you're thinking, maybe I got to help that, but he cleans up the kill and the kill feed demonstrates that, right? AP or HP. It's kind of hard to know because you didn't shoot and contribute to it, but now we're thinking, okay, maybe I got to play up on this guy, but he's already dead, versus like, you know, just quick intentional decision making of like, okay, he's dead, I'm going to hold my angle and just cross, you know, like there's a lot of timing here, and I think just cross. Still review it. Yeah, I think I'm done after this, bro. I would keep it simple. You don't need to move, don't need to pivot or change any position. Just hold this until they force you off of it. I would just stay here. Because your teammates are around you, so you can work off them when you got the info. If this guy, like, gets a kill on your teammate, and then we give up that high ground for a second and make, like, a big aggro play through the center of the map. It comes out with a trade in the end, but yeah, you know you're making a risky play here. It might go well, it might go south. And they clean up our team while it happens, so that's unfortunate. If you spawn A, okay. You don't spawn A here. Nice try. It's like, yeah, they're ready for it and anticipating you hitting this angle. So it's really tricky to like stop them and like you know what I mean? Catch them off guard and win this and break through to tower or this hill directly. This hill could be, even though it seems like super vulnerable, just like directly headbutting it like this is really difficult to do, especially when they've got sight lines to protect and block it, versus like making a low presence play like this through to cargo where the area of the map is safe. Like this might be a more effective strategy to break the hill. It might also give your team spawns, complementary spawns in front of you in cargo, and then they can more quickly play out inside blue. If we play inside blue, it's I think a more effective attack strategy to breaking the bridge, because not only does it isolate sight lines where they can't easily see you from tower, it gives your team spawns towards cargo, which is, again, more opportunities to play through isolated sight lines in blue to break this hill from the back of it. So I don't know. I find this to be a more effective strategy. Maybe rotating through ice really quickly and giving your team spawns up towards cargo is a better play. Big sponge energy. Yeah, hopefully. Or if we're going to do this, then we're doing it with the intention of like really slow play delaying, you know? But like this sort of slows the game down is what I'm thinking, I guess. Like your team might all spawn in red, right? See how we're like all spawning in red and we're all just kind of like stuck here headbutting? Like we want space to break something, right? And that's what this play does, is it like gives us space. So if we play this way and then one of our teammates spawn behind us in red and they decide they want to do what you're doing right now, well, they can do it more safely, because you might see that and be like, oh, okay, you know what? Instead of playing blue, there's a weak guy. I'm going to like cut mid and like take advantage of his play, right? But because we don't have space and we're just kind of headbutting one corner, then we can't break this. So I would say like, okay, spawner number one, take space, make the wide route and give your team as much perimeter as possible so that when they spawn behind you, they have more to do. That's like effective. So that could be like a good rule of thumb, you know, for spawners, take space, do the wide route, especially early in the hill where you have time to do it. And then that will lead to an easier break. Just try to play up on our team in blue here really quickly. Looks like they're dying. Risky reach out. This is like a big jump. You might... Oh, you got it. Okay, cool. Man, they're capping. That sucks. Yeah, so it's just the tricky thing about that hill. Like, we spawned really far, which is unfortunate, and then we headbutted it directly and died, and just lost a lot of time that might have been better spent playing through blue and wrapping the map. Well, we had the chance to do it. Because eventually you get to a point where you have no choice but to headbutt. Well, we're just going. Okay, you're in no man's land right now. Any fight that you take is entirely your own and nobody can help you, right? Because we just completely exited all forms of team help right now. I think you know that, but we're just going to war, right? Looks like it might work out. Okay, so yeah, at this point it feels like we're just kind of walking things down. Generally speaking, I feel like you'd want control, like you'd want to maybe spawn them in red for this hill and have control through like blue to tower to mid type situation, and then you're cutting them off as they're trying to rotate through low ice and like keeping them contained within red. Don't make sense to me. If you spawn blue, you can very quickly and efficiently refill the hill from blue, right? So it just seems like the most complementary spawn to have, and that the ideal spawn for them would be either like red directly across or tower, if anything. If you can get them to force, like get them to spawn into tower and they're kind of in the middle of the war zone. Let's say I'm pushing after spawning and it's me and the other teammates are spawning up. Can I get the other guys to spawn closer, or should me and the other player push and get angles? Can I get the other guys to spawn close? It depends on what's happening on the map. So like that scenario that I showed you where like, let's say you spawn red and you decide to go this way. The only instance where you're going to get a spawn in front of you is if it's safe, right? Like if the game recognizes that this area has no enemy like players on it and they're not like blocking this area, then it might give you that spawn in front, right? But if they're not spawning in front, that might be an indication that somebody's lingering near this area and preventing that opportunity. Ideally, when you play out a lane, you've got a teammate that joins you and you stack it together so that if there is somebody waiting, you can kind of address it together and still break and take that space on the map to work your way through blue. But in this specific example, it just so happened that nobody was waiting on A. So had he routed there, he might have actually gotten the team spawn in front of him because there was nobody there to block that. They just happened to all be like in a bunch They were in like a ball here all over red, which is not good on their part, right? And if we're death camming while we're dead, we might be able to notice that and take advantage of the timing to wrap the map. So that's why death cam and your teammates' cams can be valuable in like kind of noticing things like that too.
Hill controlled.
So like you got 2 valuable kills here, and they're red. They should be spawning red. We can kind of just like hold angles from where we are. We don't have to play into red here. When you play into red, you introduce the possibility of like a split spawn, and it just makes the situation chaotic. Maybe you get the repulse and just like linger mid, you know, like just like stay in this zone and let them keep spawning red. Because once we get in here, what might end up happening is like they're gonna just fan out. Well, I guess they haven't died yet, and you end up killing them from behind. But like if we stay here too long, it could lead to like them spawning blue, which you know, it's like as long as you know how to control the spawn, it's not the end of the world. But just felt like in this life we've kind of sort of turned off our strategic brain here, and you're just kind of like, I just want to get kills now, is what the vibe that I'm getting in this life. We're just kind of running them down.
Hill controlled.
Should have been more Sigma and Mog them. Yeah, bro. Sharon and Lil G are curious if I want to play with them. Are they? Bro, I've been sitting here talking nonstop for what, like 4 hours? I can try to play the game. I haven't had dinner or anything though. My voice is feeling weathered at this point, not gonna lie. Good kills. What's going on here? So we're like, I think we probably end up getting this hill. We still have the blue spawn, which is giving us access and like good complementary angles. I'm not sick, I'm fine, I'm fine. I've just been talking a lot. I feel like I'm getting like hoarse.
Hill ready. Enemy team took the hill.
Please remain calm.
Cool. Play towards red here. I think that's good.
Sniper inbound.
I'm worried about the guy that won his fight in red, and it's behind you all now. Okay. Nice, huge.
Successfully delivered.
Nice. This is looking pretty good so far. We're getting like real... Okay, hold on, we'll see. Let's try. Like I don't like that we're double stacked in hill. One of our teammates I think is playing out to A, which is good. This position is like kind of worrisome to me because it introduces the possibility of a second player playing out to you directly versus like being like here and like peeking. We have like more that we can kind of navigate if more players join red. Then you quickly cut. While we play this, it's like you kind of know that you've alerted them to the fact that you're here, right? So you have to like, if you're going to go for these fights, you want to kind of like just walk it out before anything happens and just full commit instead of lingering, because you know there's a chance that they could just play out your red. Especially if your team spawns across the map like this. Like you see your teammate, I mean you probably won't because there's so much happening, but like your teammate spawns in blue and right there, see Karam? It's like the game telling you, okay, they're pushing you out. You can't stay here. Yeah, I'm wondering if we like could have maybe just played patiently, but like I get why you joined the fight the way you did because it gave your team a fighting chance from the hill. So not the worst. We got a lot of good hill time. We can still win this. And now they have like a pretty fortified setup for the play that you're making, at least.
Translocator is on the way.
Really want to isolate your fights here, right? Like consider the possibility that there's a player in ice or in BR. And really just play in a way that's disciplined and isolates this one guy and nothing more. We're doing a lot of like big, bold movements. Like that right there gave you a lot of info. When you jump to fight this guy, you can see in your peripheral vision 2 more guys behind him. So you want to like clock that and stop yourself. Don't do any big exposed movements. Stay grounded, peek this guy isolated, and maybe ideally save one of the nades for him too. But yeah, just like only do what's necessary to shoot him and nobody else. Unless you choose you want to get involved in other fights. Because right now, this is such an exposed movement that we're going to get triple crossed. Right? And melted instantly. So you just got to keep yourself super, like, keep it simple. Like, low profile, isolate your angles. and just get pressure that guy to leave the hill. That's all that matters. And then it might give your team time to do something else. But yeah, kind of tough. We actually ended up going through the whole freaking game. Appreciate you though, War Turtle. So hopefully there was some good insight in there. What should I be looking for when I'm looking at my teammates when spawning? I mean, before you're spawning, you're thinking about things like the kill feed and whether or not you're winning or losing your fight. So you know if you're spawning into an advantage or disadvantage. The kill feed's going to tell you if your team is like winning, getting kills, or dying, right? You want to be looking for things like the OS or the camo before you spawn as well. And then when you spawn, you want to look for the X's, your team location, whether or not they're dead, like an X, or the exclamation point above their head. That tells you that they're either shooting at or getting shot at by somebody. And that's info you can use to tell you, okay, a player's in that vicinity. Their locations will also tell you where enemies could, like where is safe, where it could be safe, and where enemies could be. Like in the area that is not occupied by teammates is unknown and could be a spawn for your opponents, could be an area that's one of your opponents are lingering, right? So you're, yeah, specifically looking for their location, whether or not they're dead or alive, or the exclamation points. Are they in gunfights? And if there's somebody in a gunfight that you can play up off of, then I would probably start there and play up off of them. What about spawning behind me? If your team is spawning behind you, then play perimeter first and limit the amount of sight lines that you engage with. So start by playing out the outskirt of the map and don't play to mid. You can take your time by going super wide in the perimeter, but like put yourself in a situation where you limit the fights you have to navigate, and that will like allow your teammates to spawn behind you and work with you a little bit better after the fact. If you spawn and your team is up and they have positions on the perimeters around you and whatnot, you can more confidently play mid or justify playing mid and taking a bolder, more direct route to the fight. 4 to 5 times a game? No, you're good. Enemies spawning behind you? Enemies will only spawn behind you if, like, we're blocking areas of the map as we route out, right? Enemy will only spawn in the area of the map that's safe, right? So if you play out on the map and you're aware of what your team is doing, and if they're in their own gunfights and pushing out with you, you have to notice what they're doing and how they're rotating and how that's influencing spawns. So like the area that you just spawned could become your enemy spawn in the next 5 to 10 seconds, depending on how you and your team is rotating. So if you're paying attention to that and recognizing we're all leaving A and we're fighting guys in C on recharge, let's say, then A will become the new spawn point and they'll end up back behind you again. So yeah, it's hard without like specific examples, but hopefully that sort of generalizes it. Shyway's like, the fuck am I watching? Nah, War Turtle, I think you did a lot of good stuff in that game. My bad if I'm like specifically focusing on like errors and not spending time thinking about like what you're doing well. I think you hit like some really good snipes. I liked your opening strat. You got a lot of valuable kills. I think that like we started throwing away the game a little bit strategically towards the end. And there are certain plays where we're trying to do too much and prioritizing kills over just like doing the easy thing and holding the zone and letting them come to you, right? No problem, Randy. Hopefully that helps, man. I'm down to hop on the game for a little bit, but I don't know if I'm gonna like play FFA and shoot bots. I haven't played the game. I gotta like take a second to eat something too. What's up, 12 pack? Yeah, we went hardcore with the VOD today, huh? No problem, War Turtle. I got a haircut today, MBL. Thank you, man. I don't know. It's been like a once every 3 weeks kind of thing. Probably a little bit more than I need to, honestly, but it's always like feels good to get a haircut. No beating? I guess it would be like late. It is already 9:30, isn't it? I'm not gonna stay on long. I don't think I'm gonna have time for like a matchmaking grind realistically. I don't know if there's anything happening in Halo tomorrow either, right? BRB.
Slay.
Out to seize the enemy.
To anyone lurking here, there's something I've been doing when I play that's so like random, but it's kind of become like a bit of a ritual. I take this, which is like, it's called like dry grip or some shit. I don't know what it is. It's, well, I do. It's like designed to like give your hands more grip and prevent, like, if you get like sweaty hands, which I don't really get sweaty hands, but it just prevents your hands from like slipping if you're doing like playing tennis or like lifting weights or something, ideally for sports. And for gaming, it's like a gamer grip or something, essentially. You could use it for that. But if I cover my whole hands in it, then my hands feel weird. Like, it's not comfortable. The only area I want it is my thumb. So I like put some in this little like white container or whatever this is. It's just like a, I don't know, what, something you put like ketchup in. And then I dip my thumb on it. And then like, yeah, no, just my right thumb. So that when I aim, I just get a little bit more friction on the right stick. And it feels like my thumb is more kind of like stuck in place where I want it at least. Not too much that it's like a nuisance. Anyway, that's the kind of idea. And I went ahead and put too much on now, so now it's like on the controller. Ideally, it's just like a tiny bit, and it's just a little bit of friction. It's kind of like a chalk, but not quite a chalk. Because like I don't want to leave like a chalk residue on the controller itself, right? I don't want to like mess up the controller. Which is kind of what I've done here. Unintentionally. I just want to feel like I'm getting like a little bit of a grip. You know what I'm saying? What's up, Ninja? How you doing? You could do that with Adderall and then sniff it? Oh yeah, best of both worlds, right? Could probably do that with Adderall, I guess. I don't know. Fuck. That's chaos. Spent all this time like talking about the game. I haven't touched it today yet, at least. Crip way. Story time where I read Halo books with voice acting. Hell no. Forerunner trilogy. Has to be Halo books. Can't be like Harry Potter, you know? Dad used to read me Harry Potter as a kid. Stay safe up there, Rect. Let's go. Where are you headed? turn D-scope on, it's annoying because they all simultaneously shoot perfectly at you. It's like very distracting, huh? Just gotta make sure I don't spend too much time in my scope, I guess. Oh. Some good coaching? Revenant, thank you, man. Yeah, hopefully, like, even if I'm not directly looking at you, you're kind of learning vicariously through the other players, because I'm pretty sure War Turtle's, like, low Onyx right now. Or, like, high Diamond. We got him to Onyx last time we played. And Moist is, like, D6, so it's kind of like a similar area. Those last two guys we looked at. You guys seen Courtney today? I don't think I've seen her today. Usually she wants to be around for the FFA. When do I think we're gonna get the new multiplayer? End of 2027, hopefully. If you guys want to play some FFA, I'm down to play some before we hop off. Raven, what's up, man? Team Canada tied? Let's go. I haven't been watching. Who did they tie? Sorry, I don't even know who they played. No, bro, what am I doing? All right, lobby's open to everyone. Hey, death penalty. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. There were some moments where it felt like a little unfair. My teammates were real damn good. But there were also moments where I felt like I was really holding my own and keeping up. You know, even if I wasn't really doing amazing statistically, I think I knew how to position myself. We got 4 spots, chat. If you follow the Shyway, either on your Xbox friends list or Game Bar, you should be able to join. I have to add people? What do you mean? There's a 8-person cap. Anybody can join. 5 people have joined already. 6 people. Gonna get in here, falsifier. Oh. I think we might be full up. Yeah, we're full up. Did you jump in, Dom? Who are you? That's kind of a lame way to cut that off, but yeah. I have to add people though first. Yeah, again, I don't really understand what you're saying.
Out to seize the enemy.
Now that timing.
Inbound. Warning. Bullet. Expectancy shortened. Vital signs not found.
Oh my. Silly child that.
Remain calm.
He shot me through the wall that one time. Or I got shot in the back, maybe. I don't know.
Double kill.
Alert. Translocator available soon.
Okay, okay. Oh, Hiru. Damn, bro. Or Oru? I don't know.
Active camo. Inbound. Active camo available. Please remain quiet. S7 sniper inbound. Warning. Bullets. S7 sniper available. Bullets successfully delivered.
Damn, bro. Still warming up.
Killing spree. kill.
Jeez, bro. Not hitting these snipes.
Translocator requisition confirmed. Signs not found.
Wild spawn, gonna be honest.
Remain calm. Active camo.
Jeez.
Double kill.
Active camo available.
I'm just dead. Okay. All right. That's bad. I have that cam a little better.
Confirmed. Please collect your power items. Please remain calm.
How'd that guy live? Shit. Needed to place that last shot. Yeah, wasted time there.
Active camo available. Translocator is on the way. Bullets. Translocator located.
I'm dead. Fuck. Do I actually do a full game right then? Not right now, bro. I spent the whole day on that. We just spent like 5 hours doing VOD review today. We just hopped on the game for the first time. Oh my god, I just went on a freaking wild goose chase. He just hide in the corner? Probably. What? He's not even 2 shots into damage.
S7 sniper inbound. Please remain calm.
Jesus.
Vital signs not found.
The kill steals. Holy shit.
Power equipment incoming.
They trade each other, of course.
5 minutes remaining.
Power equipment has spawned. Ammo acquired.
Bruh. So many missed fights.
Double kill.
Rockets. Commendation. Vital signs not found.
Perfect. Killing spree.
Shortened.
Double kill.
Shit.
Successfully delivered.
Double kill.
Vital signs not found. Please collect your power item.
No. That fucking sucks. Can't sprint.
Active ammo. Inbound. Throw. Successful.
Bro, the amount of snipes I've hit and not cleaned up, that sucks. Shoot. I can kill from behind.
Double kill.
Translocator available soon.
Triple kill. One minute remaining.
Extreme distance calculated.
Music. Okay, I'm down maybe for a little bit. It's just hard to hear stuff if I play the music. I know it's like so quiet because I'm not talking anymore and just locked, but I'm trying to hear these guys' footsteps.
30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, good intention there.
In transit.
Victory.
Nice. GG's, guys. Holy. Ambient Walmart sounds? That might be it. That might be the play.
Slayer.
Just gonna play what was played already. Whirring fan AC 10 hours. Oh my god. That's the play, ain't it?
Out to seize the enemy. Abundant skill detected.
It's gonna be a little bit harder to be prepared for stuff without as much audio help, but
Active camo available.
probably my rotate here.
Please remain calm. Vital signs not found. Successfully delivered.
Shit, I should have just sat there and shot the nades. Did too much. Shoot, that nade bounced weird too. I was hoping to bounce like right at him. It like went up, I think, on a weird arc.
Active camo inbound.
Shit. Missed the third bullet.
Bullets successfully delivered. Do not exceed noise restrictions. S7 inbound.
Too many open angles when I took that fight.
S7 sniper available.
Oh. I was hoping that would take him off, but yeah, it sucks. That ledge is annoying. I like scoop him up under the ground somehow.
Translocator in transit.
He's teabagging. I just meant to grab QT there. That sucks. No way. I gotta shoot. I gotta shoot. I'm doing too much. Wow, and the guy still took the kill.
Active camo. Inbound. Vital signs. Not found. Active camo. Please remain calm.
Fuck. He was okay.
Life expectancy.
Double kill. Triple kill.
Warning. Bullets. Power items have.
No way I don't get 3. Fuck.
Please collect your power items.
Oh.
Please remain calm.
Shit, he just played for me too. Holy shit.
Active camo. Inbound. Please remain calm. Active camo available. Translocator in transit. Warning. Bullets.
Double kill.
caught in endless trades.
Life expectancy shortened.
Double kill.
S7 sniper inbound. S7 sniper available. Please remain calm.
Okay. Shit. Should have played up on him. Oh no.
Is on the way.
Five minutes remaining.
Power equipment in stores now.
No way.
Please remain calm.
It's on top of me.
Vital signs not found.
Double kill. Triple kill. Killing spree. Double kill.
Shouldn't be alive. Shit.
Vital signs not found.
What the? Good idea, I guess. Just go for the double beat then.
Power items in transit. Vital signs not found. Please collect your power items.
Grab it? Like what?
Ignoring local physics laws. Active ammo. Inbound.
Shit.
Active camo available. Life expectancy short.
Double kill.
Shit. How did you do too much again?
Excellent precision.
Oh my god.
Translocator in transit.
One minute remaining.
Where? Ready? Oh, okay.
Life expectancy shortened.
30 seconds remaining.
Not found.
Double kill.
Yeah. Got kicked? Oh, are you checkmate? Shit, I don't know what happened.
10 seconds.
Power items have shipped.
Wasn't sure who you were. Sweet. Wait, that didn't count? I think that was 60. Damn. GG's. GG. It actually lost. You could maybe try to jump in back in if you want. I think I'm going to play like one last one.
Slayer.
Moisty. How'd he do, Gabe? Maybe how'd he do? You the MVP?
Earn the most kills to win. Then contact the authorities. Expectancy shortened.
Double kill.
Inbound. Vital signs not found. Active camo available.
Killing spree.
Foundation.
Double kill.
Successfully delivered.
Ah, shit. That shot me in the back. Almost had a frenzy out the open, though. That was kind of nice.
Please remain calm.
Double kill.
I'll take it to the death, bro. It's an open lobby. You just need space, basically. There's 7 of us in here. There should be 1 spot, I think. I think there's 7. You'd have to follow my gamer tag and then join off your friends list
Translocator located.
in the game. In-game friends list. Let's go, maybe. There's the correction.
Active camo. Inbound.
That's lame. I thought I had him. You're back in here, checkmate. I see you. If that's you.
Please remain calm. S7 sniper inbound.
Wow, I literally naded him perfectly too. Just took your Fable 5, bro. Help me. I feel naked. What are you talking about, bro?
S7 sniper available.
Fable 5.
Abundant skill detected.
Out on the elbow. Hoping I can maybe grab this knife on the way out there. Pure chaos. I shouldn't have left cuts. I was perfectly good where I was. Just stay where I was. Oh my god, bro. Fuck. Shit. Nice. Needed to hit both shots there. Streaming or recording the DSA Halo? I'm streaming it. I'll be live for it. Recording it. I'll be live. Can't be missing that. I gotta get better at tossing nades there. Thank you for playing out. Oh. What the I punched him in the back and then I what? Okay, okay.
Active camo. Inbound. Vital signs. Not found. Active camo available. Translocator available soon.
I'm dead. chaos. No beatdown? Holy.
Expectancy. S7 sniper inbound. S7 sniper available.
Just running at you, bro. I don't even care. Probably dead. Wow.
Vital signs not found.
Double kill.
Incoming power equipment.
No scope. 5 minutes remaining.
Power equipment has spawned. Translocator acquired.
Fuck.
Do not exceed noise restrictions. Vital signs not found.
Double kill.
Shit did max damage.
Explanatory excitement. Skill detected.
Sure, whatever. As long as we get the kill, I'll take it.
Bullets successfully delivered. Power items in transit.
No scope. Off the rack.
Active camo. Inbound. Indefatigable.
Fuck, bro. A little too panicky on my part.
Remain calm.
Yeah, sure, why not? The F? What?
Remain calm.
Just stayed still. Good stick. He's got to get 5 in a minute. He joined late, I think, too. It's a good comeback.
Life expectancy. Short.
Double kill.
Oh, I didn't mean to fall. Not like that.
Vital signs.
Double kill. 30 seconds remaining.
If you move your mouse between 2 screens, you lose controller auto aim? I don't know. I haven't had that experience. I try to not touch my mouse when I'm gaming.
10 seconds.
Not like during the active game.
Items have shift. Life expectancy. Short.
Victory.
Alright, GG's, guys. Oru made a good comeback there, man. He actually... I think he joined the game late. I'm pretty sure. Bro was on my tail. GG's. I think I'm done. It's late, isn't it? 10:30. I'm gonna get some dinner. Too tired, bro. 94 ping. Oof, oof. That definitely doesn't help. I feel like we're getting more and more comfy in the FFAs now that I've kind of ran a lot of them, you know? Starting to feel like I mean, obviously the lobbies vary, so I don't really know. Feels pretty comfy. I'm gonna send you guys over to Cycle. We'll give Cycle some love. Man's nasty. We got the night shift. Nah, I'm hopping up. I'm done. I was just playing FFA. We did some VOD review, FFA. I appreciate the subs today, guys. Thank you for making it, you know, definitely worth the grind. VOD review, not too great for, I think, viewers is the vibe that I'm getting, you know, versus like scrims or some other kind of hot topic. Anyway, appreciate y'all. Have a good rest of your evening.
No backups? Yo, I ran out of backups, Jeremy. Let's just say when I used to play soccer